Hello, how are you guys doing? Before we get into this, I really need to address the elephant in the room. Well, actually, I need to apologize for not being able to stream the other day when I said I was going to, because I've had really bad allergies. I think someone had gotten it right on the nose. Someone said, what if it's the rug that you're allergic to? And I think they might be right, because I'm feeling a little bit better. So if you haven't heard of this game, Fatal is one of those games that every single RPG, like tabletop RPG player knows of, but probably has never actually looked at the rules of. It's the infamous, like, only made for degenerates game. It has incredibly arcane stats and choices that were updated. So let's talk about exactly where this game comes from to some degree. First off, you can get a free copy of the PDF of this, and you can get it online via donatebytes.com, which is how I've gotten a copy of it. I would show you the front cover, but I'm pretty sure it's explicit enough that Twitch won't like it. Excuse me. But it shows a demon guy with nothing but a loincloth on, which is doing very little good for his manhood. Obliterating the hell out of like a goblin or something, and then there's a tied up naked lady. And then there's a very proudly photoshopped in parental advisory explicit sticker. I don't think that anyone asked if this was okay for children, but okay. I cannot show you the pages themselves because a lot of them just have like half naked women on them, or say just random stuff that shouldn't be said. This is effectively the second edition of this game. There was another edition of it that came beforehand. Also, real quick shout out to, and I'm going to get this name wrong, so I'm just going to pull up his thing on screen. I came up with this idea by stealing it from a guy named Zygmunt Bothstep. He only has like 9,000 subs, but like what he does very well. And if you're one of those kind of people who likes like Pika Spray, then you'd probably like him as well. It's kind of that same energy where it's like, let's just walk through how to make an RPG in this incredibly random arcane game that no one's heard of. And it's a good bit, you know? Of course I'm getting a phone call now. I got a haircut, by the way, and it's a scam call. So yeah, I'm not going to take credit for having come up with this idea. This guy is the guy who did it, and he's going to do, looks like that's his bit. That's what he does. He talks about RPGs. So if you're into RPGs, and you want something kind of like, Pika Spray, like, where it is just someone who knows this wheel well, very well, then you might actually enjoy it. And I think that he deserves better than 9,000 subs personally. So with that out of the way, let's get into what exactly we need to do in order to generate a character, which watching him go through the process was just all inspiring, because like, I've heard of this game. This is the game that has a legendary anal circumference chart where you have to roll to see how big your asshole is. We will not be doing that on stream because, or at least not on Twitch, because that is against TOS. I'm pretty sure to do that, like excessively talk about sexual stuff for a certain amount of time. So I think what I'm going to do instead is once we get to that portion of it, we'll probably have to switch over to just YouTube. Is that like a second inventory? The guy who made this seems like the kind of guy who made an RPG because he thought he was the smartest person in the room. And in actuality, the reason that no one wants to talk to him isn't that he just doesn't have anyone who's like at the same intelligence as him. It's that no one is as deplorable of a human being as he is. He's less of an AI ideas guy because he actually like did technically make an RPG. It's just not very good. It's less that nobody put him in the place, but more that no one bothered to because no one talked to him. This game was this copy has a copyright date of 2004, which is relevant for things. Do people pay for this? No. This is sort of just a novelty, I think. And after looking over the rules, I don't think anyone has ever actually played a campaign of this game. I don't think that you can. It's almost 1,000 pages, and a lot of it is just awful to... You're gonna hear some dog whistles in a minute, and I apologize for my nose. Allergies are awful. I've, you know, switching to Maine has really fucked things up as far as that goes. Wouldn't it break TOS to do a campaign of Fatal with friends? No, I don't think so. Welcome to, okay, so this is the first page, or I guess the fourth page, you know, which is the first page of actual like text beyond like copyright date and all that jazz. Welcome to the fantasy medieval role-playing game that focuses on realism and detail whenever possible without sacrificing fun. I like that he started this entire book off by lying immediately. Despite the focus on realism, several tenets of fantasy are assumed. In the world of this game, magic exists as well as spellcasters such as mages, witches, and druids. Second, fantasy creatures roam the world, including kobolds, dragons, and among others. Finally, dozens of gods exist, and moreover, these gods are concerned with their worshippers, the state of the world, and their own godly interests. Aside from having basic assumptions of fantasy, realism is sought in every other aspect and applied to this fantastic tenets, as well as the gaming and role-playing system. I will say that this is incredibly telling of who this person is. We will come back to, like, this... Yeah, we'll come back to that paragraph. Since fantasy tenets or fantastic okay, so this is fantasy and historical accuracy. Since fantastic tenets above contradict historical accuracy, and the relationship will be clarified. Since multiple gods exist in this game, Christianity has been extracted or minimized from historical reference. Okay, we just get rid of Christianity as we need to. Fair enough. We don't want to have Christianity in our generally just fantasy universe. Although the technology of this game represents 1335 AD, many elements of pagan culture are included in the fantasy medieval game. This game attempts to isolate Europe from the influences that originate outside of it. Therefore, spices from the East are not included. All human characters are Caucasian. Zombies are not presumed to exist, and human corpses are burned. Egypt's invented embalming. Egypt is outside of Europe. That is true. The fantasy of Fatal is polytheistic, European-based world with medieval technology in which Christianity never existed. Although it is technically impossible to be historically accurate in a fantasy game. Let's see. I don't know what that means, Rift Chopper, but Automod thinks that you're saying something bad, and yeah, it's probably a thing. Let's see. Question: how do you roll a D100? That's actually not that hard. It's not the Varg Varkeen's one. No, Varg Varkeen's made a different RPG. This is not the same guy. Varg Varkeen's is less playable and less good. This game is functional. You only need 2 d10s in order to roll a d100. You've got the tens place. Well, no, this one also is racist, but like, it's not the racist one you're thinking of. And I'm not saying that this game is good. I'm just saying it's different. It's not the same one. Anyway, the fantasy of Fatal is polytheistic, European-based world with medieval technology in which Christianity never existed. Although it is technically impossible to be historically accurate in a fantasy game, historical accuracy that supports the fantasy of the game is referenced at the end of this book. Footnotes appear throughout this book to reference classical, historical, and scholarly sources. Basically, I'm going to bring up sources that confirm that I'm not being racist while I say racist things. The application of historical accuracy to the fantasy of this game, more to try and lock in my objective worldview. The application of historical accuracy in the fantasy game is a never-ending goal. Scholarly sources are preferred above all others. For consideration, please suggest references to Fatal games at excite.com. I would normally skip this section talking about like the philosophy of the person, but I think it's incredibly important because like what's the scholarly source for zombies? Well, what he's saying is zombies weren't a part of European mythos, that they come from voodoo and therefore are not part of you know, there shouldn't be zombies in a European setting because, yeah. I think that what you're going to find is that this is less of a role-playing game and more of a portrait of its creator. And I really want you to try and, like, suss out who this person is. Like, I think that's really what this is like, this is the worldview of a person. What is a role-playing game? A role-playing game is a game in which the characters make decisions as though they were a certain character. The decisions of a player are diverse and compared to other games. Tabletop role-playing games allow more decisions to a player than any other type of game. For instance, assume you are an adventuring knight who has fought his way all the way to the top of a dark tower where you find a comely young maiden chained to a wall. What would you do? Some players simply free the maiden out of respect for humanity. Others may free her, winning to hope to earn her heart. Instead of seeking affection, some may talk to her and see if they can collect a reward for her safe. Yeah, comely. I believe that said comely. Yeah, comely. Then again, others may be more interested in negotiating freemen for fellatio. Some may think that she has no room to bargain and take their fleshly pleasures by force. This man is... Yeah. Others would rather kill her and dismember her young cadaver and feast on her warm innards. As you can see, there are a number of decisions one can make with one simple situation that can quickly become overwhelming. Have we seen the surprise mechanics yet? Not yet, but we're probably gonna skip over some bits just because they will be too hot to handle. As you can see, the number of decisions one could make with one simple situation can quickly become overwhelming. Typically, this is the attraction of role-playing games. No other game allows for so much individual choice. And consequently so much fun. Since the purpose of tabletop role-playing games should be to allow players to play the role of the character as desired, this game includes a wide range of material from moral to immoral, and this game does not support... Fatal is the Andy Warhol of TTRPGs. That's too mean to Andy Warhol. This game does not support morality or immorality and allows for the player to roleplay as desired. We're just going to make sure that there are rules that you can do things like sexual assault. And events in this game do not occur by the will of the player, however. Instead, the decisions and outcomes are mediated by dice and rolls of the dice. Hence, this book is full of rules and guidance based on odds. Do not let the sheer volume of information be intimidating. And I think that's something that he really like went through the trouble of making before he actually like booted this game up, was that he was like, I'm gonna just make this book real fucking big. If I make it big enough, like if I make this book 1,000 pages, people will think that it's really dense and like good. Are you bound by your selected morality or your rolled up morality? Don't worry, it doesn't matter. You'll never actually play this game. In a practical sense, I would believe it would be your rolled morality, which means that essentially player choice goes away at some point real quick. The best definition of a role-playing game is a game that allows players to utilize their full potential for imagination and enjoyment within a controlled setting. Necessary gaming materials. To play this game, some materials are necessary. It is convenient to have a separate copy of the book for each player. It will be used often. No, it won't, because no one will actually play this. Next, a set of gaming dice is necessary, which may be purchased at most hobby stores and some bookstores. Sets of gaming dice usually include a 4-sided dice, one 6-sided, an 8-sided, 2 10 or percentile dice, 12-sided dice, and a 20-sided dice. Another book entitled Navarda will be very useful and necessary if anyone plays a priest as a character. Further, numerous pencils, erasers, scratch paper, and graph paper are handy. Miniatures are available from several companies for purchase and are useful for combat situations, though they are not required for play. Any coin could be used instead to represent a character. A gaming mat that is drawn in a 1-inch grid may be purchased or easily made and used on which to place miniatures. Calculators, while not required, are recommended. Finally, a small group of gaming participants, typically 4 to 8 people, is best. The book does reference a 1d1 million, I believe, is one of the rolls you have to do, which does mean that you will not have enough dice with 2d10. You'll need to be bringing, what is that, 6d10 in order to actually be able to roll that. Terminology. There are 2 types of so in the section it says numerous copies of this book, gaming dice, D4, D6, so on and so forth. Basically everything I just read off. But it does use the abbreviation for D4, which people don't know. 2 types of terminology are discussed: pronouns and dice. Given the context of the game, both should be understood. Since it is impossible to be correct grammatically and avoid gender bias, Fatal Game sacrifices grammar to avoid such bias. Throughout this book, pronouns such as they, their, them replace he and or she and his and hers unless more appropriate. You'll find weird like stuff like that where it's like, I think that if you made this nowadays, he would not have addressed that. When a die is rolled, the type of die, how many sides it has, will usually appear as a D designated die. For instance, D10 indicates that there's a 10-sided dice to be rolled. If a number appears next to it, such as 3D10, then 3 10-sided dice are to be rolled, and the number added together, which could produce a variance of range from 3 to 30. Finally, a number may follow this as a modifier such as 3d10 plus 2, which means 3 10-sided dice are rolled and then added together as before, but now 2 is added to the sum. This particular example produces a range between 5 and 32. Additional d6s or d100 indicates, or d percentile or d100 indicates that 2 10-sided dice are to be rolled, but the results are not added together, and instead, one die, which is announced beforehand, is interpreted as the tens position, while the other one is the ones position. So if 2 10s were rolled, yeah, Fatal is like the edgiest possible thing made by a guy who's super into stats and did not think about his decisions while he was making them. Have I missed anything? Not much of anything. There was a there was some stuff. If you have any questions about where this is going, this is only going to get worse from here. I do not recommend this if you have sensitivities to basically anything, because this man is trying to go to the edge of what is edgy in 2004. So there you are. So if you need like a trigger warning for this is it. If you have one, I don't trust this man not to cross the line. I don't know every line he's going to cross, but there is an anal circumference, and you do have to roll for the size of your hand, and those two could meet, and there is a chart for how to do so. There's also a chart on how to do so, whether or not both people are willing. Let's see. And I think part of the reason I want to do this is kind of to dispel the there's almost like this game is so edgy that it's sort of like no one wants to touch it because it's so edgy. And the reason that I want to touch it is just to actually point out that this game it doesn't really deserve the mystique it has. There's really nothing to this game aside from this guy went out of his way to publish just his insane ramblings, and it's not actually playable. Like, you don't get to play this game because, again, you would have to convince several people that it would be worth your time, and then I think at the end it just is. He kind of gives up about halfway in through this like character creation process on actually trying to make it work. The Temple OS of TTRPGs, yeah. Are we talking Comedy Central era 2002 edgy? Probably. We're talking like 4chan almost at points. So yeah, just giving you guys the warning now. If two 10-sided dice were rolled, one resulting in 6 and 9, then the die representing the result with a 6 was announced to be the 10s position. The result would be interpreted 69. Nice. If the results are 10 and 10, probably from a 0 and a 0 on the dice, then this is interpreted as 100. Finally, a D1000 is possible when simply requires 3 D10s, with the third dice being interpreted as the hundreds position. Math. Players will not need math that is more complicated than basic algebra, and even that is relatively rare. A rule that applies to all calculations where a decimal remainder exists, such as a character with 53.96% points of intelligence. This number is truncated or the decimal is discarded, so this particular individual would have 53 points of intelligence. Really like that he's setting us up for a possibility that we could roll a 53.96 as your intelligence. That is going to give you an idea of where this is going. Graduated Sapphic, thank you for the 97 months of support, and Plum Blossom Robot, thank you for the 15 months of support, and Shadow Wolf, thank you for the 7 months of support. That was very cool of all of y'all. I'm very sorry about that I didn't thank you guys when I should have. While this game attempts to simplify any math that may be involved, percentages are used frequently. There are a few helpful reminders which will consistently use 88% as the modifier. 88% of any value, let's say strength score of 150, is equivalent to simply multiplying the value 150 by 0.88. In the example, 88% of 150 is 132. If a value such as an intelligence score of 115 is reduced by 88%, then then only 12% remains. In this example, 12% of 115 is 13. 88, okay. There's another example involving strength. You guys can do basic math. I just saw the manual cover. The fuck is this heinous shit? Yes. King Wormo, thank you for the 81 months of support. How long until Elon Musk finds this and calls it cool. Yeah. There are two fundamentally different roles in that must be filled for this game, and hence the game requires at least two people. One person. Okay, so I do want to say one thing I would like to do in this game is I would like to have a character. We're gonna make a character. We're generate a character. We're gonna have that character go from where they live. They're going to walk 5 miles to town, and on their way to town, they're going to be attacked by a goblin or some goblin-sized enemy, right? We're not going to really play it. I'm just going to show you how none of these mechanics actually work in practice. And then when he gets to town, he's going to try and buy something. Or the character is going to try and buy something. I'm going to show you how it is functionally impossible to do any of those mechanics. So it's not really like role playing as much as we're going to just run the stats through their paces. So yes, it does require two people and actually for it to be a game, but honestly, try and convince another human being that you want to play this game. Yeah, like in D&D, you could do a round of combat by yourself, right? It wouldn't be, terribly interesting, but you could just go, okay, well, you could cast Levitate here, or you could cast, I don't know, Magic Hand or something. You go from there. So anyway, two fundamental different roles must be fulfilled. One is assumed to be the aedile. Historically, an aedile was a Roman official in charge of the games and had control over the public. In this game, the aedile has control over everything except the players and dice. Aedile, so this is your DM equivalent. He's using stupid ass name for a DM. Agreed. Aediles do not create and roleplay a character like other players in the game. Instead, the aedile directs the game, often acting as a referee or storyteller. Objectivity should be the highest goal of every aedile. Otherwise, the aedile may be known as vile aedile or hostile aedile. In other words, don't be shit. Essentially, before the game, the aedile devises the plot or purpose of the game. For example, one plot could be for the characters to happen upon a dungeon in the wilderness and to encourage them to enter. I'm going to say that the town is human inhabited. He made up words to bully the DM. Yeah, basically. We already skipped the part where, I have a feeling that this guy tried to run this and everyone was like, you are an awful DM. I'm already a bit confused. Don't worry about it. We're just like throwing out examples to fill up space. We'll probably start skipping here in a second. Oh my god, there's so many words. Essentially, before the game, the aedile devises a plot or purpose of the game. For example, one plot could be for the characters happen upon a dungeon in the wilderness and encourage them to enter and combat the inhabitants. If this were the case, prior to the game, the aedile would draw a map for the dungeon on graph paper, and then the aedile would stock the dungeon with monsters, traps, and treasure for the characters to encounter. During the game, the role of the aedile is to explain to the players what their characters see and hear as they enter and traverse the dungeon. Further, the characters encounter monsters. The aedile role plays the monsters, representing them as characters. On the other hand, the players on the other hand create one character apiece, roleplay that the character for the game. For example, the player named Ryan may create a character who is a ruffian by occupation. Throughout the game, Ryan roleplays the ruffian, making gaming decisions as though they were a ruffian. Okay. Each of their own talents and shortcomings, together with a small group of characters, attempt to tackle a dilemma or plot devised by the aedile. So there we have it. We have a situation. So there have been two examples of what the gameplay is going to be, right? Like, you're a knight, you're going to the Dark Tower to save the princess or do awful things to the princess or whatever. She's also not pretty, so there's that. Or you have a situation where you go into a dungeon and you're a ruffian, and so you're role playing that. Let's see if either of those things happen. As like, could be a character you would roll. E-Dial is more complicated than that of a player, since for this reason the book has been arranged so that way the information for the players is present before the E-Dials. If you're new to the game, it suggests reading this is the best suggestion, is to read this book. Creating a character, there we go. A character is required to play this game. Each player must progress through the book chapter by chapter to create a character. Before creating, each player will need character sheets, which can be photocopied from Appendix 1 character sheets. The character sheet is like 5 or 6 pages. You get an extra few for spells. Every time you learn a spell, like, it's going to probably take up maybe a page or two for you to put down all your spells. So yeah, we're not on character creation yet. These sheets are handy by means of recording the character information. As each player progressing through the chapters of the books, rolling dice and making decisions, the results are recorded on the character sheets, or recording the information with the pencil. And do not write heavy-handed. A lot of the information is subject to change. During the game, each of the players will refer to their character sheets. Not every chapter, nor every part of every chapter will be used while creating a character. Nonetheless, the safe this is you don't need to say all this. If you aren't a goblin, you aren't going to need any of the information related to goblins specifically. Let's see. In order in which the material is presented, in order which the character should be created, otherwise alterations may occur to the character. When in doubt, information relevant to the character created is at the start of the chapter. In some chapters, such as chapter 1, race and gender, are vital, whereas others, chapters 15, conducting the game, are relevant to creating characters. In general, is the more relevant the information to creation happens sooner in the book. The fastest way to create a character is to use the computer program called the Fatal Character Generator, which is available free online. Visit fatalgames.com in order to get the free generator. The character creation is as much fun as the game itself. That is probably true. Due to the seemingly infinite variety of possible characters. For instance, when rolling character sub-abilities, there are 199 to the 20th combinations possible. He's very happy with himself for coming up with a lot. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to download or use that. Mean system. The mean system is one of the mechanics behind Fatal, the game engine, if you will. Realistic game should have a realistic game mechanics. The mean system was created for this purpose. Although the mean system is based on mathematical and statistics, the players do not need to understand the mathematics in order to use them. The mean system is realistic, but also simple to use. This is lie. The most common aspects of the mean system are the normal curve mean, standard deviation through a parabolic. I'm sorry, I've got like, yeah, my tongue is stepping on itself today. Curve fitting trigonometry functions have been incorporated as well. Mean game needs a mean system. Enjoy the most simple, sophisticated mechanics of the industry. Enjoy Fatal. So what he's saying here is that dice rolls will generally fall to the average as a design choice. Warning. Fatal is for adults only. No shit. You already had like the example of like asking a prisoner to suck you off. I feel like it's a little late to put that warning in. You know? Which is literally every game that rolls multiple dice and then adds them. Molotov. No. Because a lot of games like D&D involve spiking. You can roll a 1. You can roll a 20. In this game, you will generally roll the middle ground. every time. I've heard some strange things about Fatal, yes, and that's what we're exploring today. This game includes obscene language. Oh no. Fatal games consider obscenity to be a sensitive issue and only includes it because of its prominence in the past as a significant part of human history. In other words, we're going to say fuck a lot because that's something they used to say back in medieval times. Most of the rules of the game avoid obscenity. For example, it is possible to determine a character's manhood, not cock, or vaginal depth, not word that would get me in trouble on YouTube. Depth. However, the greatest concentration of obscenity is in the Appendix 3 random magical effects, and it is intended for humorous effect. Okay. What has more charts, this or EVE Online? EVE Online probably, just because people actually bothered to make extra ones beyond what the creators made. This game can include sex and sexual situations. Fatal considers sex to be a sensitive issue, and it only includes it because of its prominence in the past as a significant part of human history. Okay, you're gonna notice something that he does a lot in this, which is copy pasting text and then changing a word or two, so that way he can have the word count get extended enough to make it 1,000 pages. This is word for word the exact same as the start of the last paragraph, with a couple changes. So the last paragraph was, this game includes obscene language. Fatal Games considers obscenity to be a sensitive issue and only includes it because of its prominence as part of this significant part of human history. This paragraph starts, this game includes sex and sexual situations. Fatal Games consider sex to be a sensitive issue and includes it because of its prominence in the past and significant part of human history. Yes, sex is part of human history. That's how new people are made. That's how you can have history, because there are new people now. Optional material exists so that a player may determine sexual features of the character, such as genitalia. Optional material. For examine, it is possible to determine penis size, cup size, vaginal circumference, among others. Violence may exceed that of role-playing games. Graphic gore, present descriptions of damage to body parts and internal organs, depending on the type of weapon. Killing is the core element of most role-playing games. Fatal Games considers the act of killing to be a sensitive issue and only includes it because of its prominence as part of past, as significant part of, yeah, human history again. We might need to skip over some rating here just because it is going to be like stuff. Warfare is the best example of violence and has occurred throughout European history. Yep. Since this game includes both sex and violence, a combination is also included: rape. Rape is not intended to be a core element of Fatal, and as killing is a core element in most role-playing games, Fatal considers rape to be a sensitive issue and only includes it because of its prominence in the past. Okay, we actually changed that sentence at least. For example, Europe was named after Europa. Right, yeah. Why are we here? Who was raped by Zeus according to Greek mythology. In Jacques Rousseau's Medieval Prostitution, he reviews stats on rape from numerous towns and cities in southeast France during you don't need to be like, listen, the only reason I put rape in my game is because rape is a thing that happens. Like, why do you he's gonna have a lot of times where he just randomly brings up like statistics and such. as a justification for his behavior. It's really interesting when he decides that and I think it's probably the most telling of this guy is when he doesn't do that. Like, he'll mention something as this happens, like this is a part of European history, but I'm going to ignore it because blah. We have included this controversial choice because of Greek mythology. It is an option, despite the fact that it has, like, yeah. In it, he estimates that about half of the male youth participate in at least one gang rape, and the sexual violence is everyday dimension of community life. Role-playing situations that accurately represent mythology are likely at some point to include rape, molestation, encounters at the brothel, and possibly situations that deviate more from the social norms. I would say that those are things that 50%. About half of male youths participate in at least one gang rape in this is cities in southwest France. I hope this RPG has citations. Oh, it does. Who knows what he's citing? While the objective of the game is not intended to be any of these in its own right, sex and violence may occur depending on the circumstances and have been detailed in gaming terms herein. It is possible to play this game without a character entering a single sexual or violent situation. This is a lie. This is an objective fucking lie. Though the information and tables for sex and violence are provided so they may be used or dismissed as deemed appropriate for each gaming group. No one would possibly play Fatal over another RPG for this. Like, the reason you play Fatal is so that way you can play the game with it.
1 out of 40, suck my nuts, Christopher Robin!
You play Fatal so that way you can play the game where you have to roll for anal circumference. You don't play Fatal for any other reason. Fatal Games advises minors not participate in the game.
What is that? It's the end of...
There's another one, right? It advises. It says that it's only for adults and it's not intended for children. Fatal advises that minors not participate in the game and suggested that players
are a very special boy.
That's the other one. Thank you. Well, that's what I think. I don't think anyone's actually ever played this game because I don't think it's playable. Fatal Games advises minors not to participate in games and suggests that the players and e-dials discuss the appropriateness and degree of sex and violence for the gaming group. The information in the game does not represent the world views of Fatal Games, nor the extreme violence or extreme sexual sex condoned by Fatal Games. Instead, information is included for comprehensiveness. Fatal, from another time, another land. This is the first time, aside from the front cover, that it's been, spelled out what Fatal actually stands for. From another time, another land. May be adapted for any gaming group. We've got the table of contents, so let's just skip that and go straight to Chapter 1, Race and Gender. I'm sorry in advance. To begin creating a character, this chapter presents information on two of the first considerations: race, Addendum 1, and gender, Addendum 2. Race and gender may affect the rest of the character creation, opening the doors of opportunities and closing others. The different races and genders, while flexible to a certain extent, are also more naturally suited for different things. For example, male Anakim, which are like demon people. If you look at the front cover of this book, you'll see them. Are more likely to be successful as gladiators than female kobolds. And let's see what it says about this. The races for the players have been selected strictly from European and mythology folklore. Only criteria include that they must be bipedal, mortal, smaller than giants, have no special abilities such as invisible gnomes. For more information, see references section at the end of this book. And then the addendum on gender says, though sexuality refers to the biological difference and gender usually refers to environmental differences, gender is chosen for this chapter because sex may be confused with sexual acts. In other words, the author identifies that sex and gender are two separate concepts, which is super based of him in 2004. However, he swings outside for no reason and goes, we're going to ignore that so that way I can have do not call this guy base. No, you'd think that it would be. You're like, oh man, he says trans rights. No, he's like, I explicitly want to point out that I understand this comment in order to say fuck you for even considering it. Gender was chosen for this chapter because sex may be confused with sexual acts. Win. This guy does not say trans rights. No, he wants you to think that's where he's going with this. And I'm trying to point out that he absolutely fucking does not go that direction with this. Okay, so here's the section labeled race. Most importantly, consult the E-dial to see if the race is determined randomly or to be chosen by the player. Random determination is more realistic since no one gets to choose their race in reality. However, the random determination of race is problematic if the group of players involved, because the races may not get along with each other. Therefore, E-dial must choose whether a race is determined randomly or chosen by the player. Well, I mean, we don't get to choose who we are in this life. Please describe the picture of the Dark Elves. Okay, so the Dark Elf used up all of the black in the book. Joey, thank you for the 5 months of support. Like, almost looks like a gimp suit. Like, the only, like she looks like she's made out of latex. Because there's like a sheen to it. Okay, so we've got to roll a D100. So to roll a D100, you roll 2 D10s. So this is the tens place and then the ones place. So that is 13. 13 makes us a bugbear. So we are a bugbear. Other options were Anakin, bugbear, dwarf, black, dwarf, brown, dwarf, white, elf, dark, elf, light, human, kobold, ogre, ogre cliff, ogre, and I'm gonna completely fuck up all these names. Grunconch, Gruagach, ogre Kinderfrezer, which is child eater, I found out. Troll Borbin to Miyaga, Troll Hill, and Troll Subterranean. That weird troll one is BORBYTINGAMA. Child eater. Is troll internet an option? No. I got a text. What is this text about? It's from wife. Yeah, both me and my wife were like, I miss you today because, you know, she had to go to work. Yeah, the human is the only one that doesn't have their genitals out, aside from the ogre who is hidden behind the kobold. The kobold, by the way, isn't a dragon person like you'd expect. It's just a guy. Slightly taller than an elf, but shorter than a troll. Snow Dragon, thank you for the 56 months of support. It's like a car crash, we can't look away. Race may not seem like an appropriate term because humans and trolls are not merely different races, but different species. However, various races of trolls exist, so it is more specific term. Race is a correlative factor among other things, from abilities to height and weight. For example, on average, it is obvious that humans are physically stronger, taller, and way more than kobolds. This is an interesting thing to be pointing out for no fucking reason. Could you censor the race lineup naughty bits and show us? I don't think I can. It's all dick and tits, man. Players may select one of the races in this chapter. The following is a brief description of each race. The character may deviate from the following racial notes with the EDAL's permission, though this must be done with caution. Characters should comply with the following descriptions in a majority of cases or observable instances. As a case in point, it is noticed that bugbears tend to have a melancholic temperament. See Chapter 5, Mind. We're going to have to roll for the humors. Thank you for the hype train, by the way. And thank you for the 44 months of support, Midnight Fox. Miss my wife. This is a tabletop game technically, but you'll never play it. So it is is the more specific term race. Okay, we're right. We already went over that. A character may, at the ADAL's discretion, play a bugbear who is the opposite, sanguine. Thank you, Rattler, for the 5 gift subs. However, the further character deviates from the general nature of the race, the more caution should be observed. If the EDAL concurs, then the player may not choose a race from, or may choose a player race from Nirvana. This is not recommended. So this is a supplement book that he references often, but does not actually seem to have written in tandem with this, which means that it's not gonna work right. Mixolydian Scale, thank you for the 6 gift subs. We have not had to roll for circumference yet. If the EDAL is inexperienced with Fatal, then the game will be easiest if all the players roleplay as humans. Indeed, it is also the best combination for inexperienced characters. However, the EDAL is experienced. Caution can be heated in the mixture of races among the players' characters. Racial diversity is likely to cause gaming problems, such as threatening group cohesion if role played properly. It should be noticed that, or noted that every single race in this game has everyone's real fucking racist in this game, unsurprisingly, which means that they will not be able to get along. So you could potentially roll a character that could not function. And again, I'm going to point out that we are going to character must go 5 miles from home to go to the store. On the way, they get attacked. Wait till you get to the racial hatred table on page 35, yeah. This is the objective that we're going to have. We're going to have this as an objective of the thing that is going to happen, and we're going to see if it's even fucking possible to play this game like that. Keep in mind, if you play this game with the recommended 4 to 8 people, one of which is the E-Dial, you will not, it is very likely that you will roll a party that will not work. Oh yeah, no, we talked about that, Midnight. A variety of races exist, each with different strengths and weaknesses. It is recommended that a player review each race before selecting the race. For the characters' races are explained hereafter. Format for the races. I'm going to start skimming a bit of this because, Jesus Christ, reading all of it out loud is getting me to say some sentences that I do not want clipped out of context. So there's sub-ability modifiers. Racial modifiers to sub-abilities are listed here. For example, they could increase or strength or whatever. Base current armor. Current armor is presented in Chapter 10. CA varies by race. Base life points, physical description, average height and stuff. There's pictures above. There's a BMI table for you if you need it. Disposition modifier represents the ethics and morals of the character and presented in Chapter 4. Temperament modifiers. Temperament represents the personality of each character and represented in mind. Social ability, information on the society. Information includes tendencies in social class, location of kingdoms, and more. Language. Different races tend to speak different languages. Languages are presented in Chapter 6. Occupation. Hundreds of occupations are available for characters. The age the character begins work is listed, which may also be used to determine the current occupation level. Information on religion and gods is presented in the book that we're not reading. Since the gods are an aspect of the gaming world, not the game itself, they are not presented in this book because I hadn't written them yet, is I think what he's saying. Names are compiled from the historical sources and are available on Appendix 7. Names vary by race. The names of each fantasy race have been based on actual names from history. So we don't need to read about, like, Anakim. We don't need to, but for reference, Anakim are the demon guys that the creator made as his, like, OC, like, so cool, not. Anakim, Anakim, are the offspring of fallen angels and mortal women. They are recognized as others. So I thought we weren't going to do the Jesus or the Christian thing. Okay. So there's a lot of, like, traits here. Bugbears, that's the one we care about. All right. Also known as bugbear. Bugbeare. A bugbear is a malevolent humanoid creature resembling a large hairy beast. Above all, bugbears enjoy devouring naughty human children. Adults contain more gristle and do not taste as well. Naughty light elven children are a delicacy to bugbears. When available, bugbears prefer salmon and other fish, berries, and honey. Their favorite drink is mead. The most renowned characteristics of bugbears is they annoy all other races, but not each other. Bugbears have annoying behavioral habits, speech patterns, societal customs, and talk endlessly about dominating the worlds in the future and their superiority over other races. Bugbear is 20% likely to have either obsessive compulsive disorder or obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Like that random 20% chance. Why is that here? Don't worry about it. We'll get to it in Chapter 5. Since pale human-like skin of bugbears is covered with dark fur, the hide of the bugbear is valued by other races. Of course, the bugbear will not wear the hide of another bugbear. However, if a bugbear discovers that any character is wearing such a hide, then violence is likely to occur. It's got a drawing here. Looks all right. Bugbear prefer melee weapons and medium armor. The favored weapons of bugbears are spiked bludgeoning melee weapons such as military flails, morning sterns, MORGENSTERNS. Though axes, polearms are utilized, although full-scale warfare is rare when it occurs. Okay. I mean, we do actually need to read. Yeah, it's Morningstar spelled weird for some reason. I'm sure there was some, like, cultural reference point that he brought up through, like, German history or something that spells it specifically that way, or, you know, something along those way. Their favorite armor includes bronze plates. When raiding, bugbears were Spengilhelms. The most seagoing of the available races, bugbears are skilled shipwrights and sailors. Bugbears communities are either coastal or near rivers. Their favorite vessel is a longship. They might use to plunder coastal humans communities at night. If a bugbear raid, then the vessel is beached near the harbor. Next, groups of 2 to 3 bugbear enter nearby cottages, immediately seeking and killing the father or adult males. Vicious bugbears will often rape human women before devouring the children. Human women who are raped by a bugbear may become pregnant, and though the fetus aborts prior to birth. In fact, 50% of the human women who are ravished by a bugbear die okay. Just normal things to include about your character.
What is that? It's the Ender.
When bugbears lose the element of surprise, they abandon their raid and return north. Raiding expeditions serve many purposes, including a ritual passage into adulthood for males. So, despite the fact that it said you don't actually need to have the, you know, rape bit in your games, this is a world building detail that is required as a ritual passage into adulthood for males. Like, assuming that it's like humans where it's about 50-50 split between men and women, wouldn't that mean that half of their culture has to go and do this? It's going to be very hard to roleplay a character who's not aware of this. Through the spring, summer, and fall, bugbears plunder the coastal human communities for food, slaves, and supplies. During the winter, bugbears do not venture away from their communities, but remain inactive and indoors. While it is cold, bugbears eat, sleep, and mate. Slaves brought back from raided communities are placed in what bugbears called subjugating facilities. There, slaves perform labor until they die or are used for experimentation. Most bugbear children dissect humans as part of their education. Many males study anatomy of their foes and constantly look for weaknesses. Grim dark. Experiments are usually cruel and often performed on living subjects. Bugbears calculate subject pain tolerance and torture humans for information. Currently, there are attempts to acclimate enough population to be able to exterminate light elves and humans and dominate the surface world. This is not connected to D&D at all. This is its own thing. This guy didn't think that D&D was edgy enough. All right, so we've got some modifiers here. Strength, I'm just going to put STR plus 50. Bodily attractiveness, I'm sorry, that's not the whole stat. Plus 50 bodily attractiveness. Oh, no. Strength plus 50. Bodily attractiveness is a separate one. I mean, you could do all of this stuff in a game that's better than this. But don't, because no one actually wants any of the features that this game has, which is why no one bothers to look into actually how not playable it is. Facial minus 15 to that stat. Rhetorical minus 10. Hand-eye. Are you aware of the official Fatal theme? So I am not. What? Did people buy this? Theoretically, he wanted people, a group of 48 people, buy individual copies of this. Hand-eye coordination. There's going to be a mechanic for toilet stuff, isn't there? Oh, you know it. There's a page, there's a table for that. No, we're not going to be... We don't have time to go to page 560. We're barely past page 17. Hand-eye coordination. -10. Agility. Here's a clip from Wikipedia. Okay. I didn't know y'all had a new album coming out. So very hardcore. Mean? Fatal actually stands for fantasy adventure to adult lechery, not from another time, another land. The original version of Fatal was that, but the second edition, which is the one that I'm looking at, actually references Fatal to mean from another time, another land. Anyway, I need to get done putting in my stats. -10 to agility. Oop. -10 agility. Nunciation. -10. We're getting the -10 to that stat. Language. -10. Math. +10. That's good. Analytic. 10. Fat fingering some of this. Fat. +10 there. Oh, no, excuse me. -10. You get plus to math and minus to analytic. Spatial. I'm gonna tell you right now, every race is to some degree like this, and it's going to be like, oh, I see what we're doing here. Drive +10. Base. Current armor 12. Base life points 25. A male bugbear averages 7 feet in height. Female averages 6'6". Bugbears have fur that is dark brown, though thin. Male bugbear has a hairless manhood, except for the glands or head, which has hair that is 1 inch long and grows away from the spout hole. A female bugbear has a hairy vagina. Like, so the head of the penis has 1 inch of hair. Gotta make sure you mention that. Do you know how awkward that would be as a function, that there's hair on the tip of the penis? Just as a thing you'd have to deal with on a daily. Well, it'd always be sopping wet of piss. Disposition mod. Ethicality. This is a small preview on what's to come. And morality -50. Temperament mod sanguine -25. Choleric 25, and melancholic plus 25. We gotta roll up our humors. Sociality, bugbears live in communities ranging from a hamlet to a capital city of their kind and rarely live alone. Language, coupled. The bugbear dialect is known as bugbearic, is not a distinct language. Occupation, any bugbears begin work at, okay. Bugbears begin work at 12. Skills. Yeah, we have not. Listen, the whole like X race is inherently evil. Before we get into that, let me go ahead and tell you about the skills that this guy has. +3 to brawling. And then the ever important delousing skill that we get a +5 to. Divination. Anthropomancy. I don't know what that word means. +3, divination. Dreamancy. Oh yeah, no, we have a delousing stat. It'll be helpful if we roll a delouser as our class. Yeah, +3. Law, +3. Sailing, +3. Search, +3. Shipwright. Yeah, I was spelling that right. +3. Not a word I spell often. Surgery. +3 again. Tracking, +3. +3. One weapon. Parentheses specific. And wrestling. Not to be rules lawyery, but I really feel like these should have been separate things rather than saying both of them get +3. So anyway, you were asking about whether or not each individual race has these guys are good, these guys are bad. Beyond that, there's also an appeal to an objective reality of how like everything is supposed to be, which is interesting. Can I make the font bigger? Sure. Let's go like a lot bigger with it. Let's see. Religion. Bugbears worship their own immortal gods. Names. Common first names include Lotjitbadir and Radkillit. Common female first names are Isamir and Sigurhird. Common last names are other names that I can't pronounce. I'm really glad that I did not roll a dwarf. They're Nordic names, yeah. Oh my god. On the okay, so the thing with the dwarves is that if you roll dwarf, you okay, regardless of what race you pick or roll, you're gonna have to like figure out your stats per age based on what you're able to do. What is a Gurlin conch again? Hairy ones. Okay. Where is the anal circumference? We haven't gotten there yet. The hill troll likes to eat brains. Are we finally done? Okay, here we go. We can continue on now. I actually found where the next thing is. Yeah, we haven't rolled anything yet, aside from like what race we are. So all we know right now is that racial hatred. Different races usually regard each other based on observed, imagined, or feared dissimilarities. Most characters prefer to associate those who are deemed similar. Further, the characters avoid, dislike, belittle, and condemn those who they deem are dissimilar. Racial opinions and attitudes vary based on character. However, trends in opinions emerge among the masses of characters. At the present time, the degree of racial hatred among races allowed is as for characters is to be observed on the table below. And then there's a table which has how much people hate things. And then we need to okay. 1, they prefer them. 2, they accept them. So 1, preferred exists for the indicated race. Note that a general rule, character prefers their own kind. I must imagine this game is convoluted on purpose. Yes. Acceptance is the second tier. These races may not prefer each other's companies of their own kind, but they generally are on good terms with each other and tend to be accepting and tolerant. 3, indifferent. They have no strong opinions for, dislike. Negative attitudes exist between these races, and they are usually not hostile openly towards each other and opt to avoid members of this race, but perceive insults may incite violence. And then 5, between hatred between these races, insults usually occur frequently and violence is common if not declared openly on sight. Generally these races hate each other. Okay, it also has a very interesting set of slurs for each individual race. If I recall correctly, he couldn't think of anything for one of these, and I forget which one, and so they are just actual slurs. He also tries to make the racial slurs for each individual race. Okay. Racial slur is a derogatory term for a race used comedically to belittle or incite violence. A stockpile of racial slurs has been accumulated through the centuries, though most have forgotten and lost to the passage of time. The following are derogatory terms for races which are translated to other languages. Humans usually call Anakim. Human men usually call females hourglasses. Human men usually call male Anakim raptors. Human women call Anakin females demon whores. Human women call male Anakim skinloaf or stovepiper due to their manhood. So this is his like race that he made that he wants to add. All of these are compliments. I mean, you know, demon whore is like kind of off, but like stovepiper, he's just like, he's got a big cock. You know what they say about those people we hate? Huge penis. Hey, Burbold, how you doing? Okay, so how am I supposed to roll this? Wait. There's not actually instructions on what I need to do. Wait. How the How the fuck do I know if I'm racist or not? You take the line for bugbear. Okay, so the line for bugbear. So I hate everyone. I have 5 in all of them except for bugbears, which is a 1. So like 5 is like turbo hatred, will kill on sight hatred, right? Bugbears, however, are at 1. So like we're cool with we're cool with other bugbears, and then kobolds are the only other one that's not a 5, and they're at 4, where we would like probably talk shit about them behind their back. Individual racial hatred from the table above. Okay. Are goblins the same? Goblins aren't real. Actually, looking over this, most of the entries are 5. It would actually have been less space to just say which ones they aren't 100% racist against. For instance, subterranean trolls are a 5 with everyone excluding other subterranean trolls. Just picking ones at random. It looks like the dwarf white is racist towards everyone except for brown dwarves, which they are indifferent towards. White dwarves, which they're cool with. Light elves, which they're only casually racist towards. Humans, that they're indifferent towards. And that's it. That was one of the more accepting races. So I need to individual racial hatred. What do you want me to roll? Next page. Oh, there it is. To determine individual hatred, roll a D 3 D10s and consult the table. Individual hatred, a character degree of hatred for each race must be determined during character creation. Consult the eval. Okay. So 3d10. And we're gonna add the result together. So the rate. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay, cool. Time to roll this 16 times. Yes. Okay. So I get it now. Like I didn't see that page where it said that. Okay. Bugbear. So against Anakim, it's going to be a 5. I'm tempted to, instead of rolling these in order, roll Bugbear and Kobold together and then everything else all together. Yeah, let's do that. Bugbear. So let's roll for Bugbear. So how racist are we towards our own race? We rolled a 1, 3, and 8. That adds up to 12, as it handily points out. We like them. 1. And then kobolds, we have a 4 in. So we don't absolutely hate them necessarily. We got a 22. A 22 on this, when you have a 4, is we fucking hate them. Okay. 5 for kobolds. And now we're just going to go down the list in order. Anna. Dwarf. I'm going to write them as they're written. Just for a minute so you can see. What are Anakin? They're demon people. Hey, Clown Pubes, how you doing? Okay, Anakim. We got a 14. So on... Okay, we hate them. Cool. Dwarves. A 19. We hate them. Brown dwarves. We hate them. For a reference, in order to get basically anything other than we hate them, we need to roll something on 3d10 that does not add up to between 12 and 30. So we need to roll an 11 or lower in order to not want to murder them on sight. Because we are so profoundly racist about it. All right. Ogre Cliff. Ogre Grew. Ogre Kin. Troll Borb. Troll Hill. Troll Sub. Okay. These are all like default 5, so we can probably roll these pretty fast. Okay, roll. So like I said, if it's not lower than 12, we fucking hate them. So that's a 5. Okay, that's a 5. Also a 5. We don't hate one. We only have mild contempt for humans. Like, we probably talk slurs about them behind their back, but we won't try and kill them on sight. This is helpful. A 9? On Ogre? That also means that we have a mild contempt for them. 13. We hate Cliff Ogres. Okay. Could you make the font bigger again? I'm sorry. Trying to keep all of it on the same page, and it's, You know what I could do, actually? Rather than increasing the text size, I could just, like, go onto this screen and then, Okay. There we go. That's a little bit better, I think. We must know the level of contempt we have for everything. All right, Ogre Grew. Surprisingly, don't hate them. Do hate the child-eating ogres, though. We got a 12 for... Okay, we almost didn't hate these ones, but we do. We don't hate hill trolls. And we do hate subterranean trolls. So, it would be a lot easier to express this as... We could probably just put all of the ones that we don't hate in one area for the sake of our own sanity. Out of curiosity, who hates bugbears the most? That's the funny thing. Everyone hates bugbears. Everyone hates everyone, actually. Okay, so in order of most hated to least hated, it goes like this. Or least hated to most hated. Bugbear, human, ogre, ogre grew, troll hill, and everyone else we will kill on sight. So we can use a whole bunch of different slurs for people. Bugbears call humans poople. Okay, so that's the Rachel hatred section done. We can now determine our gender. Okay. Gender. This is gonna come up. Now that you know the race of your character and recorded on your character sheet, consider your character's gender, male or female. Gender is a correlated factor with many things, from abilities to height and weight. For example, on average, it is obvious that males tend to be physically stronger and taller, and weigh more than females. So that's cool. Most importantly, consult the e-dial to see if gender is determined randomly or may be chosen by the player. Random determination is more realistic since no one gets to choose their own gender in reality. However, the determination of, yes, you do. But again, remember that he is referring to gender as what your sexual bits are, like your downstairs mix-up, not your upstairs mix-up, because he recognizes those are two separate things, but doesn't want to confuse things by having those two separate things. Because sex is such a big part of this series that you can't just say sex because it might confuse people. I think that's just a skill issue. If you're gonna force people to do like percentage math, I think I can also expect that they understand the difference between sex and yeah. However, random determination of gender is problematic if a group of players are involved because random genders may be inappropriate. Therefore, the e-dial must choose whether a gender is... Yeah, basically what it's saying here is you may have a chance of creating a character that just makes you completely hostile to the other genders. Like real, like, would you rather hang out with a bear or a man moment. The e-dial declares the gender is determined randomly, or which is rare, then consider the offspring gender in the chapter 6 societally. Otherwise, a player should choose their gender based on the following information or personal preference. Record the gender of the character on a character sheet. According to a prominent philosopher, I'll get to the line that it's gonna go to here in a minute, but I should read the addendum here. In the book 4 of Historia Animalium, Aristotle refers to gender differences and compares animals as well as humans. His comments are deemed relevant to the setting of Fatal due to the prevalence of his opinions throughout the Middle Ages. Anyway, you could have just said Aristotle. You didn't have to say a prominent philosopher. Aristotle is like, yeah. But prominent philosopher takes up more text space. Yeah, Aristotle has not been proven wrong to any degree since he was alive. So we can use him. Females, on the other hand, tend to be more compassionate than males, more easily moved to tears, and at the same time more jealous, more querulous, and more apt to scold and strike. You see this thing that's written up at the top here? Females are further more prone to despondency and less hopeful than males, more void of shame and self-respect, more false of speech, and more deceptive. Females are also more wakeful, shrinking, and difficult to rouse to action. The philosopher notes that the males are more courageous, sympathetic. Okay. Even in the case of mollusks, where when cuttlefish is struck with a trident, the male stands by to help the female, but when the male is struck, the female runs away. Yeah. The philosophers, again, Aristotle's observation presented above are generalizations and do not hold true for all characters, though these generalizations apply across all available races. Certainly, it is possible to find a surpassingly shameless male or female who is less susceptible to depression than males, but in these instances, the exception is observed. It is an exception to the observed rule. Consult the following table for gender modifiers to adjust the sub-abilities and temperament of the character. If we're gonna roll for, what do we do, like a coin flip? Jesus fuck. Yeah. I guess we come back to gender. Okay, so there's a chart here, and it is got a thing. So the addendum says all gender modifiers are based on scholarly literature. Hand-eye coordination receives no gender modifier. Males have faster movement times, but the finger sizes are better predictor than gender. For more information, see studies concerning dexterity in the reference section of the end of this book. So what he's saying is that you know, this is fact that you know, generally speaking, okay, so here's the thing. This is a weird way of doing this because, like, okay, let's say that, like, you believe that men are 5% better at something. It doesn't seem like he actually has considered stats here. So let's say that men are 5% stronger than they have 5% addition to their physical fitness, whereas females have a minus 5%. That difference isn't like 5%, actually. It's actually 10%, right? No, 20%. No, 10%. Because you increase the males' average to 105% and women down to 95% of whatever this average of 100% of a human being would be. This is a lot more notable in physique strength, which is plus 30 for males and minus 30 for females. All the other ones are single digit, almost irrelevantly low percentages, where women have a plus 2% to language and a minus 2 for men in language. Men are better at math and spatial stuff. Women are better at intuition and reflection. And women are more sanguine, whereas men are more caloric. Although the adjustments above may seem as though males are superior, though it is important to understand that there are other instances, such as nurturing, that are unapparent in adjustments that may be evident and valuable during role-playing. The function of altering gender accordance to the table above is to shift the averages of the sexes to more closely represent reality. Addendum 3, which is on the next page. Do not apply the gender modifiers until after the sub-abilities or temperaments have been generated. Following is some information about gender and culture. How is this going to affect the board game? Well, it'll affect your stats once we get to the stats, but he decided to put gender before the stats. The shift in range represents the masses of characters better than extreme instances. For example, the highest measure in intelligence is that of a female, though the largest number of females tend to score slightly lower than males in overall intelligence. Shifting the range Lower for females prevents the possibility of a female possessing the highest intelligence, except when considering persistent exercise. See Chapter 3 abilities. As a contrast, males have lower intuition than females, which in this case, the exercise cannot help. A gender difference exists in distributions, such that males have lower central tendency than females, and hence have a wider distribution, and most intuitive male should exceed the most intuitive female. Therefore, if gender modifiers are accurate for this game, then they are more biased against males than females. This addendum is just like, look, I'm not being sexist. Actually, men are worse than women, statistically. So there's that. There's a page of more stuff that he says that I'm being real with you. I don't know if I really want to read the following is some information about gender and culture written by this guy. I'm going to see if there's any actual stats in here, but role of the husband is to work outside the home. Patriarchal cultures. Despite the presence of gender norms, it is unwise to consider either gender overall to be superior to the others. Males and females are far from equal, is how it ends this paragraph. Yeah, I just skimmed over like a couple paragraphs. It's more or less what you would expect a page of dialogue that ends with males and females are far from equal to read like. So there you are. You're not actually supposed to be doing this by hand. Yeah, but like, no. Like, I don't think that, like, he put that page out there, but then he also tells you what to do, and he says that you don't need it until later. So, like, I'm gonna assume that he actually wanted to roll all this out, like, physically with dice, because he recommends you bring dice, not a website. Command prompt does it for you. Okay, yeah, but like, again, if I show up to the gaming table with what I was told to bring in 2004, I was not told to bring a computer. I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top. We're going to look over the list of things. Okay, here's a review of the things that you need to bring. Numerous copies of the book, gaming dice, all the ones you'd need for D&D. Character generator program. You're right, actually, that is recommended to use the character program. Okay. I'm not going to use a command prompt on this. Black Flame Studios, have you ever played this game? And how familiar are you with it? So it didn't give me an option to like didn't really tell me when to roll for or how to roll for gender. So I'm gonna not do that. The character creator is apparently on the website. Yeah. Chapter 2, Body. This chapter concerns the physical measurements of the body, such as height, weight, including genitalia, as well as allergies Intoxications and diseases of the body. Contents of this chapter are in several different things. I am going to skim the sexual features as much as possible for the sake of not getting banned on Twitch. So there's that. We still haven't determined our gender, which is going to be a thing. Okay. Perhaps the most frequent physical measure is life points. The body part points, BPP, which are numeric representations of consciousness, energy, and life, as well as the ability to withstand or sustain damage. Why is your character so insanely racist? I'm actually not that racist. I know that's hard to believe, but this character is statistically, I think, less racist than usual. Like, it's fairly normal to have 5s in all of these, excluding whatever race you are. So the fact that I would probably just say slurs behind certain races' backs rather than trying to murder them on sight is considerably less racist than I think is what is expected. The least racist bugbear. Because like I said, you need to roll like less than a 12 in order to not be racist. So you have like a better than 50% chance of being racist to anyone that your race is already predetermined to be racist towards. You were brought on Black Flame Studios. Fatal 2 does improve on some things despite keeping a lot of the weird fatalism. I was brought on by the lead of that game to do some consulting for their combat of Fatal. This? The second one. So this is Devin Chad? There's a combat system technically. Black Flame Studios, do you know of anyone who's ever actually played this game? Like actively gone through the trouble of rolling up a character and then playing it? I'm just gonna grind this stream to a halt. Fatal 1's combat. So is this Fatal 1 in your book? They forgot to give you how to calculate the fulcrum of weapons. So you can't you can't calculate the attack speed for melee weapons. So this is from another time, another place, or another from another time, another land, right? This is the second one, right? Is this the one you worked on? Because then there was like what was Fatal 1 like subtitled? It was some other use of the acronym. Or is it like Fatal 2 Electric Boogaloo? Byron Hall is a nut. Okay. So Byron Hall is the guy who made this? He wanted the most realistic TTRPG, but he forgot to make it fun. Yeah, I noticed. Well, I mean, like, from what I've seen so far reading through this, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, most of these words do not apply to anything. Let's see. I was a consultant on Fatal 2, the newest one released in April of this year. There was a new release of it this year? Fucking why? I want to know more about you as a human being. How did you get into a situation where you met this man? It's not made by Byron, but received his blessing. So you would call this Fatal 1, because Fatal 2 is the one that just came out, and you're saying that this one is... She offered him $1,000 to buy the rights to Fatal 1 so that she can publish it on storefronts like Paizo, and he refused. Can I ask why he refused? Was it the price wasn't good enough, or like what was the issue? I mean, yeah, I don't know what I would pay for the rights to Fatal, but I'm attempting to. No, I know, but I want to know so much. No, we're not on the racism stats. We read over a interesting portion on sex. She said, "Hey, at Black Flame Studios, can you just give me like a thumbs up if you're listening to the audio of this? Because I'm it's got brand recognition. You're right, it does." I'm blown away that someone who bothered to work on this game is here. If generating a new character, then progress to this chapter topic by topic, determine and record the information. She hired a private investigator, find him. He was that hidden from the internet. Okay. I'd want to hide too. I have the stream on mute because I'm at work. Okay, fair enough. At Black. Where do I even start? What do you mean devs plural in chat? Who's the other dev in chat? Why do we have two devs in chat? I think one chat member got confused. Oh, okay. I guess we move on to rolling for our... Why did you help with this? Why were you involved? What did you do this for? Like, I get why the guy who made this did this, because he's fucking weird, man. Like, I get that much. For a bugbear, I need to... She asked, I thought it was hilarious. $50 is $50. Can you provide... No, $50 is $50 is just a saying. I don't think he actually... Can you provide proof that you worked on this? Because that's a hell of a thing to admit to. I mean, it seems like he did it because a friend of his wanted to? For a bugbear, I need to roll 4d10 divide by 3. So, or no, this is a D100. 4d100. I'm sorry, no, I need to roll 4 D100s. I have some unreleased screenshots from version 0.5 of Fatal 2 doc, if that helps. I also have convos with the lead dev. She credited me thing under the thing using a pseudonym, Stefan Salami. Okay. Would either of you be available to do an interview about this? At some point, sure. Hit me up. Okay, yeah. If you want to add me on Discord, okay, sure. Yeah, fuck it. What is happening? Okay, so we're gonna have to roll 4 D100s. So first one's gonna be 52. We're gonna have to write this down. I'm excited for this because I do want to know so much. He has the original character generator for Fatal 2, not this. I'm glad I did this stream. I was not ready for that. 52 plus 48 Plus 20. Plus 72. Okay. Has the character been named yet? We haven't gotten to the chart where I get to roll for my name. All right, so I got 192 is my result. And then I need to divide that by 3. And then subtract 40 from that total. A Rev viewer directed... Who? Who the fuck knows this guy? Like, it was weird enough that he just showed up, but, like, how the fuck does anyone know this guy to have, like, the interaction to convert? Like, what do you mean? Manly Salmon. What do you... How the fuck... Tabletop is not... Okay, fair enough. You know what? Fuck it. Alright. Also, I just rolled... I'm 24 years old. Age 24. I don't know if that's old or young. Dwarf rolls a D1000. Elves just are default young. This time the glass taps us. Okay, and then here's the lifespan. Note that females live 1d10% longer than males, regardless of race. If female roll, then apply. Well, I don't know what rate. I guess I'll just flip a coin. It never told me how to roll for gender. Like, I can guess that it would be like a coin flip or something. Okay, I'm just gonna do a coin flip because, like, I legitimately don't have, like... Heads male, female, tails. Flip. Heads. I am male. So females live 10% longer than males, regardless of any race. I'm gonna go ahead and put next to gender. I'm gonna put down make the character no, we're gonna play this straight. We're gonna do it exactly the way the devs want to do this. So then I'm gonna put down the page number I'd need to put into PDF to get to where I need to go here. So for a bugbear, the age 24 is young adult. Do you roll for sexuality? Sort of. The age categories also affect their height and weight, which are determined in the following pages. However, the modifier should not be applied until after the height and weight are determined, yet before BMI is calculated. After calculating height and weight, consult the height is determined by the following table. Okay? Do you die of old age? I mean, you could, if you could live that long. I haven't calculated my BMI yet, chat. We can't. You're getting ahead of us. Dice roll. Okay, cool. I need, let's see, 6d8. So this is the height of the character in inches. So I'm 30 plus 57. I mean, that's pretty easy math. That's 87, but you know. So if I divide that by 12, then I am now 7 feet tall. Okay. So I'm slightly taller than the average. Okay. Height also affects weight, strength, and bodily attractiveness. See abilities for males, or weight and strength for females. Therefore, taller males tend to be stronger, better looking, and weigh more. For each inch taller, add these things. Okay, so each inch taller than the average, I would assume. Okay. So 7 feet times 12 would be 84. So I'm 87, so I'm going to add 3 inches worth to my height. So that means... Scam call. So I need to add... Well, you get more attractive the taller you are. So I get plus... 6 to my bodily attraction. So I could actually just subtract it from here. So it'd be minus 14 instead. Plus 26 to strength. So that puts this at 76. And plus 26 to weight. Or no, 36. And so that instead of being 50, it would be 86 strength. Okay. So yeah, you get additional or reduced body attractiveness based on how far off the average you are for men. Whereas for women, it just increases your weight and strength or reduces it based on that. Height in medieval times varies with the source cited. Multiple sources indicate that the average females were just 5'4" as they are today. Average Viking males have claimed to have been 5'10". English longbow women 5'2". Average Saxon males 5'7". For more information, check the references at the end. Weight. For a bugbear, we roll 2 D100s. 61 plus 16. Okay. Well, 77 then. What compelled this guy to make it so confusing? So that way you could say he had a 1,000-page thing that explained how to have the weirdest sex roleplay. So we add that to 199. I don't know if that's high or low. That's apparently low. The average male is 300 pounds. Now, that being said, I am within that average range still. 268 or 276. Okay. First roll on the tie. Weight affects strength. If the character weighs more than the amount in the left column. Okay. So, I mean, that... Do I need to figure out my BMI first? Hell of a fucking sentence. Is this the sex RPG? It is indeed. So I am but is this before or after I add the 36 here? Because either I'm overweight or underweight. I don't know which. D100 is normal. Call of Cthulhu is a game that I DM'd for years, and it was a D100 system, which honestly made a fuck ton of sense because, like, you would have a stat, and it makes sense for very disposable characters as well, because you could kind of at a glance get what your idea of what your thing was. Let's say you were a detective on a mission. It's all like Lovecraft themed. So you're like, oh, we got to do an investigation, right? So it would be like out of 100, your stat would be like 30. And so you'd roll a D100, and if you rolled 30 or below, then you would succeed. So you have a 30% chance of succeeding because you're only that good at it. So like a character who's not specifically very good with guns does not have like a lot of points into that gun skill or whatever. So they may only have like a 5% chance to hit with a gun. You can look at a character sheet of a Call of Cthulhu character and go, oh, okay, that. Makes sense for that. It's a really good use of a D like 100. He's using percentile dice here in order to help with things, keeping things average. Weight also affects strength. If a character weighs more than the amount in the left column, then the modifier in the right column is added to their strength. So I add another 4 to my strength, because for every 3 pounds over normal weight, I get +1 to my strength. And I am 12 pounds over. 12 divided by 3 is 4. I add 4. Height and weight of various fantasy races have been computed by consulting biology, physiology, and zoology textbooks that refer the cubic square law and proportions to larger and smaller creatures. For example, a creature increases proportionally in size, its surface increases by a ratio of the difference of the height squared, but the weight increased by ratio is the difference cubed. The muscle is increased twofold in all 3 dimensions, and the volume and the weight, okay, blah blah blah. BMI, the body mass index annotation, is a method estimating the appropriateness of an adult character's weight compared to their height. So now we're ready to figure out my BMI. Characters have never heard of the BMI and will never discuss it with each other. BMI is provided in this book to provide the IDIL and the player a better understanding of the relationship between the physique, height, and weight. Determine if a character is over or underweight. Divide their weight by the square of their height and multiply the result by 705. Due to poor nutrition and living conditions, many characters may be underweight. Okay. Bugbear. Okay. And dwarves use the same. Okay, pound. Okay. No, it says that BMI wasn't super. Okay. Like, none of the characters know this, but like you use BMI just to have like kind of an idea of how big your character is, because BMI is considered a good stat. 312 divided by, oh my god, okay, 87 times 87, that's squared, right? Because 2 times 2, okay, so this So then we have 312 divided by this number times 705. And that gives us 29, which for a male bugbear is above 28 and below 32. So I'm closer to being underweight than overweight. Which I could have guessed by the fact that I barely scratched out above over 300. Like, if you just go the average weight is 300, the average height is, 80 or whatever, you get an idea. So my BMI stat is 21 or 29. Yeah, also, like it mentions, weight has been very relevant to the time. If you look at old statues from Greece, you'll notice that the women have some chub on them because it's kind of decadent to have some fat on you if everyone else is starving. It shows that you're healthy and not going to die of famine anytime soon. That's pretty attractive in a mate. Whereas, nowadays access to calories is a lot easier to come by. And so, the standard has, gone towards the skinnier side to the, heroin chic sort of aesthetic of the 90s. Wait. That is to say, basically, what is completely outside of the options of normal people. My God. Okay, he sent me a picture of a cat and some preliminary stuff, including a character generator for first edition. I respect that you sent this. I will say I am not going to open fatalcharactergenerator.exe. I respect that you sent these, though. Thank you for sending these. I appreciate the gesture. However, I don't really want to open Fatal. Just anything related to this IP from an unknown source. Nice cat. So anyway, BMI modifiers for a bugbear. Don't get Discord token fished. I don't know exactly how that scam works, but I'm not going to open anything that he sends me here. But he did send me things. To determine if a character is over or underweight, divide their weight by blah blah blah. Due to poor nutrition and living conditions, many characters will be underweight. If a male's character has a BMI of at least 30, then he will be unable to see his manhood while standing, without standing in front of a mirror. And that's important. Why? Listen, the sex thing is totally not important. BMI also affects bodily attractiveness. So I'm not overweight or underweight. I'm like firmly in between the two numbers. Bodily attractiveness. Okay, for example, for each 0.1 BMI below underweight, 18 for a human female, bodily attractiveness increases by 5. Black Flame isn't necessarily suspicious insofar as anything other than they claim to have worked on the second edition of this game. And yeah, fair dude. I have a drive link of it, but that's I'm all right, but thank you. It's not that he's like inherently evil or anything. It's just like I don't download random EXEs from people that I don't know. Especially when it comes to a game where you have to roll for penis size. I think that's probably good stats. Like, that's not gonna open random EXE. That's just like bad computer health to open EXEs that you don't know what they are. Especially because it wouldn't even help with what we're trying to achieve here. We're trying to figure out a Fatal 1.0 system. A human female with a BMI of 17.7 has a bonus of 15 to bodily attractiveness. So, in other words, according to the developer of this game, if you are female and underweight, you are more attractive. What does a BMI of 17 look like? 17.7. BMI 17.7. Less than 18 is considered underweight. Kids' health, BMI for parents. Just want to see someone do the math, man. How tall is your... Okay, let's say 5'5". That's standard for women. And then like 100 pounds. Calculate BM. Sure. Female. February. Year 2004. Okay, your child is at 16. Okay, so let's say 120. Okay, so 110? 107. D. Uh, 107? Okay, a woman who is 5'5", if they weigh 107 pounds, that's about 17.7. That's 17.8 for the BMI. Five foot 5 inches, 107 pounds. I just want to see a person who looks like this. Oh, jeez. 5'3", 80 pounds. Went from 80 pounds to 107. Poor girl. Oh, there we go. Wait. Your height, 5'5". Whatever. Weight, 110. I mean, these are very skinny women at this point. Like we're getting, it's not anorexia yet, but you're starting to get into that range. Have you tried lobster or clam chowder yet? No, not yet. No. According to the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, an adult human should have a BMI between 18 and 25. Let's see how fat I am. I think I'm like 180 to 200. 22.5 is my BMI. I wouldn't even say it's on the healthy side. I would say it's unhealthy. To be, it's skinny, but it's not like super duper skinny, but it's starting to get really skinny. Reading a whole bunch of stats about people from Malta and such. The relationship between social class and BMI was probably opposite for medieval people. Oh, he's almost figured something out. This observation seems reasonable because healthy food is more expensive than unhealthy food and therefore is more accessible for upper classes. The upper classes are able to spend more money to improve their looks, such as corrective surgery, and to pay for health club memberships. The relationship between social class and BMI was probably opposite for medieval people. The peasants had probably a lower BMI than nobility. Like, I feel like he figured that bit out. Oh, for fuck's sake. Different races have different body portions of their body parts relative to their other body parts. For example, ogres have proportionally thicker arms than trolls. The information on the table below is unnecessary at the moment of creating a character and progressing through the page book. After life points are determined, the body part points will be determined based on this table. Why you bring it up now? Wait until you've done that. Jesus fucking shit. Might get some coffee and go to the bathroom here in a sec. Get some more tissues as well, because I don't know what I'm allergic to, but I'm very allergic to. Okay. It was 2004. The character has bodily features that differ significantly from the proportions listed above. The player may then consult the e-dial about altering the proportions listed. You might be obese, in which case the lower torso should have a higher proportion than the other body parts because of fat being held there. Features that may affect body part proportion include anakim, tail, or wings, BMI, cup size, head circumference, fist circumference, foot size, manhood length, circumference, and strength. Manhood strength. Okay. Can finally start getting into some more things to roll. Most repulsive and attractive traits. Roll the D100 first. Manhood strength. Stat. Okay, so first for your most attractive feature. My most attractive feature is 51. Which my dick. Yeah. 51 to 55 is crotch. Most attractive feature, crotch. Plus 1d10 bodily attractiveness. All right, so I guess I'll roll a bodily attractiveness now for a d10. Three. Plus 3 to my bodily attractiveness. That brings my bodily attractiveness to 11. Negative 11. Nice cock. And then I need to have plus 1d10% manhood. And my least attractive trait, the thing that people go, oh, you know that guy, he's super ugly for his 26 lips. Most, what's the repulsive? Lips. Minus 1d10 facial charisma. Skin color. Fur. Consider the following racial modifiers. Oh, okay. So under the fur, what color is my skin? Roll a D100, okay? 94. Tan, the skin of a laborer. Oh, okay. You only roll that if you are any of the what does that mean, Fatal? It means that they explicitly don't have anyone who is not Caucasian. So I wasn't supposed to roll that dice. That's only if you're ogre, human, Anakim, dwarf, white dwarf, or light elf. So I didn't need to roll that. Hair colors for Anakim, humans, and kobolds, and ogres. A hair color for bugbears. Okay, cool. We got a chart for that one. One, red. I have red fur. Hair length. They got a dice roll for everything except for the skin color, but that's explicitly because I'm a bugbear. Hair length here is going to be 1. How much do you and Lilith agree with Byron? Out of curiosity. Hello. It's a boy. It's boy. All right, so I need to roll a D10? No, a D100. Yeah, you got some biscuits going in there, you boy. 57. Okay, and then an extra D6 because I don't think at all, personally. I don't. Lilith, I can't say, but she's kind of hard to read. Understood. Time to clean self. Is that what we're doing? Yeah. All right. So we're adding 6 inches to our 17 to 22 inches of hair. Well, that's kind of a range, isn't it? I'm gonna say that we have 28-inch long hair because I don't give a shit. 28-inch long hair because hey, does being a tier 3 sub to yourself mean you're paying? No, it actually just gives you that. Hair thickness. Okay. To determine the hair thickness and type, roll a D100, consider possible gender and racial modifiers, and then consult the table. Okay. So I roll a D100 again? Yeah, okay. 79. So 79 is thick and straight, but I add 10, so it's actually 89, which is thick and wavy. No, excuse me. Medium thickness and curly. Medium thickness and curly. And I get D10 to my facial charisma. 3 to my facial charisma. Let's go ahead and roll for the facial charisma for my repulsive feature. We are nowhere. We haven't even rolled stats yet, dude. Thick and medium thickness and curly. +3 facial charisma. We have rolled the penis. We have not rolled the extra percentage for the penis. We should probably roll that. So for the penis, we get an extra 9% to our manhood. For the lips, we're going to get a minus, extra 9%. 1d10, minus 1d10, so -5 for my facial charisma. Okay. There is a incontinence. Yeah, they have stats for that. Eye color. Jesus fuck. All right. 88. Dark brown. Breadth. Breadth is the measure of reach. The races vary in human arms. Okay. Though races vary, human arm span is usually equal to height. Different arm span breadth is equal to 1. Okay. This breadth affects weapon reach in size and initiative. Why are you measuring wingspan? For weapon reach. Oh, God. Okay, so if all others are 50% of height in inches is my breadth. So my height is that they said not to round up, just truncate. So 43. I'm gonna put 43 inches. Remember, melee combat is literally unplayable. Yeah, no, I've looked over some of it. It like, no, that's like my arm span. So if I do my arms, if I T-pose, I'm 43 out, but 87 tall, I think. No, that can't be right. The breadth is a measure of reach. Though races vary, human arm span is usually equal height. Breadth is the length of one arm and half the width of the upper. Okay, so from like my solar plexus to my fingertips is 43 inches, according to this game. Okay. And so that means that, like, with my arms in a T-pose, I'm 87 inches tall and 86 across. Okay. I'm going to go get some more coffee. And I'm going to go get some more Kleenex. It looks like I'm out. And we'll be right back to whatever the fuck it is we're doing here. BRB. Give me like 2 minutes. Sound good? I might have to boil some water for the coffee. All right, I am back. I'm waiting for the the teapot to boil so I can have some more coffee. In the meantime, what is the next step? Where are we in this madness? The next thing that we need to figure out. Yeah, I know you can't see, don't worry about it. Just when I'm making single serve coffee for myself, I'll just make tea. Or I'll make coffee with a tea kettle. So, vision is the next one, which determines whether or not we have nearsightedness or farsightedness. Nearsightedness is... Nearsightedness has disadvantages, but it doesn't appear that there's any... advantage or disadvantages or advantages to being farsighted. I know you can't see shit. Don't worry about it. Ah, God, my ear. Spectacles do not exist, or do exist, although only ones that correct farsightedness. Regarding nearsightedness, a character's vision is okay. So you can get... We demand a visual? Okay, I'll give you guys visuals again. So I need to roll a D100 for what's going on with my eyes. And if I roll... I want a higher roll than a lower roll. Where is my dice roll? Okay, so roll a 58. Perfectly natural vision. Normal vision. No bonuses, no downsides. If you roll between a 26 up, you have no disadvantages to sight. If you roll below that, it affects your search, aim, and sight. With perfectly natural vision, masses of troops can be recognized at 5,100 feet. Infantry can be distinguished from cavalry at 3,900 feet. Individuals can be seen from 3,000 feet. Heads and crossbelts can be distinguished at 2,100 feet. Uniforms and reflections from weapons can be seen at 1,500 feet. Uniforms may be recognized at 750 feet. Facial features. Physiognomy is the methodical attempt to correlate facial features with presumed characteristics. While correlations vary with the physicist, the following table provides popular observations. These are his opinions. No, it's not phrenology. It's what's going on with your face. So what do I do here? Roll a D100. Let's see what's going on with my face. 33. 33 means that I have eyes surrounded by bags or rings. I know the mood. That makes me a target for bullying and a weak character with a minus D4 facial charisma. Cool. Minus D4 would give me a minus 3. Bags under eyes. I think bags under eyes look cool. Too bad. You don't get to decide these things. This is up to him to decide. And he has decided bags under eyes is minus 3 to my facial charisma, which is already bad because of my weird lips. Yeah, I'm super tall, but my eyes are weird. Okay, I'm gonna go get the kettle because I hear it going off, but then we'll have to roll the D1 million freak of nature. One sec. All right, I'm back. Oh, all right. Slur alert. Okay, so in order to figure out if I'm a freak of nature, I will now need to roll a D1 million. So basically all of these need to be roll a 1D. That is a million, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 zeros and a 1. 6 dice that are 10-sided to see if the character is a freak of nature. The results are equal to 1, then you're a freak of nature. I did not roll a 1. I am not a freak of nature. If the result is equal to 1, then the character is a freak of nature who has survived. Most freaks of nature are killed when their deformity is discovered at birth. Okay. I'm going to need to roll on the thing. Oh, cool. Huh. Extra fingers. Found the slur. Yep. Yeah, so if you roll a 21 to 40, you can be intersex. They use a different word. Page 49, if you want to look it up. That so if you're so that the game considers you a freak of nature if you either have a depression in your chest, you have both genitals, which does prevent you from having gender modifiers. Interesting. Pigeon chest, which is where your chest is out. Polydactyl for extra fingers. And a extra nipple. Cool. It's very good that freak of nature is on a chart here. Okay, so here's a thing I've got going on. We've just gotten to the sexual features part. Starting with the is the one that starts with an H offensive? I did not realize that it was an offensive term until just now. I'll be real with you. We got to roll for nipple stuff. It's a medical term, but you can use it. I think, yeah, you can use it offensively. I think putting it in a section labeled freak of nature does seem that's probably arguably offensive, right? Like you use it on the freak of nature chart. That does seem like a bad context for it. Same with all the other things, and I apologize if pigeon chest is also one of those not cool to say things. Okay. Well, okay, so here's the knife's edge that I'm on right now. If I'm not sure if I'm allowed to focus too much on this section. I need to determine the diameter of my areolas, which I don't believe is traditionally a sexual thing for men. I'm very sorry to hear that, Shagger Ravioli. I'm talking about... Okay, we're not going... Okay, here's how I'm going to deal with it. I'm not going to provide commentary during the sexual features section of this. I'm just going to say what I'm rolling for and what the result is. The reason for this is because Twitch has very strict rules on not overemphasizing sexual features in games. For instance, you're not supposed to go to GTA and just go and have sex with all the prostitutes all the time. This will allow us to not have to stop streaming on Twitch for this bit. So, let me start with this stat here, in which I roll 2d6, subtracting 15 if I am male, and 30 if I'm an infant or a child. Uh, 28 minus 15 would be 13. One inch is the result. I really feel like areola hue is quite possibly not a necessary stat to roll. But okay. Rolled a 26. Light. Which has no reference to anything at all, though if you are a female, it can give you mostly negative modifiers. Unless if you have medium hue, in which case you get a plus D4. Do I need to roll for cup size? It doesn't actually say whether or not I need to roll for boobs or not. I would assume that with the way this book is written, I'm not supposed to. But it actually doesn't say. So, double A. There is a addendum here saying that though cup sizes are human expressions, the cup sizes herein are considered relative to each race. And then says a scholarly study on female human bust size indicates that both males and females prefer females with a medium bust size, which means that at a C cup size you get plus D10. At a D cup size you get a plus 2D10. What is a medium bust size? Medium cup size, I guess. $34C and $34D. Okay. Bust size is all the way around. Right, yeah, no, I went for cup size because I couldn't figure out. Did you Google boobs again? I did. Nipple length. Roll 2d10s. If the result is a 1, roll it again to see if they are inverted. So I rolled a 68, which is 3/4 of an inch. We don't need to do the vaginal circumference potential or depth. We do need to do the tongue size. Just real quickly. 1/4 of an inch. So you start from the... I mean, that's a decent amount of nip, but okay. Sure. Tongue size. Uh, 3/4 of an inch is what it was. So I rolled a 13, which means that I have a small 2-inch tongue. I spelled tongue wrong. Parentheses small, just in case if we ever need to remember that information. Anal circumference potential. You can get additional modifiers for age and sex life. I think it's 2 inches total is my tongue. $12. Uh, 6 to 7 inch potential, which is 3 fingers, according to this chart. Roughly equivalent to 4 to 5 for humans, dwarves, elves, and kobolds. That is circumference potential. 3 bugbear fingers. Yes. There are a series of sections that I'm not going to spend a great deal of time reading, but I'm going to read you the headers of. Ripped orifice, hymen resistance, pregnancy likelihood, menstruation, infant mortality rate. Infant mortality rate puts Anakim odds of death per infant at 25%, bugbears at 5%, humans at 10%. Sorry, I'm just reading over these sections that I didn't read you the content of. First, the male must make a sperm count or load size check by rolling a D100. Okay. Just, that's a sentence that's in here. Probably the moment that everyone's been waiting for outside of anal circumference is the manhood chart. This, okay, the section for women is more or less like 1 page, whereas the, okay, it's about the same. Okay. Manhood roll. Okay. Two measures may be useful: length and circumference. Okay. That's a low roll. All right. What am I supposed to be? Is it really just 2d10s? Okay, hold up. I will be honest that there is a lot of information being put on here, including okay, the height of the character in feet is directly connected to inches. This is the basic length of manhood. Then roll. See, I thought it was going to be just a D10, and then I saw some of the numbers. So roll 10d10. And no, 10d100. $42. I have to write these down. That would be 100, right? 0, 0, 0, 0. So that's the tens place. So is this 1 then? It's minutes since I've done a D10. Just gonna write it down as 10/01. So okay, so yeah, I'm rolling okay, so it's 1. 26. 1, 2, 3, 4. 39. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 100. This reminds me of when I played GURPS the one and only time. We didn't have any dice. It was at a we were at a LAN party, and so a friend of mine just like programmed up a dice rolling thing, but he fucked up and it only rolled like maximum results on everything. So we started off in a bar trying to play arcade machines, and we ended up breaking everything because we kept like over rolling and destroyed everything we touched. $30. 81. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 more. 20. And 20 again. Okay. So then divide the sum by 5, then subtract 1. Okay. So we take 42 plus 100 plus 1 plus 26 plus 39 plus 100 plus 30 plus 89 plus 20 plus 20. And then divide this by 5, subtract 1. Consult the table before. The resulting percentage is applied to the base length of the character's manhood determined for the actual length. For example, a manhood roll of 115 size indicates a plus 28% modifier. You take the length of... Okay. Yeah, what? Okay. So rolled a 92, which gives me a -7 to my manhood, which means that in total it's a plus 2% to my manhood. Oh, wait. We might actually... Okay. Okay, so then we are 87 divided by 12 is how many feet tall? 7 feet tall. Okay, so we take 7 feet, we count that as inches, and then we take times 0.98. Manhood 6. Yeah, I added my D10 for it to be my oh, they actually want me to do the 0.86. I think once you start getting into the manhood now be okay. 6. Note that this is the shortest measurable length taken from the top or belly button side, not from the bottom or okay. And constitutes how all that a female may take from a missionary position. It's there's a section on how to have better sex. We're going to ignore most of the words that I just read. Oh, for fuck's sake, I gotta roll another 10 D100. How did you make this not fun? So this is my default, but then I've got to roll on the modifier, which could make it a different size. All right. Let's erase all this crap off and go again. And I'm not entirely sure if I was supposed to have those modifiers in before or after. I think I've screwed up a little bit here. Okay, so the first number is going to be 43. So I really want high numbers on these. The lower the numbers, the worse it is for the relevant stat. If this is convoluted, I just go back. This is considered very convoluted by anyone who has eyes. How many rolls have we done so far? I'll get back to you after I'm done doing the D100 for this. We should probably start keeping track of how many dice we've rolled. Well, that 80 is good. 24 is not good. Ooh, 16. That's not good. Okay, so now I need to add all of these numbers, divide by 5, and subtract 1. Okay. Uh, 43 plus 33 plus 70 plus 77 plus 82 plus 37 plus 16 plus 80 plus 24 plus 16 gives us a final total of 478. It's pretty low. It's slightly lower than average because you would expect somewhere around the 500 line. So divided by 5 minus 1, 94. 94 puts us at minus 7%. So then we would take 5.83 times 0.93 and get a circumference of 42. 5.4219. Rare features. Rare features are not usually determined during character creation unless the player decides. These features rarely become actual, not the penis thing, but other things. Yeah, right? Why do you have a cup size? Didn't tell me not to roll for cup size, so I rolled it. Just happened to get just flat-chested as hell. These features are usually not determined during character creation unless the player decides. These features rarely become necessary components of the game, but are detailed here for the sake of comprehensiveness. Men can get breast cancer. Okay, but yeah, but I rolled AAA. Or AA. Roll a D100. No, I've been here for 3 hours or so. Like, we haven't even rolled stats yet. Can I be real? We have not rolled stats yet. So I have 15 to 16 inch feet. I'm going to decide that it's 16 inch feet because I rolled like boxcars, right? Yeah, I rolled 100. So that means that I've got 16 inch feet. Fist circumference. The circumference of the character's clenched fist is a number of inches equal to the length of the character's foot in inches. So like your hands are the same size as your feet? Yeah, okay. Put the palm of your hand on your foot. Which is also going to be 16 inches. Handedness. To determine if your character is left or right-handed, roll a D100. Jesus fucking Christ, man. $13. Ambidextry is not determined here, but may be acquired as a skill. I'm right-handed. Has anyone ever actually played a No, no one's played this game. You have a 10% chance of becoming left-handed. You cannot be ambidextrous. Head circumference. Circumference of the head of the character is relevant when the character finds a helmet or a hat and desires to wear it. Head circumference is listed in inches. It is impossible for a character to wear a hat or helmet that is smaller than the character's head circumference. The head or hat or helmet is comfortable if it's not larger than 101% of the head circumference. It is possible to wear one if it's 102 to 103. It's possible to wear a hat or a helmet if it is between 102% and 103% of the head circumference, though it will be loose fit and annoying. To determine base head circumference of an adult, roll a D100 consulting the following table. 38. $26 I would assume. The table above produces a male base head circumference. If female, multiply the result by 0.97. Finally, the base must be modified randomly. What? $26 head circumference. So with this, what you can tell is that it is physically impossible for me to stick my head up my own ass, which I think is something that the dev was able to do. I do need to roll my modifications though, so give me a second. $51. If 51 to 100, the base head size circumference will be increased. Roll a D100 and add or subtract the result as a result of 1/100th of an inch. Okay. Our character is a man. My head is 60. Okay, so there's 12 inches in a foot. 26.6 of an inch head circumference. Head circumference and intelligence. This is a section, an addendum section. Head circumference and intelligence are uncorrelated. Although intelligence is correlated to brain size, the relationship between intelligence and brain size occurs in at least 3 studies appearing in scholarly journals. See reference section at the end of the book for Lynn, Rushton, and a bunch of other people. Pregnancy. Do I need to roll this? I don't need to roll for this. Okay, you can have complications in birth if you roll poorly, which can reduce their health, intelligence, wisdom, dexterity. The mom can just straight up die with a 15% chance, and then you have a 10% chance of having 1 or 2 mental illnesses. Yeah, 15% chance of the egg being fertilized in the fallopian tube, causing the mom to die in childbirth. Pregnant females decrease their bodily attractiveness equal to 1d20. Okay. Allergies. Exciting tables to roll on. If the character's health suitability is not high enough, the character will have at least 1 allergy. At any given time, roughly 20% of the population is susceptible to 1 allergy. Well, how do I know when I'm allergic? How do I know if my stats are bad? Okay, why are you referencing chapter 3 when we're on chapter 2? You shouldn't have put the things in this order. You've given me a whole bunch of stats that I'm gonna add to, but I don't even know if I need to roll for asthma or not. When a character is drinking, consider the character's weight and consult the following table for your intoxication. Also, I must point out that there is random sections, or there's random Latin on pages. On this page, it says Nunc est bibentem, which says, now we must drink. Intoxication by marijuana. Psychedelic mushrooms. I found out that there's a shop around here where you can get a tea made from THC and cordyceps. I'm not a doctor, but that's a fucking stupid idea, right? Like, cordyceps are the thing that the with the like the ants, right? Why would you? Psychedelic mushrooms. Bubonic plague, anthrax, cancer, chickenpox, diabetes, epilepsy. A seizure can last for 1d100 minutes. Yeah, I'm not gonna drink cordyceps. Yeah, cancer is right above chickenpox. If your seizures last for over an hour, something is very wrong. Dude, I don't... Okay. How long do seizures last? 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Yeah? Let me go ahead and roll a D100 to see how long a potential seizure in this game could be. Well, that's 17 minutes. I mean, even if that's like fairly low on the seizure dice roll, you know? Just a casual 17-minute seizure. Gangrene, influenza, leprosy, measles, mumps, muscular dystrophy, rabies, smallpox, Tourette's. There's a drawing here of a woman who is... This is probably some of the worst art I've seen in this game so far. Most of it has actually been fairly good. Like, you know, like more along this style, where it's like, yeah, okay. Typhoid, random disease. Chapter 3, abilities. For fuck's sake, we finally got to the ability roll. You know, the thing you do within the first, like, couple minutes of rolling up a D&D character. Let's see if I have to roll for allergies. That's classic D&D. Oh, they stole art. Is that why some of the art's good? Abilities are the character's capabilities. With few exceptions, the abilities are unchanging. There are 5 core abilities. Thank fuck. I just picked my stats. We're not doing that. We're rolling for everything because no one gets to choose the life they live. Physique, charisma, dex, intelligence, and notably, wisdom. Not strength. Each with 4 sub-abilities. Jesus fuck. Alright, fine. Note that some characters' abilities begin by calculating each of the 20 sub-abilities. Sub-abilities must be rolled in order, and the order cannot be altered. For each sub-ability, roll 10d100, divide the sum by 5, subtract 1 from the result, and truncate the remainder. The range is between 1 and 199 for all sub-abilities, and the average of the sub-ability is 100. It may be easier to look at this formula. 10d100 divided by 5 minus 1. He loves 10d100 divided by 5 minus 1. Then you simply average each group of 4 sub-abilities to determine the core ability. For example, the average of the sub-ability scores for physical fitness, strength, bodily attractiveness, and health determine the ability score for physique. Modifiers for other chapters may affect your sub-ability scores, such as your modifier from race, gender. On the following tables, the score of 100 is average for all humans. For instance, if a male rolls a strength ability score of 100 and is horrified that the average bench press is 113, as noted above, this is the average for gender. To resolve this example, males receive a bonus for strength. For now, simply determine your sub-ability and record them in the characteristic. Appendix 1, character sheets. Finally, sub-abilities may need to be modified depending on age if your character is not a young adult. After sub-abilities are described in the tables present, aging effects are presented and considered throughout the character's life. The last part of this chapter now details physical fitness, strength, and intelligence may be increased by persistent exercise. Finally, alternate rolling method for sub-abilities is presented. Lastly, these abilities are arranged not in order of importance. They're all important, but in order of progress from concrete to abstract, physique to wisdom. Physique is immediately obvious, whereas wisdom is not. Then references that you can use the character creator to do stuff. Distribution for abilities and sub-abilities attempts to model a bell curve of intelligence. In their book, The Bell Curve, Hernston and Murray note the distribution for intelligence in the standard IQ metric has a mean of 100 and standard deviation of 15. For more information, see the references. Cool. So when you guys are saying the bell curve is bad, you're talking about specifically this book called The Bell Curve. Okay. I was like, bell curve as a concept is normal. Like, I use it for, you know, figuring out my Hearthstone decks and such. Physique. Okay, so okay. He's just doing a curve, but he does reference the bell curve book. We do a little bit of racism after you get done messing around with your penis size. All right, physique. My first stat is 96. Oh wait, no, I have to roll this 100 fucking times. Jesus Christ. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. I think if I do it like this, and then do 96 plus, 96 plus, wish I had like a physical calculator because it would be faster that way. Plus 73 plus 82 plus 50 plus 51 plus 53 plus 25 plus 1 plus 31 plus 61 equals. This is my physical fitness divided by 5 minus 1. My physical fitness score is 103. This is my endurance or stamina, is what physical fitness is. Have you rolled for tonsils? No, I have not. No. Fortunately, you don't need to worry about that because you don't need them for sex. Interestingly, there is no mouth hole size. We can also roll all of these dice more or less all at the same time. So our strength stat is going to be this number, which is going to be 41 plus 75 plus 76 plus 26 plus 51 plus 92 plus 69, nice, plus 99 plus 52 plus 77. That's a pretty good roll. Divided by 5. Minus 1. 130. To which we immediately add another 92. Because of our strength modifier from being... And then we'll need to... What's the order of operations here? Is it... Does my race or gender affect my stats first? Like, the 80-20 rule is like... I use that for, like, YouTube videos. And that's about it. You know? I expect to see 80% of my views in the first 20% of the time that it's out. But, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to, like, determine anything, like, more important than that. And it's really just, like, is this actually an anomaly or not? I think it's race first, then gender. So I'll have to go back and then do math on the... bodily attractiveness. Okay. Um, 10 plus 38. The 10s always get my head a little fucky. 56 plus 78 plus 85 plus 50 plus 53 plus 71 plus 69. Wait, no, I missed a number somewhere. Shit. 10 plus 38 plus 56 plus 78 plus 85 plus 15 plus 37 plus 16 plus 93 plus 25. Okay. So I got an 89.6 minus 11 is a 78. Are you guys having fun? Health. I still haven't done health yet. Define fun. I mean, this is certainly a portion of this. Health. Regarding skills, health is useful when urinating. Banger sentence. Let me read this to you word for word. Health. So all of these stats have different things that are talked about. So like the health one is the shortest. Healthy characters are not sickly or prone to illness and have fewer allergies, are unaffected by poison ivy, vomit only rarely, have better hearing, see sound in chapter 8 skills, have more life points, see chapter 10 combat, and more importantly, respond well to shock and injury. The modifiers for allergies and intoxication are explained in chapter 2 body. Regarding skills, health is useful when urinating. Yeah, I guess so. The other ones, for example, say like bodily attractiveness. Bodily attractiveness affects skills such as seduction and sexual adaptness. Okay, 78 plus 52 plus 26 plus 27 plus 69. Nice. Plus 32 plus 72 plus 71 plus 25 plus 64 divided by 5 minus 1. 102. That's pretty good. Slightly better than average. Keep in mind, every single time your character dies, you have to do this entire process again. There is no point buy, because how the fuck would you make a point buy system for this? Should just don't die? Oh, we're gonna have a good time figuring out how easy it is to die here in a minute. There are 4 sub-abilities to charisma. Facial. Vocal. Kinetic. And rhetorical charisma. Okay, facial, which I get a minus 15 on as a reminder. Can I just like... Oh. Hmm. Meme master. That's amazing. No, we're still going with the Elam or whatever. Do bags and chapped lips fuck up your looks that bad? According to this guy, yeah. Yeah, there were some very racist items, magical items that would make your character different ethnicities. Uh, 19 plus, or no, that would just be 9, not 19. $52, $83, $68. Did I just, oh man, I rolled really fucking hot. Do different races lower your attractiveness score? Yes. Being a woman also makes you more attractive. Stay winning. So I got a 119, and then I'm going to subtract 15 from that because that is my, I have an ugliness problem with my face because of the bags under my eyes and other stats. Vocal. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, I'm just going to get rid of this calculator. Vocal, roll. Okay. 14 plus 71 plus 61 plus 47 plus 32 plus 3 plus 32 plus 14 plus 75 plus 97. Ooh, that's not good. That's an 88.2, but we dropped the 0.2. Luckily, we don't seem to have any minuses to that. A gas leak would explain this game. Okay. 13 plus... Okay. D&D dice roller. Yes, please. I want to roll 10 D10s. Roll. D100s, excuse me. Okay, there we go. I was about to roll that again, and I'm just like, I fucking can't, guys. I just fucking can't do this anymore. Individually rolling that many dice. But imagine you actually sat there with the 2d10 that an average D&D set has and roll out all of your stats, meaning you roll that set 5 times 4 times 5. So... Wait, how many times do you have to roll dice in order to fucking make a character? Just the ability sheet. So you got 10 for that. Times 4. So that's 40 dice. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 5. So you need to roll 200 dice to determine your base attributes. Is that right? Yeah, 40 dice for the first stat. And then you need to find the average of it, but we're not going to worry about that just yet. 50, so 56 or 566 divided by 5 minus 1 gives us 112, which is our kinetic, which is defined as Kinetic charisma deals not with the physical shape or appearance of the character, but the beauty of their movements, gestures, and stride. Which I don't have any minuses to. Rhetorical, I do have minuses to. So roll that bitch. 501, that's pretty okay. That puts me damn near average. So that puts me at 100.2. Then subtract 1 for averages, minus 15 from our, or minus 10 from our thing because we are a bugbear or something. I don't even remember what we got that modifier for. 89 is my rhetorical. Which is my ability. Rhetoric is the art of persuasion. The sub-ability of charisma is concerned with the potential to seem credible, to make one ideas or suggestions to seem appealing by soliciting emotions. Verbal trickery and has been used as a tool of political propaganda and the foe of reasoned logical arguments. Isn't the point of rhetoric to also average speech rate? The average speech rate is indicated in the table for the rhetorical charisma later in the chapter, is represented in words per minute, not to be confused with the character's maximum speech rate. So that means that okay, so if you're good at rhetorical, so you know the Micro Machine guy, he would have rolled really hot in rhetorical. Dexterity, hand-eye coordination. How fast you can rap is also based on how good your ability to argue good points is. What a weird combination of abilities when you're so anal about everything else. You're limited to how much you can say at a time. Yeah, if you're particularly dumb, you can't speak very fast. Micro Machines guy is a boomer reference. I'm sorry, who else am I supposed to reference? Eminem? Okay, Eminem then. Auctioneers. If you're an auctioneer, you can debate people as well as Socrates. Okay, I was looking in the wrong spot. Hand-eye coordination, I got 598. Divided by 5 is 119. Oh, 118 because of reasons, which I get minus 10 from because of reasons. Okay, check. Agility, which we get minus 10 to as well. Hand-eye coordination is your ability to do juggling, lockpicking, massage, milking, mounted archery, and musical instruments. As well as urinating. Hold up. This type of dexterity affects skills such as aim, ambidextry, basket weaving, blind fighting, delousing, disarm, dyeing, enameling, engraving, forgery, hunting, hurl, juggling, lockpicking, massage, milking, mounted archery, musical instrument, painting, parry, pickpocket, complex ritual, rope use, sculpture, surgery, tailoring, urinating, weapon general, weapon specific, weapon trick, and any other activity demanding accurate finger or hand movements. That's what you need hand-eye coordination for. You need good hand-eye coordination in order to piss well. Along with a decent health stat. You need health, well, yeah, health and hand-eye coordination in order to piss well. So I got a 97 there, minus 10. What absolute banger sentences that this man has influenced on us. Reaction speed. Agility is used for physical comedy, contortion, dance, disarm, hide, juggle, mountaineering, mounted archery, parry, riding, silence. I'm sorry, why do you need agility to be silent? No, you get what the game gives you. You cannot decide what you want to do. Reaction speed. Okay. Ooh, look at that. That's a good one. Average for this would be 500 or so. So, like, if I'm getting anything over 500, like, pog. Okay, so we got 136. Do we have any minuses to it? No, we have minuses to enunciation, though. Which is my ability to speak quickly without getting tongue-tied. Did I miss someone resubbing? Plastic Squig, thank you for the gift sub. Catty K, thank you for the 27 months support. Toe Foundor, thank you for the gift sub to Black Flame Studios. Snaggy Tooth, thank you for the year of support. Holy shit, that was 2 hours ago. That was their year anniversary, and I just like completely was just like, let me roll for cock. Glassbrain, thank you for the 114 months of support. And then Clown Pubes, thank you for the 7 months of support. See, haha, thank you for the 17 months of support. This is all historically accurate, man. Black Flame Studios, I'm so glad you're on the same page because, like, you absolutely horrified me when you walked in here saying, I've worked on the most recent version of this game. So, enunciation, I'm getting a minus 10 on, so I'm getting 96 on it after everything is said and done. It's like I said at the top of this, like, I think that this is more about the character than it is, or about the person that it is the game. Do you know what I mean? $97 on whatever the first intelligence stat is. It's a window into the person who made this game. That sex is not important to this game, and yet it's one of the first things that, like, is really gone over to any degree. All right, language. I do get a minus 10 to this, so I have an 88 in language. Math. Analytic. Fatal 2 includes a urethral circumference and depth. I'm really glad you decided to add that to the game. You can shove multiple daggers up your dick if you're an ogre. I love the idea of being able to sound multiple daggers and then having a high enough urination skill. Like you combine your... Okay, if you combine your hand-eye coordination with a lot of sounding and like a healthy like health stat, you could just like piss daggers. Command. What is this game? $608. So 120. Do I 130 for math because of the plus. Analytic, we're getting a -10 to. Ooh. 70. Analytic 60. There's something wrong with me, dude. What does analytic do? Characters with high analytic or reasoning or ability are able to think critically or logically. Analytic characters make better decisions based on the available facts and probabilities. Some argue that morality is derived from analytic reasoning. Analytic intelligence affects skills, such as appraise, chemistry, logic, and music. Counterpoint. Why did you spend 8 years on this? So I'm really good at math, but if you ask me to, like, pass a test, I wouldn't be able to. Spatial. $704. Okay, all right. It's going to be 140. Do I have any minuses to spatial? Oh, I have a plus to spatial. So that puts me at 139 plus 5 is 144. Spatial intelligence may be observed in the following: in the ability to correctly on how it will appear when rotated in 2 or 3-dimensional space, finding hidden figures within the contours of a larger figure, accurately predicting where a moving object will be at any given moment, the ability to arrange items to make a specific design or object assembly. On the table later in this chapter for this sub-ability, unfamiliar object assembly demonstrates the ability differences in this ability. Does not mean that your character is qualified to assemble all unfamiliar objects, but there is a limit to the number of pieces they can comprehend before being overwhelmed. Rotate Blorbo's skill 144. Drive Intuition. I'm really glad they added urethral circumference into the common sense. Reflection. The game really did need it. I'm actually surprised it was not added in here initially, but I think it's because the original developer was a coward and did not realize that some people are into sounding. Ooh. Oh, that's not a good number. 344 minus or divided by 5 is 67. When you subtract the -1, do I have any minuses to drive? Oh, good. I have a plus. 78 or 77. Because didn't do the minus yet. Yeah, I didn't do the minus yet. Okay. Intuition. Do I have any... Did I add the spatial? No, I didn't, so I need to add 5 to that. Drive is the last stat that needed a plus to it. Okay. All the rest of these don't have modifiers, which is good because it'll mean less math for later. 111 for intuition, common sense. Homestar Love. They put a Homestar Runner plush out on Fangamer. Jesus fuck, that's awesome. We started watching SWAT Cats recently, me and my wife. And Hey Arnold. Both of which... Hey Arnold had a banger fucking soundtrack. His room was the fucking coolest shit, too. Okay, so... okay. Thank you for showing me a bell curve. Okay, so then... For each sub-ability, roll, then divide by 5, then... Okay. Then simply average each group to determine the core ability. Alright. So now we can do that. 103 plus 220 plus 78 plus 102. I have a very average health, so that means no piss fountain. I'm sorry, chat. We can only pee like a normal person. We don't have extra pissing powers. Do we have okay hand-eye coordination, so we can do some stuff that like normal people can't do, but it's not hugely outside the realm of pissing for most people. To be able to do what I can do, which is interesting. 98 is going to be my charisma. What a hell of a game this is. It really does show off like the kind of game that he thought would be being played here as well. I would assume my shitting stat is also related to health. Oh, cool. All of these are going to be about 100 as well. Wait, did I just do the same one again? No. Okay. It just ended up with the same result. Is delousing a kink? I have no idea. $77 plus 111 plus 78 plus... This is all I have planned for today, by the way. Like, I kind of didn't really think about how long... I mean, I kind of knew how long this was going to take, but not really. You know what I mean? Like, this might have to be a multi-stream. Because I was like, oh, you know, if I get done early, I maybe go play a round of Warhammer or something, you know? I don't see that happening today. How do you like Dread Delusion? Then we've just figured out our base stats. Or move these modifiers somewhere else. Base armor, charisma, reaction speed, drive, ability checks. Skill modifiers. Each ability and sub-ability has a skill modifier. Whenever a skill is used or must be checked, you may modify the role of a skill. Individual skills use skill modifiers from multiple abilities or sub-abilities. You may. Can I just not do that? Like, I'm ugly as shit. Can I not add that or subtract that from my thing? Because it's a may, not you must. For example, if a character attempts to attack another, intending to hack a cleaver into their head, the character must consult a skill for that particular weapon. Ability checks. And instances in game may occur when abilities need to be checked. For instance, a slovenly chambermaid offers herself to a strapping young character if he can expediently repeat a tongue twister of her choice. Driven by hormones, the young male agrees and asks, "What is the tongue twister?" The chambermaid challenges huge hung hero hunks, hastily hump, horny, heaving hot whores. How about it, huh? To make the ability check, why did you even write that out? To make an ability check, roll 3d10, apply the ability score modifier as a result. 6 or less is always represents a failure or a fumble. So ability checks in this, or skill checks in this game, are 3d10s. This number is to be compared with the difficulty threshold, TH, determined by the ADAL, or EDAL. It may have secretly decided that it is a 20. The player, a strapping young character, tests his character's enunciation sub-ability at the moment by rolling 3d10, applying the skill modifier from the enunciation. Where? How do I get the modifier? Oh, Jesus, fuck. What the fuck are you writing at me? Okay, hold on. So my sub-ability score for physical fitness is 103, which puts me at a +3 modifier. And a +3 body attractiveness modifier. All right. This affects my sprint speed. Oh, Jesus, it keeps going. I am 87 inches tall, which means that my sprint speed is 62. Sprint 62 question mark. I don't know what the increment is. Oh my god, my strength. Okay, well, I mean, there's no real point in doing all this math because actually I need to go back and I need to go back to whatever page that was on my... I'm male, so I need to go to page 37. Oh, fuck me. We have to recalculate shit. Alright. Physical fitness needs to be improved by 5%. So 103 times 1.05 puts my new physical fitness at 108. My strength is also modified by plus 30%. And my strength is 220 times... Okay, so that means my strength is actually 86. We're not using Excel. Nope. No, we're doing this the hard way. My bodily attractiveness is brought down by 3%. Okay, so my bodily attractiveness is 78 times 0.97, meaning my bodily attractiveness is actually 75.66, which we remove, we truncate that. My charisma is also down by 3%, but only in the facial region. 104 times 0.73, or 0.09. 104 times, I wrote it out right. 0.97. Gives me a flat 100 on my facial. Intelligence language is 88 times... Oh, okay, by being a dude, I have a negative modifier on this. Okay. 86 now is my language. I had an average BMI, so I don't need to modify my stats as a result. Fortunately. Math. Okay, because I'm a man, I get a bonus to my math skills of 3%, which is worth making me do the math on. Thank you for doing that. This is why it takes so long, to be honest, because of the constant backtracking. Yeah, I'm hoping that when you guys worked on this, you thought about the order that these pages should be in, which doesn't seem to be a thing that he gave a shit about. Spatial increases by 3% because I'm a dude. My wisdom drive goes up by 2%. They come up as he remembers them. It unironically does feel like he just forgot stuff. And it was like, oh, I definitely need to make a thing like that. Oh, my wisdom drive is up by 2%. So it's 78 then. My intuition is down by 5% though. So 111 times 0.95 is, okay. $4% off of my reflection. What is my reflection stat? 105, which I have a 4%. Jeez. So that puts me at an even 100 again. This will all be important. My favorite part of this is, again, convince 4 to 8 people to buy this book, then do this. Like, without a computer program, this is borderline masochistic to do. Okay, set. Wait. Increase my physique? Yeah, because my whatchamacallit went up by a lot. 142. Charisma. I don't think we touched it much, but we did touch it. So 100 plus 88 plus 112 plus 89 divided by 4 is 97. So it did go down by 1. Dex. Do we touch Dex here? No, so we don't have to touch it. Intelligence. The new viewers need to see my anal circumference. These are all my stats. I'm not going to focus on any particular one. Enjoy. What is our life points right now? I have no idea. Please describe your character to... I mean, like, I'm still figuring out my stats. We can get rid of... Actually, I'm going to keep this to the side, because we probably need that for later. We're probably going to have to do another D100 fucking roll again. Or 10 D100s divide by 5 minus 1. Can we shove a baseball up our ass? I mean, we have like 6 to 7 is our potential. You have to roll for a name. Yeah, you don't get to choose a damn thing in this game. Intelligence we messed with. So intelligence we need to go redo the math on. 86 plus 133 plus 60 plus 153 equals 108. And wisdom we also fucked with, so 78 plus 105 plus 78 plus 100 divided by 4 equals 90. So we drop 2 points there. Okay, so let me scroll back down to where we were at. Well, luckily I don't think we have allergies, right? Because our health is like average. Oh, this game has a lot of racism in it. All right, so now we need to find our physical fitness on this chart. Our physical fitness is still giving us a +3 because it turns out modifying it by 3% didn't do a fucking thing. I don't know if you've noticed what. Max roll on a large boy is 15. It expects you to use a grid in combat. Yeah, but it's not a grid-based system. And it doesn't tell you anyone's movement speed. Well, no, your movement speed is 62. It gave us a sprint speed, and then I would assume that my walking speed is some calculus of that. Strength modifier. So my strength is 286, which puts me at plus 71 to the skill modifier. Is that right? 286, yeah. Which gives me a 71% damage. Plus 16 to our life point. And it also gives us the ability to do a clean jerk. So this would be 41 now. A clean jerk, it's a type of exercise. Increases the damage by a percentage. Why? Okay. Bodily physique modifiers. 75. Puts me at a -3. Uh, 75 is -13. -13 to my skill modifier. Which I get +3 to, so it net -10. Physique health. My health is 102. Illness immunity, 57%. I don't think that whoever made this came with the understanding that, like, just anything. Like, no one actually gives a shit, man. I am plain looking. My vocal ability is 88, which puts me at also plain. My kinetic is also plain. And my rhetorical is also plain. Oh, wait, no, these are different. Okay, these are different charts. 88 puts me at normal. Kinetic puts me at ordinary. I know nothing about TTRPGs. Are usually this many stats? No. D&D has 8, and then you have skills underneath that, but you have 8 main attributes. Call of Cthulhu has quite a few. But also, this is everything you could possibly do in the game. So, trying to get one that shows a little bit better. You got your, sanity, your luck chart, and then you've got stuff like accounting and stuff. Screen region borked. Yeah, I can't really give you a good one for that, but you know, generally speaking, like, yeah. Even Call of Cthulhu, which I thought had quite a few, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. I mean, you have these as your stats. So like, yeah, you're not actually going to. Kinetic 112 makes me ordinary. Oh, these do have skill modifiers. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, facial 100. No modifier. Are there also skills or just stats? Because this feels, yeah, this is just ability checks still. Vocal 88 -6. Like in D&D, for example, yeah, Varg Varkines did make a TTRPG, and it's worse than this. Because it's more racist. Whereas this, like, goes with a wink and a nudge, where it's like, oh, Bugbear, you know, wink. They're, you know, people who really like boats and raiding people, you know? They're warrior culture. They're supposed to be, you know, Vikings, essentially. Whereas Varg Varkine would literally have stats for, like, black people. The only Varg I know is Skeletor, yeah. Subtle versus explicit, yes. Varg Varkines is well known for being the photographer of the most brutal metal album ever, in which he found his lead singer who had committed suicide via shotgun, and was like, oh, let me go ahead and yeah, take a picture of that and use that as the cover of our next album. Then he went and killed the bass player from the band, and he was in jail for that. He's also a Nazi, unsurprisingly. Watch the movie Until the Light Takes Us. It was Euronymous that took the pictures? I thought it was Varg. Euronymous is the one that Varg killed, though, right? Okay, got it. All right, kinetic 112 +6. I am ordinary, kinetic, rhetorical. '86. Oh, good. We can finally figure out what our average speech rate is. With an 89, we have a -6 to this stat. Which means that we can do 140 to or 200 parentheses 50%. Kinetic charisma is how sexily you can move your body. Dexterity, finger precision, hand-eye coordination. 108 gives me a point or a +3. This will allow me to make finger precisions within 1/32 of an inch. How common is this type of thing? How many times do TTRPGs turn out unplayable? I would say more often than not, but you also don't hear about them. In the same way that there's a lot of really bad video games. You know, like, is it really fair to say most of them are unplayable? Like, $87 gives me a -6 in my agility and a -2 to armor. -2 agility. Oh, also this affects how many brawling attacks I get per round. It is possible to have 1/4 of an attack per round. Oh, that's sprint, not spirit. We don't know what sprint is in. Reference to. Brawling is agility 87. 87 puts us at 2 brawling attacks per round. And it takes us 3 seconds to stand. I'm not putting a lot of these stats in because holy shit. Dexterity reaction speed. We have 136 in this stat, which means that we have +17. Which gives us a deep sea. Okay. To give you a reason on why I'm not writing down every single thing that these stats give us, I should. Deep sleep recovery 2. 2 what? Fuck you. Moving on. Enunciation. Is 96, which gives us a -3 to our skill check. Good. A maximum speech rate of 190, and it gives us a 10% time to cast spell plus 10% spell casting time. Because we're slow at enunciation. Intelligence 108. Possible languages learned 3. Oh wait, no. Our language is 86. 2. -6 to our modifier. 2 languages and vocabulary limit. The most complex word that we would know is experimental. Okay, I love that the biggest word that you can learn. Okay, so at a sub-ability score of 7 to 12, you have no vocabulary at all. You are literally not able to speak. At 13 to 18, you can say gaga. At 19 to 24, you can say mom. Goes on up to house, woman, violate, delicious, insanity, waving, preparation, combination, authorize, substantial, experimental, conversion, instantaneous, undismayed, beguile, transcendental, disgustivity. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read some of these. Paradigmatic. Promiscuous. And then, okay, so if you have a skill modifier, this isn't even the top of the skill modifier, but he ran out of words. So at a skill of 157 to 162, you get a plus 27 to your skill check. You can know 5 languages, and the biggest word you can know is anti-disestablishmentarianism. Beyond that point, he doesn't know any other words, which means that his limit is probably about there. Okay. Math. We have a 133. Which means that we can do trig. That's good. We get a plus 17 to our skill check. In order to play this game, you need to know algebra, which means that you need to have at least a skill of 91 to 108 in order to play this game. My analytic skill in this is now 60, which doesn't have anything attached to it, so I don't know how this really affects anything, but parentheses minus 25 to my skill, so pretty bad at it. Spatial reasoning. So this is how big of a puzzle you could put together. I have a 153, which means that I can get a plus 25 to this chat. And it means I can figure out how to put together a 2,000 piece puzzle effectively. Anti-disestablishmentarianism is the longest word in the English language. It's not the most complex, though. You know what I mean? Like, you can break it down and guess what it means. Anti, you're against. Disestablishment. So you're against taking apart the established thing. It's like not a very, like, I'm just guessing. I haven't actually looked up what the word means, but that would be my guess on what it means. A longer word does not mean a harder word, you know? That's what it means, basically. Close enough? Right. And I've never bothered to look up what the word means because, like, if someone says it, I'm going to be like, you're just jerking off. Someone who practices that. Yeah, someone who believes that because it's an ism. It means the opposition to the disestablishment of the Church of England. Sure, we're going to keep the church around. It's funny that we are not referencing the Christianity at all, but we're doing that. Wisdom Drive, 78. This modifies our life points as well. 78 gives us a minus 13 to our skill modifier. We start off with 1 less health. And it takes us 18 hours to relax. Just 18 hours relaxing. Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right. So this stat is how much time do you need to relax in order to like function as a normal person? And your drive is how much you want to do things. So the more you need to relax, the more you are not driven. And it puts the average at 16, which is, you know, probably based on the fact that unions made sure that you had 8 hours to sleep, 8 hours for relaxation, and then 8 hours for work. So 8 and 8, your sleep plus your relaxation time is 16. So that's where he's getting that 16. And he's saying someone who doesn't have as much drive as the average person needs slightly more than that. Whereas if you have enough drive, you need literally no time to relax. You're just on that hustle and grind culture. 105 gets you +3 to intuition. And if you don't have a high intuition, you won't know what that skill gives you the ability to do. Which is why he did not bother to put in what this stat does. Wisdom, common sense, 78. -13 to my skill. Wisdom, common sense. So we're in the middle bracket. If we had slightly less common sense, we could get caught in lesser schemes. They would likely flirt but get their ass kicked. It literally says get caught for lesser schemes, flirt but then get their ass kicked. If you have a sub-ability score of 1 to 6, which is the lowest it could possibly be, you will get caught in greater schemes such as attempting to kill God, which is just what people do in every JRPG ever. Interestingly, common sense can keep going up. Probably has the trust of an immediate family. Probably has the trust of close friends. Probably has the trust of immediate, non-immediate family. Like, hey, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Your cousins before your friends. Probably has the trust of friends. Probably has the trust of associates. Probably has the associates' trust of strangers. Probably has the trust of someone. Probably has not been in some trouble for 1 year, 5 years, 1 decade, 3 times in their life, 2 times in their life. Has not been in trouble in once, probably never seen trouble in their life, and others tend, from miles around, tend to seek their wisdom, countries, world, and then on up to planes. Wisdom. Reflection. How early can we remember a memory? At 100, we can have our earliest memory at age 3 with no modifier. Earliest memory is 3 years old. It seems like that would be like more impressive the older you are. Like you're a dwarf and you rolled hot on your like age. Being able to remember, I don't know, what you did at age 8, which is, you know, fairly low roll in this. You get a 19 to 24. Skill modifiers per overall ability. Although the relationships between many variables in the table for sub-abilities are linear, such as strength and damage, many are also curvilinear. Such abilities, sub-ability scores, and skill modifiers. Most curvilinear relationships are calculated as parabolas. A parabolic formula that opens to the right is y minus y. I'm sorry, the fuck? Why? Y minus y to the second, or yeah, equals 4ax minus d, or x d, parentheses. The variable c is the distance from the vertex to y equals 0, and d is the horizontal. What the fuck are you talking about? All curvilinear relationships were calculated in Microsoft Excel. What is this page? What did you write this for? What is this? I'm sorry, you can't see the bit I'm referencing here. What the fuck is this section? What do you want me to do with this? Are you just telling me how you did the math on how you figure out your skills? Yeah. Yeah, this is him jerking off. Okay, this is just how cool he is that he made up the stat tables that he did. This page doesn't need to exist. And then it ends by him saying, I used Excel to do this. There was no point in this. Because it gives you the stat on all of these. Hand-eye coordination is +3 because I have a 108 in it. I have 108 in it? Yep. +3. That's all this means. You don't need this page. This page never needed to exist. This is just masturbatory. Ooh, wow. All right. I'm glad I didn't scroll down on that page because the next page is not great. Intelligence. Depending on the race and intelligence, a character may be considered a word that is not cool to say anymore. My intelligence is average. If my intelligence was between 1 and 68, consult the former table entitled Intelligence Range to determine if your character is something. For example, humans with an intelligence of less than or equal to 70 any character who has that must roll a 1d100 to see if they have extra strength. Next, consider 3 times the difference between the character's intelligence and the lowest intelligence that they could have to be slow. Lowest intelligence, so the math ends up being lowest slow score minus intelligence times 3 equals percentage chance of extra strength. Did the author willingly put their name on this? Yes. If the character has this extra strength, then increase the character's strength sub-ability by 2d10%. There are negative effects to aging. Fortunately, we do not have to look at this page. I am a young adult, so I don't have to care about it. Persistent exercise. The following sub-abilities may be increased with persistent exercise: physical fitness, strength, language, math, analytics, spatial. The other 14 sub-abilities are unable to be increased by the character's determination and efforts through a particular skill. Do we roll to see how far we could see? We didn't have anything going on with her eyes. Okay, so you can spend time. Alternative methods. Rolling abilities. The method described at the beginning of the chapter determining abilities should be a standard method for several reasons. First, the average sub-ability scored should be around 100. or should be 100, which is the norm of all human populations. Additionally, additional modifiers such as gender and race are applied in the following chapter. This method, 10d10 or 10d100 divided by 5 minus 1, more accurately reflects nature and therefore adds a sense of realism to the game. No one is a hero. No one is a great paragon of skill or intelligence like you get in D&D. Like in D&D, sometimes you're like the smartest person, like you are a like savant, you are smart as fuck, you know. Maybe some of your other stats aren't quite as great, but sometimes you are just banger smart or super strong. This game, because of the 10d100 divided by 5 minus 1 thing, is you're more likely than not going to be very average. So you don't actually end up being like interesting. You just end up being like a normal fucking guy. Due to this method, however, the resulting sub-ability scores are less likely to allow the character to meet prerequisites of magic-using occupations, for instance, than warriors. In other words, you need to have pretty high intelligence, and you're unlikely to roll that when you're really forcing the average like this. Indeed, some players are greatly disheartened when they observe that some occupations are more rare than others. Well, not necessarily due to differences in appeal, but ability. While objectivity should always be sought in this game, this is only a game. The player expresses significant discontent, and the EDAL should agree. The DM may consider another method. Above all, the caution is advised because a slippery slope to other concessions. Literally making a slippery slope argument that maybe if your players roll bad. Hey, don't chew on things. Get out of here. Hey, get. Solely at the EDAL's discretion, a player may be permitted to roll 5 D100s, drop the lowest roll result, divide the sum by 2, subtract 1 from the result, and determine the sub-ability. This alternative method should produce an average sub-ability of 115. More than 4 attempts, meaning 4 sub-abilities or retries, may be made with this method. For each roll with this advantage method, another roll must be made, and one that will balance out the character. Roll 1 D100 and consult the random mental illness table at the end of chapter 5. Mind. The roll will indicate a mental illness that already possessed by the character, then re-roll. Hence, no more than 4 mental illnesses may be required in this way. This option only exists at the moment of character creation and at the DM's discretion. The random mental illness table. I'll show you the mental illness table once we actually get to it. Chapter 4. Disposition. Disposition refers to metaphysical beliefs of the character. Metaphysical beliefs in the are concerned with the speculation of the physical world or beyond the physical world, such as gods and conceptions of good and evil. Essentially, metaphysical beliefs produce a blend of 2 related but distinct dimensions, ethics and morals. The difference between ethics and morals are as follows. Good. We get a great description of ethics from the guy who quoted Aristotle earlier. Ethics, regards of how a character feels about their action, ethics are concerned with the actions. Wife. She's like, I'm not going to go to the thing tonight because I don't want to go. It's like, sure, I'll come with. Ethics, regardless of how the character feels about their actions, ethics are concerned with actions. For instance, lawful behavior is ethical while criminal behavior is unethical. Boy howdy, I have a complete... Yeah, I mean, I already disagree with the author of this entirely. Slavery was legal at one point, right? So, like, lawful behavior is ethical, so slavery is then therefore ethical. Was, well, okay, still is legal in America, but, you know, only in prisons. That was an actual argument in the 1800s, Rev. I'm very well aware. And then morals, regardless of the character's actions, morality is concerned with how the character feels about the issue in question. So feeling good about doing an evil act is immoral. So feeling good about doing an evil act is immoral, but feeling bad about doing a good act is immoral. But feeling good about doing a good act is moral. The following example is oversimplified, but the hypothetical situation produces 4 polar outcomes. Okay. Example, assume a married man is walking down the street and an attractive woman stops him, talks for a few minutes, and then blatantly asks him to go home with her. Sure, that's a thing that'll happen. If he were to admit that he's married, bids her a good day, and is later genuinely pleased that he dismissed her, his actions were ethical and his feelings are moral. His disposition for this is EM, ethical moral. Oh boy. If he wants to admit that he's married, bids her good day, and is later pained that he didn't go home with her, then his actions were ethical and his feelings are immoral. I love the objective take of, like, morality here. Like, if you were to go home with her, pretend he is not married, then later wishes he had been faithful to his wife and gone home, not gone home with this strange and attractive woman, then his actions were unethical. Would it be ethical if he went with her and she was ugly? Like, just saying, I don't know how the ethics of this guy works. Because, like, what if she just needs a lay? I hate this so much. Oh, yeah, this is so fucking dumb. Solba, thank you for the 67 months of support. And Anon, thank you for the gift sub. 2 gift subs, actually. I need to make sure that I keep this activity feed popped out. Filters. I just want to know about bits, gifted subs, and reward requests. Yes, good. There we go. Now I have all the things out. Yeah, is it ethical if he does it out of pity?
You are a very special boy.
Okay. So here we go. We've got, okay, so 41 out of 40. Suck my nuts, Christopher Robin. Obviously, many more ethical positions are possible. The previous example only considers one situation and is not a generalization for the character over their lifetime. Disposition in Fatal, role-playing game, or generalizations for the character's actions and thoughts as affected by the metaphysical beliefs over time is very rare, if not impossible, for anyone's disposition to never stray from their dominant disposition. Nonetheless, every character has a disposition. Overall, the character's ethical and moral views create bounds for their actions on Okay, yeah, no, being a bugbear did change my ethics. So that's all right. So if you are moral and ethical, you are knights and militiamen. If you are unethical and immoral, you are Anakim, ogres, ruffians, sorcerers, and trolls. If you are moral and neutral to whether or not you do things ethically or not, then you are a kobold or a whore. Before disposition can be determined, each player must determine the piety points on their character. Characters vary in devotion to their god, religion, and philosophy. Piety points are abstract representation of the devotion of the character. Whore is not its own race. No, I'm just okay. Priest needs to keep track of their PP more than other occupations. Generally like it if priests kept good track of their PP. Catholic Church has something to know about that. For a character, roll a D100 to determine their PP. Dice roller. $59. Roll a 59. PP can never increase above 100 or fall below. Before recording the PP on their character sheet, consider the following modifiers. Bugbear get +1 to their PP. So I have a 60 then in my PP. Hi, Boyd. Come on up. Piety points 55. Wait. Okay, so I have 60 piety points. Drive. What? Okay, worships intermittently but may attend regularly. Near-death experiences increase your piety. Okay? Before recording the PP to a character sheet, consider the following modifiers. Age. Well, what do you want me to roll on this? %. Divide the current maximum age. Well, it's a 75%, but what do you mean 75%? Like, do I need to roll that? Because there's a 25% chance that it'll affect my facial charisma. Like, I'm kind of fucking ugly. Does that give me extra points to my piety? Of course he didn't know anything about history. Why'd you think that he would know anything about history? If you have 100 in piety, you fanatically worship your god and you're willing to die for them. To determine your... Okay, so this is my alignment. I'm flat-chested. Okay. Apply the racial modifiers from race and gender. Okay, cool. So I roll a 75, and then... Oh, I need to roll separately for each of these. So I've got 100 in that. I'm ethical. Okay, all right. Alignment. Ethical. Apply the racial... Okay. It must be rolled twice. Okay? So then the second time I need to roll... I rolled a 25. 25 minus 50. I am ethical, immoral. No, wait. Neutral with immoral. Oh, but it went down to 0 because my morality is minus 50. Because I rolled a 25. A roll of a 20 for ethicality and a 10 for 11 for morality produces a disposition referred to as NI with UI tendencies, neutral and moral with strong unethical and moral tendencies. Majority of the time, the character's actions and thoughts must be reflect. So what does that mean? I am ethical but immoral. Assassins, bounty hunters, and bugbears. So I'm lawful evil. A alternate method for rolling this stat. Yeah, he wanted to change the way he put his stats. This is literally lawful. Like, this is lawful evil. Because assassins are lawful evil in D&D. But he didn't want to use the same thing because he wanted to be different. Otherwise, a disposition test exists and may be freely downloaded at fatalgames.com. Oh? You can take a test to see what he thinks on whether or not you're evil or not? I don't know if it's still up, but if you want to download something from a guy who has a racial slurs chart before your gender is rolled, you could do that. Ethical, immoral. Barristers are clearly the best example of EI. They're concerned less with objectivity and the law, and more concerned with how the law may be either twisted to their advantage or pushed to the breaking point. Demons who get characters to sign away their souls are EI by nature. Very few characters are predominantly EI. You can choose one. Oh, what the fuck is this chart? Oh, wait. What? What is this? Like, what do you want me to do with this chart? How are there more? Okay, so I'm here. Okay, we're good. We're good. I have no, like, tendencies. I rolled hot, so I don't actually have to find it. What is this? More hatred grids? Oh, here we go. This is like how like immoral you are based on what race you are. So I'm a bugbear. Now I'm ethical immoral, which is this slice of the pie. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to come into this with the idea that you want to play a specific character. This race is more prone to evil. Ogres are like 50% chance to be super evil. I mean, yeah, fuck this game in general. Like, beyond the racism, sexism, ableism, all of the other isms that are a problem with this, fuck this game because I've spent fucking hours on it and we're still not even done. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Systems of ethics and morals. Ethics and morals will be debated forever, nonetheless, between your different cultures and races. Nonetheless, one philosopher has articulated a system of ethics and morals. Who? Why don't you have a source on that? Because you're calling yourself a philosopher, I swear to fuck. The system outlined below is derived from logic and may be used for gaming purposes to resolve ethical and moral disputes. Okay. One philosopher without citation makes me believe it's them. It is derived from logic, and like with an objective. See, this is the problem with like objective morality is no one who believes in objective morality thinks that they're wrong. I would bet $20 right now that the reason that this is not like referenced on which philosopher said this is because this guy wants to believe that he's on the same page as Aristotle. And he means himself. Read the footnote. Proportion of dispositions for humans is accurate to an unpublished study in which the sample size was 264. That's participants answered the disposition test, a computer program that can be downloaded at fatalgames.com in 1999 to 2000, prior to the development of the Fatal games, or Fatal. This program was used on numerous websites for role-playing games. Participants were unsolicited and were asked, upon running the program, to email their responses to Byron Hall, the author of the questionnaire. He's referring to himself in third person here. The moral portion of the questionnaire is in attempting to matching Aristotle's Neomachian ethics. An ethical portion of the questionnaire is of secondary importance. It merely became a tool for role-playing games. It's comprised of a questionnaire that measures the philosophical views of Plato and Democritus, along with the test model of Aristotle's system. Few participants scored as moral, some as immoral, and most as neutral. The lowest score was for truthfulness, although this study generally generalizes only role players who use the internet and indicates there few are moral according to Aristotle's Neomachian ethics. It's possible that the results represent all people 264 self-selected people. It is possible that the results represent all people, although further research would be necessary before this claim was made. Either online role players or the human race leaves much to be desired. We had an actual dev for Fatal 2 in chat. I would love to know the questions. Ethical rationale ethics ethics refer to behavior, the degree of behavior consistency, and the beliefs about the behavior, as well as the relation to the self and the character's social, physical environment. Ethics and ethical codes provide characteristics and reasons to approve or disapprove. Ethics belong to one of 5 categories: interpersonal, family, community, state, and a universe. Ethics are orthogonal to morals. Many mistakenly believe that those who are ethical are likely to be moral, or vice versa, but it is equally likely that someone who is ethical and immoral, or unethical and moral. Okay. Interpersonal refers directly to the self and no others. Characters make self-evaluations by comparing themselves to objective standards. No. No, actually. No. What? No, the self is always in comparison to another. Without a reference point of others, you can't have a reference point to self. Am I strong or weak? If I've never met another human person, I don't know. You know? If my reference point is exclusively elephants, I am weak. Right? Because, like, I can't lift as much as an elephant can. There are no objective standards. Get fucked, Byron. I've got the window open, too. So my neighbors are more likely to hear this. Conformity. The character high in conformity considers the group more important than the individuals, or at least succumb to their norms. As such, a character is likely to avoid dressing or talking differently, deviating from customs. Individuality. Individuality means here that the character values individuals over groups. Characters who are high in individuality dress differently, enjoy customizing expressions, and see themselves as different than others. He might be full of shit. Patterns, categorically patterns, suggests that a character prefers to seek patterns as a thing in things as a means to understanding. Patterned characters also tend to carefully weigh decisions instead of utilizing randomness. Randomness suggests a lack of defined aim, direction, rule. Why am I reading this? What is this? These 2 pages have nothing the fuck to do with anything. I'm going to do a little skim reading here to see if I can actually get to the point of what this is. This is mostly about his opinions. Family here refers to the character and how it relates to family situations. Loyalty, if they high on family loyalties, but like you're not rolling for these stats, right? Yeah, these pages don't matter. Yeah, he starts talking about ethics on page 110. And I'll let you know when we get back to... Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not a word you're allowed to say. Anyone who's curious of what word I'm talking about in morality deficiency, go to page 114. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Never seen that word before? That is not a slur. That is the word that's almost a slur. I see. What letter does the word start with? In. It reminds me of like, okay, so burrs in Texas, there's a specific type of burr in Texas, right? A little like seed with spikes on it that act kind of like Velcro to hook onto your skin or onto your fur so that way they can continue. In Texas, we would call those burrs triggers. Anyway, he uses a word very similarly. So there's that. I don't call them that. I call them burrs now to avoid sounding Texan. Moral rationale. All activities of the character aim at some good. The end of military science is victory. Of medicine is health. Of science is knowledge, etc. Studying ethics, morality, we must... Oh my god. So the past... $121, $122, $123. Okay. So he spends, what, 13 pages? Talking about ethics? This is not relevant to anything that you can roll. This is just a, like... Why does this exist? State refers to the self of character and how it relates to the greater community by attitudes and beliefs. Example of opposites of states along this continuum would be bureaucracy, highly structured society, representing ethicality, and anarchy representing unethicality. You can either be bureaucratic or not. One of these is good. Like, I almost feel like that he understands something there. And then he completely misses the point. Like, the more bureaucracy, the better. Along this continuum of bureaucracy, the amount of government bureaucracy is the most imposing, thorough, and cumbersome. Characters favoring bureaucracy prefer to be governed by a structure of abundance, which, while it may adapt and move slowly, results in highly structured society with classes, rank, hierarchy, and organization. Anarchy, the opposite of bureaucracy. Anarchy is the preference for a lack of government and abolishment of social distinctions. Yeah, actually, I think he's calling it bureaucracy here because calling it fascism looks bad. Patriotism, characters who are high in patriotism prefer their state to others. Okay, yeah. Treacherousness. Character high in treacherousness prefers other states to their own. Or maybe just doesn't prefer the state, right? Like, you just were talking about anarchy, so you almost know things. Yeah, this is like, in case if you're in a situation where you can't. So I guess the point of this is to help explain so the study thing he's talking about. The ethical portion of this questionnaire. So he says that a majority of people, either online role players or the human race, leave a lot to be desired because they're unethical. To be ethical is to be someone who agrees with bureaucracy, which, according to his definition, could be completely replaced with the word fascism. A majority of board gamers are not into fascism and prefer not that. Or more specifically, a majority of board gamers prefer not bureaucracy, which he defines as a government is imposing, thorough, and cumbersome. Characters favoring bureaucracy, ethical people, in other words, according to the creator, prefer to be governed by a structure of abundance in which they may adapt and move slowly, resulting in highly structured society with classes, ranks, and hierarchy and organization. Okay. I'm just going to kind of like skim read some more words here to see if there's any other interesting takes. A character who views the universe with meaningfulness asserts that there is an objective reality. Resultant from this objective reality, characters tend to discover a purpose in their lives or purpose in the universe. Characters who find purpose in the universe tend to be more active in making choices than those who do not find purpose. Meaningless. A meaningless view of the universe results in a perceived subjectivity of reality and refusal to accept a singular objective reality. A refusal to Okay. If I refuse to believe there is an objective reality, then that means that I have a meaningless view on the universe. Or I believe that the universe is meaningless, which is not. Characters with this view tend to question reality and dismiss notions of the universe progressing purposefully. These characters believe that life is short and choices do not affect anything with significance. I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. Are we talking about, like, if I shit on the floor, Mars isn't going to explode as a result? Or do you mean, like, if I shit on the floor, I'm going to piss people off? You should make a TTRPG? I don't think I should. Honestly, I think there's enough good RPGs. The closest I'll ever do is The Town of Nowhere. Moral rationale. All the characters Okay. Everyone agrees the good for characters is happiness, though no one agrees its meaning. To some, it is the pursuit of pleasure with the avoidance of pain. To others, it is wealth. These common thoughts are inconsistent. Further, suggests prove that the means does not end in themselves, for a true end in themselves offers more finality. How can you have that take and have said other words that I have to read? Second degree breach of the peace. What? Okay, in America. Interesting. For example, wealth is not an end in itself, but it means to other things, right? Happiness, then, is an end, not a means, and truly experienced only as the natural end of the character's uninterrupted life. Therefore, the character must live not for today, not for tomorrow, but for tomorrow, so that must live not for today, not for tomorrow, but for tomorrow, so that they are content with or do not regret today. Oh, how many pages since I had to roll for anal circumference? Further, as happiness is an end to a state, no character is born with it. Arguably, children are not happy, but they possess the potential. He's literally just copy pasting shit from Aristotle and shit. Like, I remember this from school. I don't remember which old dude with a beard said it, but I remember these. You know? Why does this need to be here? Why did we dedicate 14 pages to describing... I don't know anything about TTRPGs. Generally speaking, a lot of TTRPGs kind of go with the idea that, like, things should be somewhat abstract. Co-creator James Halsler proudly takes credit for the anal circumference stat. Great. A lot of TTRPGs prefer to go for a more abstract idea of reality rather than explicitly calling out which body part you're hit, unless if you're playing something like Warhammer or something like that, where older versions of Warhammer, the TTRPG, did include that. Mostly people consider it a bad thing because the game goes real fucking fast when you have, I don't know, a very low HP just cuz, and then that gets applied to, as a percentage of your health, and then that ends up going into your head. And if you get hit in the head once, you die and you have to spend another 6 hours doing this shit. Therefore, characters must learn of morality and immorality and strive these choices to exercise morals. Typically, if a moral is practiced and pleasure is experienced, in its practice, the player is being moral, while experiencing pain indicates the interpersonal preference for immorality. Finally, 3 guidelines are offered if morality is sought. 1. Always be wary of pleasure. 2. All things being equal, when you are unsure, avoid the greater immorality. 3. Assess where you are on the continuum. Let's say I believe I'm closer to absolute fear, and instead of simply aiming at the proper mark, which is difficult enough, as a carpenter straightens a board by bending it beyond where he wants it for a short duration, you should aim for beyond the mark for a while. So then that I am closer to fear, then I should try and make decisions slightly exceeding in confidence to temper myself. Yeah, this is probably directly from Aristotle or something. And he only read Aristotle. I would be surprised if he read any other, like, philosophical, like, anyone from the last, like, 200 years. Because, like, there's been some pretty decent philosophical, like, ideas that have happened, I don't know, since, like, between Aristotle and 2004. Dimensions of morality mean courage. Oh, we're still going. Oh. Oh no. We're done with ethics. We can move on to morality. Courage of the citizen soldier is likely the courage of the morality. Sanguine characters are not necessarily courageous. Sanguine characters experience in combat. Okay. Temperance. Liberality. Oh, I want to read this one. So I want to know what your definition of liberal is. It's the mean between meanness and... Okay. Liberality is mean regarding wealth, especially in giving and taking of wealth as a virtue. Liberality is most concerned with giving wealth. Riches, therefore, will be used best by the character who has liberality. A liberal character is more likely to give to the right character and take from the right sources than to take wrongly. Not politically. We're talking about spending liberally. Okay. No, we're talking about sanguine, like 87 Morpheus. Thank you for the 19 months of support. He means generosity, yeah. When haggling, it is easier to deal with liberal characters since they do not value as much as money as much as other characters. Proper pride. Okay. Goodness, good temper, truthfulness, ready witness, friendliness, modesty. Modesty is a form of morality. Okay. Unnamed balance of ambitiousness. Oh, it's still happening. It's still happening. We're on about 19 pages of just fucking garbage at this point. Okay. It turns out that that word that starts with an N that is not a great word for me to say out loud, especially considering my accent, which turns out I don't have much of one, is not... It does not have the same root as the slur, but I will still avoid saying it. Yeah, I've been finding that people are like, oh, where are you from? Like, when they ask where in Maine I'm from, I'm like, oh, Texas. And they're like, what? You don't have an accent. Page 122, 123. Finally, we're done reading about buffoonery is excessive ready-wittedness. Those who carry humor to excess are thought to be vulgar buffoons. All right, cool, great. Did the internet ruin your accent like it did Lime's? I think so. I think I have like no functional accent, or at least it's an American accent. But it's like, it's a fairly like, yeah, buffoonery is labeled as a greater evil here. For fuck's sake. Joel is getting there as well. No vampires. anymore. Specific words do bring out, like we took an Uber the other day and the guy had a very thick Texan accent. He was like, "Oh, you're from Texas?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm from Dallas." Like, I could tell. Temperament is a combination of internal processes. Okay, so we're now on to chapter 5. It's 4 humors time. A Dallas accent, it's closer to like a King of the Hill kind of thing. Hutto is, which I think is where, or no, Hank Hill is from, it's not Hutto, right? Arlen, Texas. Okay. I always like kind of associate him with Hutto because it's kind of Arlington. Okay. Where exactly is Arlington? Because I would imagine it's kind of close to... Yeah, Arlington is just outside of Fort Worth. In between Fort Worth and Dallas. So, like, a Dallas accent is closer to a King of the Hill accent. If that's where he's from. Which checks out. Arlen isn't real, but it's very much like Arlington. Hi, Boyd. Okay, temperament is the combination of the internal processes that are determined at birth and affect the moods and lives of characters. 4 bodily secretions cause temperament: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. Okay. A well-balanced ratio of 4 secretions in the humanoid body is believed to be related to sanity and health. Secretions and their predominant temperaments are related to the elements, the 4 winds, and much more. Below is a table that corresponds to the 4 bodily secretions with the appropriate temperament and the other assertion. What? He knows this theory was disproven, right? No, shut up. No, this guy has not read a fucking philosopher aside from Aristotle, which explains so fucking much. I really feel like the temperament chart that shows what elements they're associated with, as well as what state, season, and age. Okay. Character may not only be defined by one temperament. Characters are defined with a dominant and secondary temperament, while the other 2 remain recessive. Every character has unique combinations of the 4 temperaments. Theorists believe that perfection is a state in which no temperament predominates, but instead when all proportions are within character. Determining temperament. Back to rolling dice again. Roll a D100 for each of the 4 temperaments. Thank you. Fucking hell. Where's my dice roller? $34 for the first one. I don't give a shit. Sanguine. Ideally, a healthy and mentally balanced person has rolls of 50 or 51 in each of the temperaments. Observe the dominant and secondary temperaments. Ignore the other 2. Read the generalizations below about the temperament of the character. Okay. We'll have to do percentages on these as well. I just rolled a 34 for sanguine. We'll actually read about what these mean in a minute, because I don't actually want to... 97 for whatever the next one is. Caloric. Said 97, right? Yeah, okay. My brain's starting to decay reading all this. A lot of people like assume that because this is like 1,000 pages or whatever it is, that it's complex. There was an entirely masturbatory section on ethics that was like 23 pages that I didn't read. I just kind of scrolled through. It doesn't fucking matter, man. Melancholic. This game is like 1/3 manifesto. And that's why I was like, I want to go through the process because it... Can anyone tell me anything the fuck about my character? Like, what is my character... Like, we haven't even figured out what the fuck I'm doing. Like, what is my job? What do I... I have a slightly below average penis size. There you go. No tits. But my dick is great. I'm good at delousing. I have a +5 to delousing. And then phlegmatic. In one full sentence, describe what makes this game bad. I don't know what my class is. I've been here for 6 hours. That's 2 sentences. You could put a semicolon in there. Like, nothing about this game or the word and. Yeah, either way. I have no bonus or minus to phlegmatic. So let's see what my roll is. 22. My humors are all out of fucking sorts. Minus 25 to sanguine. All right. So I have a 9. Good. Needlessly complicated, needlessly violent, needlessly sexist and racist, and just all around needless. Yeah, that's a good description. 97 is my caloric, which I'm getting plus 25 to. So I definitely have a lot of that. I think it maxes out at 100, but I'm just going to put 122 in just in case if it matters. Melon. Oh, it will, because I have to... I still have to figure out how my gender affects my moods. I can't get Mike and Fred to play this. I could maybe convince Fred to roll up a character. There's no way in fuck you are gonna get Mike to sit down and deal with this fucking thing. Mike would not be able to get to the anal circumference roll. And you fucking know it. They have an auto character generator. In order to use the auto character generator, you have to use the Wayback Machine and trust this guy not to give you a virus. I just spent 20-something pages where he tries to justify fascism, I think, amongst other things. Why the fuck would I care? Why is anal circumference a factor in character creation? In case if you want to do something with it. I get a minus... Oh, it's not a... Wait. It's just a -2 to sanguine and a plus to caloric. Well, not percentage, just flat number changes. It didn't say percent. It just said flat number. Why are we using the 4 humors? Go to hell. Just fuck you. That's why. Honestly, there's no concern for whether or not this is a good use of your time and energy. It came from an old CD-ROM. Yeah. Oh yeah, Fred might get stuck on this the same way I would. I'm not gonna ask. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. You want me to walk up to my friends? You want me to DM my friends on Discord? And ask them, hey, do you want to play Fatal? Mike would say, what's that? And I would say, it's an RPG where you have to roll for anal circumference. And he would say, lol, bet. And then he would not go anywhere. If you gave this to Fred, he would go, oh, I know a Fatal. And then he would go, this game sucks ass. Okay, so now that I've rolled for my stats, now what? Well-balanced ratio of 4 secretions in the human body is believed to... character may not be defined by only one. The divine... Okay. Okay. Roll a D100 for each of your 4. Note them. The higher the roll, the more it is. Ideally, you want to be around 100 or around 50 or 51. Observe the dominant and secondary temperaments. Ignore the others. Read the generalizations below. Okay? I mean, listen. Is rolling for my temperament like really necessary? No, but using it in a D&D thing I'd be okay with to some degree. Like, to just go, like, I don't know what to roll, like, how to treat my character. You know? And then you roll up these stats and you go, oh, okay, well then I am, wait, where the fuck is my... Okay, so my highest stats are caloric and melancholic. I am... a born leader, dynamic and active, compulsive need to change, most correct wrongs. I mean, that sounds like me. And melancholic, thoughtful, analytical, serious and purposeful, prone to genius, talented and creative. I mean, these all kind of just sound like real people. I'm on page 127. These are just personality traits. How many pages are there? 900. Temperament weaknesses. Choleric people are bossy, impatient, quick-tempered, and cannot relax. Yep. Melancholic people are moody, depressed, enjoys being hurt, and false humility. And a low self-image. I do enjoy a low self-image. So if I am sanguine, or choleric, and melancholic, these characters are likely to become leaders who are relentlessly drive others. They view characters as tools to get the job done and more likely than any other temperament demand that tasks of their followers are performed flawlessly. Cool? Well, there you go. I'm just going to bold them because they are my 2 main ones. Mental illnesses. or disorders are characterized by disturbances of the character's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Various mental illnesses not only exist, but are widespread. Most are unrecognized in the terminology that follows are simply considered madness, the result of sorcery or witchcraft, evil spirits, or demons. Mentally ill usually become object of religious inquisition, barbaric treatment. It's for this reason that witch hunt are popular. Some believe that mental illnesses are the physical results of imbalances in blood. Whenever it says some believes with no fucking reference, it's gonna be Byron himself. A player who rerolls the sub abilities requires mental illnesses for their character per reroll. This information is amassed so the ADILs may apply it necessarily. Since characters may acquire or encounter these illnesses, they are compiled and listed below, followed by a table to facilitate the random selection of mental illness. Well, I don't need to roll on this table. Yeah, I don't need to roll on this table, so I'm going to just skip it and instead roll on the table and see what I get. This reads to me like, what if I just take the most extreme and most sexual things and put them in from the DSM from like 80 years ago and then put them onto a chart. All right, who wants to figure out what my mental illness is? Roll a D1000. Let's fucking go. One D1000, good sir. So that would be okay, D100 is 2D10. So a D1000 would be 3D10? Is that right? Or 4D10? Reroll once, reroll twice. 1D1000. Dice. Roll. Roll a 1,000 sided dice. Thank you. 754. What is 754? Why, that is Pyromania. Well, there you go. That one's not that bad. I didn't need to roll this, but that was good. Right in between psychosis and retophilia. What does that word mean? Oh no. I just saw what 591 to 600 is. Got to keep your piety points in row so you don't have to worry about that one. There is a 40 out of 1,000% chance to have a rape obsession. Cool. Great. Raptophilia. Ah! Rape. Whilst the Raptophilia necessitates, so not the same thing as blastophilia, whereas a Raptophilia necessitates a visually terrified victim. Cool, good, and normal. I'm glad that is. I was very close to rolling that. No, I wasn't. 754. Yeah, relatively close. Zoophilia is on here. I like how it, like, you can roll something like, I don't know, anorexia, dementia, megalomania, kleptomania, or pedophilia. Can we go over the list of options? Sure. I don't know how to pronounce half of these. Abasophobia, philia, acrotomophilia, anorexia nervosa, antisocial personality disorder, autobastophilia. These are different types of being into unconsenting sex. Avoidant personality disorder. They are fairly specific. You need to roll a 1, a 2, or a 51 to get those. Yeah. Choromania. Borderline personality disorder. Border bipolar disorder. Dementia, dependent personality disorder, dispersonalized disorder, depression, dissociative fugue, dissociative identity disorder, egomania, luthomania. Yeah, there's a lot on here. I'm actually glad that all I rolled was pyromania. And that still makes me completely unable to actually interact with humanity with the way the game this treats it. Chapter 6, Sociality. What is this chart? Oh, for fuck's sake, I gotta figure out. Okay. Sociality here means the social factors of the character, such as social class, how many brothers and sisters exist, and whether the parents were married legally at the character's birth. A character's wealth, education, and other social factors beyond the relevant information. Chapters in RPGs is normal. Name. To determine the name, use Appendix 7 at the end of the book. Society. Where is Appendix 7? Okay, hold on. Let me go back to where I was. Well, hysteria is not on there, but there is, like, vaginomosis, recurrent or persistent involuntary spasm of the musculature of the outer third of the vagina, interfering with sexual intercourse. Disturbances create marked distress of interpersonal difficulty. That doesn't sound like a mental illness to me. That just sounds like there's something going on with your downstairs mix-up there. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's like at least a couple feet in between the two body parts. What does Pyromania actually do in this game? Pyromania. Mental illness in which fires are repeatedly and deliberately set without anger and not for monetary gain or benefit because the character cannot resist the impulse to set fires. Character experiences tension before setting the fire and pleasure and relief or erotic gratification after setting the fire. Legally, pyromaniacs are considered arsons. Hmm. Debauchery of this character increases by 25 if you're a pedophile. As a comparison, okay, this is interesting. Involving intense sexual arousing fantasies, sexual urges, and behaviors involving sexual activity with prepubescent children or child. generally age 13 or under for humans. As a comparison, for humans, the earliest permitted age for marriage is 12 for the bride and 14 for the groom. What? In order to be a pedophile, a character must be at least 16 years old and must be at least 5 years older than the child or children. Increase the debauchery society of this character by 25. There's a lot of stats involving how long you spend at it. Name, okay, so I am on page 146. I want to go down to the appendix on name so I can roll my name. There's a section on pimping. Occupation. Did they say cock or cook? Cook, okay. Continuing on. Combat. I'm sorry, what was it? I was trying to scroll over some of the spells and I just saw ejaculate blood as a spell that you can cast. Oroanal is a spell. Casting this spell causes one orifice of the touch target to function as both an anus and a mouth. Why would you fucking need that? Perpetual orgasm. Conducting the game, chapter 15. No, I don't care. I just... Oh my god. I don't want to... Jesus, what is this table? Appendix of magical effects. Okay, I just want the appendix of names. I'm getting close. Is there a Discord for Rev? Yeah, do exclamation point Discord. Sergey's, thank you for the 54 months of support. It is sub only. And then there's another one that's just notification, which... Oh, there's a list of phobias. The notification one is just to let people know that I'm live. Ingredients. Live fetus. Dead fetus. Thyroid for an ogre. Freshly severed clitoris. Armpit hair. Any meat. Okay, so you roll on this table if you need to decide what you need for a spell. Oh my god, they have like... Yeah, you need armpit hair for a spell. Okay. Names. Although most of the names in this appendix are given at birth, ogres and trolls only have nicknames. If a character dislikes their birth name, they can choose another as a nickname. Or most characters go by their birth names. The first names are Anakims and humans, are referenced from 1332 AD, Lincolnshire, England. The Anakim and human surnames have been referenced through www.medievalgenealogy.org.uk. The name for bugbears is referenced from Icelandic medieval prefixes and suffixes. Although historically inaccurate to randomly assign an endangered Icelandic medieval prefix to a suffix, both bugbear first and last names are generated in this matter. Since bugbears are not meant to fully represent Icelandic people, bugbears' surnames are not passed down from generation to generation, but divined at birth. For dwarves, reference German names to from circa 12,000 to 12,050 AD. Surnames are foreign to dwarves. The names for elves are reference the Anglo-Saxon Old English. From Beadle's A History of the English Church and People, surnames are foreign to elves, because then we don't have to figure them out. Kobolds have Indonesian names, although these names did not originate in Europe, and so they violate any assumption of the game. They were selected due to their sound and similarity to the height of Indonesians and fatal kobolds. Okay. Went completely out of nowhere just to be like, fuck Indonesian people, I guess. Even though it's outside the scope of this game that's supposed to be as European as possible, we're going to reference Indonesians because I particularly don't like them. In case you forgot, a little bit of racism. All of these races don't use surnames, by the way, because then he would have to come up with a surname table. And so all of the characters, if there's two that have the same thing, then they will use, like, so if you have two people with the same first name, they are distinguished by occupation, residence, or renown. This is a thing that keeps coming up. 2004, Twinkmaster. You are encouraged to roll for everything, because no one gets to choose any of this. The names for subterranean trolls have been referenced from classical Greece. Names of popular people such as Aristotle and Plato have been omitted. Surnames are foreign to subterranean trolls, in which case you go by thing again. Okay. Let me see if I can find the bugbear list. Bugbear prefixes and suffixes. All right. We will finally learn our character's name. Name. It's simple. All I have to do is roll 2 D100s. $96. V. Male name suffix. 25. Finner. For dwarven names, he seems to have run out after 96 entries, and so a result of 97 to 100 requires a reroll. Because he just ran out of ideas. Base ogre male nickname, prefixes, and suffixes. I'm going to roll on this because I think it would be funny. 82. Shit. Squisher. Society. Unless the DM declares otherwise, all characters have been raised in the society of their race, except for Anakim, who were raised in human society. The following races have no society. Base and Kinderfrezer Ogre, Bolton Raga, and Hill Troll. Your society is covered in this chapter. Determine the age, format day, year, month, day, year. It would be remiss of me to not mention that the DM or the creator of this references that days do not have in the other book don't have months do not have 31 days in his thing. Okay, in order to find my birthday, I need to take a D1, a 20-sided die, divided by the product of a D12 plus a D20 minus 1. So 7 minus 1 is 6. So a D20, so 20 divided by 6 is 3.3333. Okay. Reroll. Okay, reroll a 20. Okay, so I need to reroll the 20 because that doesn't work. Okay, 5. So 5 divided by 6. And results of 14 or higher in Navaria, the year consists of 13 months. We are now learning the name of the land. I mean, it was to be assumed, but it has actually now been explicitly stated on page 146 what the name of the universe is. That's good. And it says here, to determine a character's birthday format, month, day, year for Navaria, parentheses, a fantasy world, simply apply the following formula. 1d20 times, or no, that's an asterisk. 1d20 divided by, oh, okay, I see. Okay, hold on. D12 and a D20. 5. Okay, so 5 divided by, well, what is my age? Oh, right, my age is 24. I know this. Okay. So 5100 minus 24 is 5076. Oh! I get it. Birthday. The pieces are connecting. My birth month is 5. 5, 6. And then you subtract your age from the starting year, which is 5,100, which is 5,076. That's my birthday. Month, year, date. Note, in Navaria, different cultures count your years differently. The formula used above represents kobold years, KY. In another fantasy, if another fantasy world is used, consult the edile to determine the character's birthday. Birth status. To determine whether or not the character's parents were married legally or is important factor worthy of note. The character is born as a result of rape, such as a result of a majority of Anakim. The character is obviously a bastard. Ogres and trolls do not have a marriage ceremony. Roll a d100. Rolled a 1 and a 10, so 10. I am a bastard. I knew this before rolling the dice. Yeah, there are other calendars. I knew someone who went by a Jewish calendar, who was my Spanish teacher. And I forgot what year he said it was. That was several years ago, and I don't remember how the formula works. Birth status, bastard. Social class. Okay, do I have any like modifiers to my bastardness? No. Social class. Social class is someone standing in a community compared to their social peers. Roll a D100 and compare it to whatever thing you have. I rolled a 20, which means it's a bugbear. I'm a slave. But I'm a literate slave. Good. Bastard gives a modifier to social class? Oh, okay. Wait, how do you know? Oh, a modifier to the social class. -2. Same thing. But you're lucky. Thank you for catching that. That would have been a big deal had I not rolled a 20. Starting funds. There's like glimpses of something that could be considered a like real fucking idea hidden behind just insanity. I rolled a 1 on my thing, so 1 1d4 SP, so 1 SP then. Whatever, silver points probably. Birthplace. There we go. Here's another chart. Surprisingly, it uses another D100. 24. For a bugbear, that means that I was born in a village. Really wish I would have been able to make these decisions. Wait, I went to work and came back and still making a character. Yeah, I haven't, I don't know what class I am. Well, no, I just found out my social class is slave. What are the odds of not being a slave? 20% chance of being a slave. There's following a, if you're all in between a 21 and a 70, you are a peasant. You have a 1% chance of being a royalty and a 20% chance of being a slave. As a bugbear, as a human, you have a 30% chance. Elves cannot be slaves. Only serfs. Same with dwarves. What do you do in this game? It literally doesn't matter because it will never happen. Is ambient noise copyrightable? Yes, in some cases, unfortunately. As a kobold, you have a 60% chance of being a slave. Ogre of all varieties have a 10% chance of being a slave. Same with troll. No, trolls, it's really weird because he's done 1 to 10 on all these other ones, but starting at Ogre, or no, starting at Kobold? No, he's been doing it the whole time. I just wasn't paying attention. All right, never mind. I was born in a village. Siblings. Siblings are brothers and sisters to the character. To determine the character's siblings. Siblings. Roll a D100, then follow the table. Not everyone, just a lot. 30. So 30, I subtract 10, so that gives me 20. I have 1d6 brothers. 2 brothers. Birth rank. Consult these siblings determined above. If your character is an only child, then their birth rank is 1 of 1. Otherwise, add 1 to the number of siblings. Obtain a die with a number equal to or more than the number. And discard any result that's too large. It wants me to roll a d3. So I'm going to roll a d6. A 6, I'm going to count that like D&D, where that's 3. So I am the third, of which I am the youngest of 3. For example, if his result is has 4 brothers, and then roll a d6, rerolling a 6. Wait. No. That's not the way it wants me to do this. If you have... Well, you're unlikely to be a caster because you can't roll high enough intelligence to be able to have that stat. Consult the result for the sibling determined above. If the character is an only child, then it's 1 of 1. Otherwise, add 1 to the number of siblings, so 2 becomes 3. Obtain a die with a number of sides equal to or more than the modified... Okay, so let's just use a d4 then. So that gives us a 2. So I'm the second brother. Characters who are born first are more likely to be driven and successful than those born later. Anyone know if Byron is the oldest of his brood? Because I was the youngest. Marital status. Marriage is a union of adult male and female for life. Interesting. Interesting. Marriage is the... Okay, but there's an addendum. Information on marriage has been referenced from life in a medieval castle, life in a medieval city, life in a medieval village, medieval prostitution, the reign of the phallus. For more information, see the references at the end of this book. Marriage is the union of an adult male and female for life. Not all races value marriage. Kobolds, ogres, and trolls do not recognize matrimony. For those that do, most characters marry during puberty. Following odds apply to both newly created characters as well as characters generated. Roll a d100 and consult the table to determine the characters. Okay. 20. Unhappily married. Okay. Okay, to double down on the homophobia of this paragraph, I want to point out that while the first sentence is marriage is a union for an adult male and female for life, if you go to the table and you roll a 84 to 100, you get happily married. in which, in parentheses, it is you are instructed re-roll if homosexual. So not only is it like you're not allowed to gay, but if you did gay, you have to re-roll because you're not allowed to be happily married if gay. I swear to fuck that is real. Re-roll if homosexual. This game has so many wonderful things. And by wonderful, I mean it is the work of a deranged mind. Most characters marry young. By law, human bride must be 12 and groom must be 14. Bugbears have no laws concerning age, but prefer females that are at least 14 and males that are at least 20. Okay. For dwarves and elves, marriage is legal once the female hits puberty. In less than 15% of human cases, the husband is younger than the wife. Oh, I feel like if the implication is that gay marriage is... No, I don't think that he thought that hard. Bugbear culture, however, does not care about the consent of the wife. A bugbear wife serves only to relieve sexual tension for her husband and produce offspring that is recognized legally. And yet somehow I'm a bastard. Child bride? Okay. Being gay? Not okay. Despite the fact that that is, like, ahistorical as fuck. Okay, we'll roll with it. I will at some point, but I'm still trying to get through all of this shit. Ring must be placed on the husband on the fourth finger of the wife to show true love and a cordial... Okay. Yeah, but here's the thing about that. That is a belief. And becomes gay is used as a debuff. Okay. Yeah, you could have a whole host of sexual deviancy, but if you want to be gay, that is absolutely outside of it. I bet you that somewhere there is a mental illness that gives you gay. Like, knowing this, from what I've read so far, I would totally believe that. Bugbear society considers marriage different from human society. Bugbears truly consider a wife to be the property of the husband. She is not allowed to leave the house and has no legal rights. Although a female is given a name at birth, no other bugbears even address a wife by her name. Instead, only refer to her as his property. Except for, oh, okay, that's it. Even though the marital relationship of bugbears is much more superficial, these rarely get divorced. Bugbear husbands keep their wives for sex and to make children, otherwise the greatest pleasure is derived from raiding human communities. And raping. Across cultures, divorce is only permitted on the grounds that the union has broken one of three laws of marriage: age, consent, or incest. That's interesting, considering what we know about bugbears. Adultery is a crime against marriage. Adultery is defined as and detailed later in the chapter under justice. A husband dies and the widow inherits 1/3 of his worldly possession. The remainder goes to the local ruler. Oh, okay. We're not going to define consent. Why would we? Language. Jeez, fuck. I'm only on page 151. Seemingly to other races, as though male bugbears are obsessed with sex, they refer to their flaccid manhood as their little human, roughly translated. Male bugbears refer to their erect manhood as poop puff, which shortens to pup poof. When said quickly, the variant of poop ups developed a response in finding feces on the manhood after removal from the rectum. Okay. I'm gonna real quickly read over what it thinks Kobold is like. Okay. He has tried to make a language here. Sexuality. There we go. It's interesting that I roll for my sexuality after I find out if I'm married or not. Sexuality modifiers. +5 if I'm a bugbear. You get pluses and minuses depending on the size of your boobs if you are a girl. Note that being asexual requires a roll of 1 to 2. Being homosexual requires, or excuse me, you need to roll a 1 to be asexual. You need to roll a 2 or 3 to be homosexual. Which means that with my bugbear modifier of +5, it is... I absolutely cannot be gay or asexual. I did roll tit size as a man. Yeah, but why? Because it didn't tell me whether or not I should or not. What die are you rolling? Well, for this one, I'll need to roll a D100. I just realized this chart is 1 for asexual, 2 to 3 for homosexual, 4 to 5 for bisexual, and anything greater than 5 is heterosexual. So as a bugbear with a +5 to my stat, I literally cannot be anything other than heterosexual. He thinks that 1% of people are... No, 2% of people are homosexual. And then 2% of people are bisexual. Though this range increases from 4 to 40 for light elves. Apparently it's impossible for females to be asexual. No, if they have small boobs, then they can be asexual. So there's that. You cannot be gay. Okay, so body determines sexuality? Yep. In the creator's mind, it does. The only way to guarantee asexuality is to be a elf woman with small boobs. Asexuals prefer to avoid asexual or sexual encounters altogether. He's progressive enough to remember or recognize that asexuals exist in 2004, but enough of an asshole to make it so that way it's functionally impossible to be one. Debauchery reigning. Okay. Debauchery is the willingness of a character to indulge in sexual desire. Hello. I love you. Some characters refuse sex while others are willing to do anything. Debauchery score cannot... Okay, do I have a debauchery score? No. Despite all of this, if you are a light elf, you are bisexual if you roll between 4 and 40. Light elves are allowed to be gay. Or bisexual, not gay. You can't just like men. Debauchery modifiers. Bugbear has 0. Or dash. If you are asexual, you have a negative 130 to your debauchery modifier. I rolled an 81. As a bugbear, I have no modifier. Jesus, what the fuck? Collect 7 10-sided dice, roll a D10 million, and consult the following table. A D1 million. How you roll for this IRL? You roll a D10 with each dice representing a different decimal place. It's only if you have children in game, and I haven't. Okay, so what did I roll again? I rolled an 81, which means that I like on my debauchery thing to urinate on my piss kink. Oh my god, there's so many bad things here. Just because it does need to, Vifinner is into, pissing on people. Oh, cool. If you roll a 98, you're into drinking it. Offspring becoming characters. Oh, okay, we don't have to deal with that. Chivalry. Okay, well, why do I need to... Oh, I guess this is if I rolled a knight. The Code of Chivalry. Okay. This deserves 2 pages. 12 rules of courtly love. Occupational level correlates to your population. Observe the table below to determine the occupational level and race where the individual ranks among in a random population of their culture. For instance, if a human village has a population of 400 and there are roughly 20 characters at the 7th occupational higher... Okay, what is wrong with you? Do I need to roll this chart? Do asexual characters always have debauchery? No, they have a negative 130 to it, so it's impossible for a asexual character to have any kings. The roll is for tables later. Okay, so I don't need to care about this right now. I was born in a village, so let's look up what a village is according to the communities. Villages have 100 to 1,000 characters. Most villages are too small to have guilds, have a local lord, and 1 to 2 temples, and probably have several shrines. Village guilds are likely to be negligible in quantity and service. I think you already said that they don't exist. Rarely, villages may have walls and are rebuilt continually. Governments. Anarchy, the antithesis of all government. Proponents of anarchy prefer a lack of government, preferring chaos to order and nature to civilization. I think you'll find that if you read anything about anarchy, you would know that's not the correct take. But okay, we'll continue on. It then goes on to describe various different types of things. Rev, I'm scared. He believes in objective facts. Anarchists are known for not wanting any sort of civilization. Emma Goldman just out there wilding. I mean, she was, but that's a different thing entirely. Society. This is gonna be like a two stream thing because I don't know if I can. Are we almost done? We haven't even rolled skills. I don't even know. Yeah, this is this is by the same person. I mean, like, I respect the fact that he respects that asexual people exist. Like, he's a certain level of educated. It's just he's used this all for very stupid reasons, and he didn't read much. Like, he read some statistical information, saw asexuality was a thing, and was like, yeah, that'll be like a 1% thing. I've never heard of that. Bugbear communities range from a hamlet and capital city, have kings and organize their slaves in subjugated families. Humans are light elves. Well, it's literally impossible to roll a light elf that's a slave, so I don't know why you've included light elves as a type of slave that bugbears can have, because if you go back up to what your societal position is, you literally cannot be a slave if you're an elf. So how do bugbears have them? They calculate how much food to give, so they treat their slaves poorly, as one would expect. Subject to medical experimentation, work to death by given just enough food to survive, but not enough to revolt. Bugbear engineers design their communities. Unskilled labor is performed by human slaves. While humans feed, their hands are tied behind their backs and they drink from a trough. All the slaves are forced to urinate and defecate in a central cesspit that is above ground. All characters within 100 feet of the cesspool must pass a daily health sub-ability check of TH5 or become deathly ill and nauseated for 1d10 seconds and vomit violently. Cool. Why are you bringing that up? There's so much about sex in here. Can we refund that redemption? Nice. Skipping over some stuff about society. If you've ever read someone who doesn't know much about Viking culture, just sort of like make some assumptions about what this guy wrote in there. They have cesspits, or you know, for the, and you can't eat with your hands. You got to eat with your out of a trough if you're a human. What is all this shit? Why have you designed a society that sucks? Roads, inns. Like at this, I have so much. Jesus fucking Christ. I am a very patient person. Justice. Bugbear law is more concerned with the wealth of the criminal than the crime committed. For bugbear justice, wealth means the total estimated assets of the criminal. The criminal worth less than 100 SP has a severity of 1 to 3. The richer you are, the more you get punished. I think. Once convicted and punished, the character may seek a pardon. Most punished characters are pardoned. Any character who is not a bugbear, who is deemed subject to their law, is sentenced to death if found guilty of a crime. All criminals are shaved, numbered, and cataloged. The numbers are burned onto the back of the criminal. In detailed criminal history may be listed. If a slave is subjugating facility commits a crime, which includes disobeying orders, then the sentence of the slave is subject to the whim of the facility commander. Sometimes such slaves are killed on the spot. Other times they are removed and dropped into the pit beneath the tower where their screams will not be heard as they starve to death. Okay. Bugbear culture encourages crimes to be committed in other cultures. Therefore, if a bugbear goes abroad, commits a crime, and comes home, the community discovers it, then the bugbear will not be punished. In fact, a bugbear who commits crimes abroad may become legendary. Yeah, don't baste too early with this guy. Wait a minute. Okay, now we have a list of crimes. Humans and kobolds have homosexuality as a crime. Every other one does not have that as a crime. Crime rating of 1 and 5, respectively. Which is relative to fucking what? Out of 10? Mass murder is a 10 out of 10. Do not recommend crime. Treason is a 10 out of 10. Do not recommend crime across all cultures. Mass murder, 9 out of 10 for humans. Whoring, only really a problem for elves, light elves, and white dwarves. There's no crime where rape is considered a more severe crime than counterfeiting. Counterfeiting, 7s and 6s. Across the board, 6 is the lowest for humans and dark elves. Everyone else has it at a 7. Heresy is a fairly low crime. Rape is 7. Yeah, no, counterfeiting is a worse crime than rape, according to this chart. So there's that. Assault. Blasphemy, burglary, counterfeiting. Counterfeit is to endeavor or succeed in having the appearance or characteristics of a thing, most often currency. Criminals worth less than 100 SP are killed upon sentencing. Criminals worth between 100 and 1,000 SP are forced into a forge and killed. Criminals worth more than 1,000 have their assets liquidated, and all must watch as it is auctioned. Oh, you're not killed if you're rich enough. Debt, drawing blood, extortion, failure to pay rent. Bugbears always pay rent in advance, so this is never a crime. However, if rent is not paid in advance, the bugbear is evicted immediately. Okay? Gambling, heresy, homosexuality. There we go. Homosexuality is an atypical sexuality characteristic characterized by manifesting sexual desire towards a member of the human's or character's own sex. Humans are fined 1d100 SP. Kobolds. Lesbians are okay and often encouraged. Male homosexuality is a crime. Slaves are dismembered and burned. Peasants, serfs, and nobles are castrated and become slaves for 1d100 years. Royalty disappears without a trace. No character speaks of them again. Yeah, it's alright if you're a lesbian, though. Incest, lycanthropy, libel, perjury, pimping. Although bugbears have no legal issues with whores, it is illegal for husbands to pimp out his wife. If a husband pimps his wife, then he is publicly chastised. Okay, well, there you are. For rape, criminals worth less than 100 SP must wear a chastity belt for 1d10 weeks. Oh, you get less of a punishment in Bugbear Society. The more money you have. I see. The section on humans is several paragraphs long. Priests compromise 20% of the clientele at Apravet, Provals, and public baths, and even are members of. Okay, lots of topic of. Yeah. Only 20% of rapes are committed by a group of less than 9 characters. And again, it has that stat of 50% of men have gang raped at least once in human society. Yeah, for the viewers at home, the section on human rape is a majority of the page. And they use they have a footnote here. I've been calling them addendums, but they're footnotes. Says that they got their references for this from Rassad's Medieval Prostitution. Cool. Oh, there's recipes. Oh, wow, these are almost real meals? What? Gingerbread. Ingredients: breadcrumbs, cloves, ginger, honey, pepper, and sugar. Boil the honey, then stir the breadcrumbs in until evenly mixed. Remove from the heat and stir in ginger and pepper. Let it cool, then knead it evenly. Distribute the spices. Put in a box and sprinkle sugar and cloves around the edges. Allow the clove flavor to permeate the bread. Do not eat the cloves with it. He said no Eastern spices. Shush. He forgot about that. I can't tell if this is a typo or if he just Control F'd and made sure that it didn't say grape anywhere in here, but rapes and potage is a thing here. Drain the rapes and put them with the chicken broth. Are you hungry? Yes, I think I am. My voice is starting to give out on me a little bit after streaming this. It's not like a full recipe. He forgot how to spell after a certain point. What do you mean the barely literate rape apologist fantasy setting is inconsistent? Yeah. Well, I would love some tea, my love. Thank you. At the age of 10, most humans begin to learn an occupation. Bugbears at 12. Oh, cool. So I didn't need to write that down at any point. Love you too, sweetheart. If the character is... Okay. This chapter explicitates the various occupations available. If the character is older than the age listed above, then the occupation must determine randomly according to their social class. See society. If a character is... We're finally on chapter 7, occupation, which is the closest you're going to get to a actual functional class in this game. Most popular choice for a player is an adventuring occupation, such as assassin or mercenary. Historically, most simply chose the same occupation as their parents. Royal occupations are always determined randomly. If a character begins with previous experience in an occupation, then the player may opt to change the occupation at any point. However, up until that point, advancement points must be determined by the E-dial. So, okay. What you need to understand about this game is, you know how like in D&D you do stuff and you get experience? Kill a wolf, get some experience. Save a city, get some experience. Tell some people about how you saved a city from wolves once, maybe get some experience. Ah, okay, the rape seed is a thing. Okay, great. Thank you for the footnote there. I just wasn't sure if that he'd like maybe screwed it up or something, which seemed equally likely. Experience in this game, however, is going to be set based on how often you do the things relative to the thing you're supposed to do. This is, at around this point in the book, he's really just kind of given up on even attempting to write a thing. Maybe a little bit earlier. Slaves and peasants are not free, so their master or lord will not allow them to change their occupation. Serfs, nobility are free to do whatever they want. They're a slave, then avoid the following tables and proceed directly to the occupation. All right, cool. I should probably read the rest of that sentence. No. It literally just skipped. It's like the Elder Scrolls leveling system, but worse. Yeah. Okay, so advancing levels. In order to advance in levels, you need 1,000 AP to get between levels. 1,000 AP to get to level 1, 2,000 to get to level 2. Who knows what level you are at level 1 or 0? Like how that works. I believe you level with age, but I'm not sure about that. Just as a reference, in order to get to level 20, you will need 524,288,000 advancement points. For many occupations, you only get 1 advancement point per task. Serf, peasant, Peasant occupations. Well, I don't think I get to choose what I do. I'm just gonna keep scrolling because I don't get to do any of these cool things. It should be noted that a majority of these are completely impossible for people to do. Like, a lot of people cannot have the correct stats for whatever they need to do. Like, you can't be a berserker if you are a ogre, but it references that ogres are berserkers. Because you lack the ability to actually gain what you need to. This isn't fun, no shit. Cheesemaker. Classmaker. Clerk. Clockmaker. Cobbler. Cook. Coppersmith. Cooper. Courtesan. Cupbearer. Dairymaid. Delouser. Dancer. I want to learn more about delouser. This occupation specializes in the picking and removing of lice, fleas, and bed bugs from the hair of the characters and beards of males. The removal of such pests is a sellable service. Profitable delousers additionally apply a herb lavender because it repels these pests. Well, I can't do this because I'm a slave, unless if that's what my master decides that I do. Druid has a completely deranged mathematical equation for cat. Really? Hold on. We're close to it anyway. Elves rarely need delousers, even though they have hair on their heads, but nowhere else. Underground races rarely need them, although ogres, as well as surfers, trolls need them. Daily wages are about 5 in silver in human culture, or 10 in bugbear culture. This is an annual average. Most delousers charge 1 for a delousing, 1 for human, 2 for delousing, 1 for bugbear. Oh, 1 SP for delousing 1 human and 2 for delousing 1 bugbear. Delousers can earn most of their wages in the summer and virtually starve during the winter. Ogres are not delousers. It also should be noted that you can have any disposition and temperament, which means that you do not need to have rolled those stats previously. Druid. I am curious about how to be a druid. Priest, though devoted, blah, blah, blah. 2 main classes of priests will be introduced. Hierophants and druids. Priests meet a minimum score. Okay, so do I have the minimum requirements to be a druid, assuming that I wasn't restricted for other reasons, like being a slave? Language. I have a language skill of 86, which makes me ineligible to be a level 1 spellcaster. And my wisdom is also too low, so I cannot do it. I'd need 105 or 100 and 105 in language and 110 in wisdom. Priests can only cast Chaos Magic. Piety points are used and increases your percentage chance at doing things. The more pious you are, the better your chances are at doing a thing. The lower pious you are, the less likely you are to do something. My piety, for example, is 60, which would mean that I would have a negative 25% chance. Oh no, there's more stats here. You can become a sorcerer because they have no requirements, but you can get it and not have the requirements to be able to cast. To be a druid, you must be male. The ability requirements are 115 intelligence and 115 wisdom. Despite the fact that... Okay. Let's just keep rolling for down to slave. A lot of this is copy-pasted, and a lot of these classes you would never want to take. You're more than likely to end up being a slave, just by statistics in this game. Just an aside. So, most of these pages do not matter. because you can't do them. Unless if you stop being a slave at some point. Scholar. Oh, also, to be a sailor. Okay. To be a sailor, you get sailing skills, but not fishing skills, for example. To be a scribe, you don't need to know how to read? No swimming skills for sailors. To be a sheriff, you need to have haggling +3 and intimidation +3. Female sheriffs are rare. You need to have an intelligence of 80. Probably minimum. Ah, there we go. Slave. Chapter 9 gives you the equipment costs for slaves. For each task in which a slave becomes proficient, 10 AP is acquired. Additionally, for each day a slave does not get beaten or flogged, they must have done something right, so they require 1 AP. Children are popular slaves, especially abandoned female children. To determine the duties of a slave, roll a D100 and consult the table. All right, here we go. Find out what kind of slave we are. You get experience for not being beaten successfully. 72, which makes me a minor. You have roughly a 30% chance of being a whore if you're female. But luckily, 5% of that, unrelated to being a whore, will make you a wench. Which is not a whore. It's a different thing. You cannot be a male whore. Okay, so can I... Yeah, well, you don't need gigolos because lesbians are hot. Like, we're at that level of realism. Where lesbians are hot, so therefore, you know, elves can be lesbians. But men can't be gay. Very realistic. Completely. The thing is, with him really trying to be realistic about certain things, going, oh, these are just the stats of what it was like, you know, to be this, that, and the other. First off, dubious stats, but let's ignore that for a minute and pretend that they're real. He often ignores anything that is a statistical thing from medieval Europe when it doesn't align with what he wants it to be. For instance, like, you can't be happily gay married. It's just, you have to re-roll if you roll that. Realism, but only if it justifies racism and homophobia. And that really is like the key here, is that the realism is very specific, and because of the exclusions of like what is not allowed to be real, changes entirely how everything looks. Okay, so see corresponding occupation. So in order to level up, I get 10 AP whenever I do a task, and 1 AP for not getting beaten. QRS, so go back up to minor, which is my class. See what I need to do in order to get points for it. Mountaineer, moneylender, mentor, minor. Female miners are very rare. Common sense of 75. Do I have a common sense of 75? I have 78. Just barely eked that one out. Daily wages are typically 7, but obviously I'm a slave, so I don't get that. Bowl of water may be placed atop the defending wall to watch for ripples, which may alert defenders to the presence of mining. A miner digs a mine shaft either to find precious stones or okay, so how do I level up? It doesn't knock walls down, go. So dig a really big hole, gain 10 points. Oh, next page, there it is. Okay. Training, none. Advancement points. Each pound of ore mined, get 1 AP. All participants who all participating miners who collapse a wall or countermined an enemy acquire 500 AP. Okay. For each pound of ore mined, a miner requires 1 AP. And then there are gills. Okay, so pound of... Hello, my love. Thank you. May I have a little bit of water?
No.
Thank you. Thank you for the tea, my love. Collapsing wall meta. Yeah, you didn't say how big the wall has to be. You could have, like, 3 dominoes stacked on top of each other and have 500 people all go at it. You collapse a wall. So if you get like 10 of your best friends together and all knock down like a toothpick wall, you'll get 500 AP. Doesn't matter if it's... Knocking down a wall made out of twigs is the same thing as not being beaten for over a year, almost 2. Okay, cool. Now we know how to level. It's good. Is that it? Squire, Tanner, Winch, Mocha Pudia, dirty slut. Thank you for teaching us how to say that in Latin. There's considerably more text written about whores than there is about any other class. Sex is just an element in this game. You can completely remove it from the game if you wish. They mentioned that earlier. Thank you, my love. Chapter 8, Skills. Different abilities, skills are options that characters may select, acquire, and increase during the game. Many skills may be attempted by all characters. Other skills, however, may be attempted only by those who have trained in them and have sufficient ability score. What is our popularity or likability status? No one fucking likes us, but we are hot. And we're most well known for our ugly lips and weird penis. Yep. Well, I've just said what from the other room? I rolled that stat, by the way. Nope. A slightly small but very charismatic penis. Thank you for noticing, yes. I will also mention that it is a cube. No, it's circumference. Okay. Well, skills to be attempted by different characteristics, although some have pure character prerequisites. For example, a character is attempted doing all of the examples you have, my dude. Most skills may be attempted by all characters, though some have prerequisites. For example, any character is capable of attempting to seduce someone, even if not by a whore by occupation. Sure. Their sub-ability scores are low in bodily attractiveness as well as facial, vocal, kinetic, or rhetorical charisma. Granted, chances may be slim. But any character may at least attempt seduction. Many skills have a learning curve, which is a modifier to skill checks when a skill must be learned in order to perform without a penalty. So this is actually kind of an interesting thing that he does. You have a negative to your skill, and the only to like skills like blacksmithing with this system, but when you get points in it, you slowly remove that negative. As opposed to getting better at it, you just get less worse at it. Do we have a big head? Well, our head is 26.6 inches around. I don't know if that's big or not. Well, we're pretty tall. And our feet are approximately 1.5 feet long, which is a bit longer than the average foot. Skill points. Some skills utilize more than one ability or sub-ability. In such cases, average them and drop the remainder. For example, blind fighting skill utilizes intuition, agility, and reaction speed. I feel like he was writing these down as he was coming up with ideas. I'm gonna shut the window, I think. There we are. We need to draw this guy for arcade. I don't need to ever for any reason at all. The average male head has a circumference of 21.65 inches. Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is in order for it to be realistic, everything has to be rolled down to an average. How'd you go? Someone has to draw this creature. I have better things to do with my time. Draw his weirdly long nipples. In addition to these bases, however, each character starts with a number of skill points depending on race, age, and lifespan. These SP are invested into... Oh, wait. I thought SP was... Oh. Those are skill points. I have 1 skill point. Uh-oh. Wait, I thought that was money. Wait. Yeah, daily wages are typically 6 SP for a wine crier, whatever the fuck that is. These SP are invested into appropriate skill. So skill points and silver pieces are also... Yeah, it's SP. Capital SP is skill points. lowercase is with s.p dot is okay, is money. P's are invested into the appropriate skills under the points invested. Okay. I am a young adult bugbearer, so I roll a d6 and subtract 1. 5, so 4. Okay. Again, if at least 5 points are allotted to a skill when a character created, then the LC does not apply to that skill. So continue. Wait. At the time of character creation, additional SP may be distributed amongst... Have you read the JoJo manga? No. Each time a character ages 1 year, they gain an appropriate amount of SP according to the table above. Of these SP gained, D100% must be invested in their occupational skill if applicable. Otherwise, SP should be invested in skills that would practice in the previous year. If a character acquires 3 or more SP, if a character is older than 30 years, then a player who considers the year-by-year method. Oh. Oh, I don't like those words. I remember this now. Investing SP should be done in a year-by-year instead of a lump sum. Okay. This system makes sense, but it is insanity that you would do it. Here's what it is trying to get me to do, okay? For every year of, like, there's several different types of age. Infant, child, puberty, young adult are the only ones that apply to me, right? I'm going to have to go back to the bugbear gender or race section to find out what age I stopped being each of those. Those are the skill advancements that I have at those ages for the skills that I could be, and that I can only apply those skills to things that make sense for the age that I am. In other words, I need to figure out what my skills I gained when I was 1, when I was a baby, a 2-year-old, what I was doing when I was 12, when I finally got my job as a slave, I guess, or as a minor specifically, and go down the chart allocating stats. Here's an example for determining the SP. A human character created is determined in Chapter 2 to be age 20. The character rolls SP for each birthday of the character according to the table above, rolling... There's a list of a fuck ton of numbers, all under 10. The first 10 results apply to non-occupational skills. Yeah, I still don't even know what the fuck my character can do. Hey, Split Gear, how you doing? What's also funny about this is because of the way he set up probability, like he's really into the bell curve. It is like absolutely required that bell curves are a thing. Which means that more than likely you will end up being average at everything. So if you're going to do, like, let's imagine you do something, you will get whatever the average result for someone at your skill would be. To understand that more, you will never have moments of greatness. You will never have moments of complete patheticness. You will just be average all of the time. So if you're expecting to ever be able to break out of slavery, which you're more than likely to be, you will be fucking stuck being a slave forever, because the chances of escaping slavery are almost non-existent. Which means that I'm going to spend a first bit of this game essentially, well, until they die, as a minor slave. This isn't the most... Okay, so I gotta go back to... I'm on page 313. Yeah, this game was never play tested. I refuse to believe that... This is why I was saying at the top of this is more of an investigation on who this person is than it is any sort of, like... Wait, did I roll for... Oh, yeah, I just have bags under my eyes. Right, okay. I don't believe that anyone... I don't believe this man has friends to have... I don't know, fucking playtesters with. Have a stream where you in the chat fix this game. GURPS is a great example of a game that's good, that is weirdly anal like this. And what you can do in... So GURPS is a... I forget what it stands for. It's like generic thing. Generic role-playing engine or something along those lines. There are stats for everything under the sun. General use roleplay system. Thank you. So what you can do with GURPS is you can have stats for pretty much anything, but you mostly just ignore any stats that would not be relevant for your setting. And then you set the settings like level of like how advanced the technology is. And that means that there's a wild imbalance between very early technology survival to very late technology survival. In other words, if you get shot with a gun, it's more likely to kill you than if you get like in a fist fight with someone with a stick. I have not seen the shitty furry book where it's basically not about furries at all. I think the original Fallout was planning to use GURP system before it developed into its own thing. GURPS does everything but not anything well. Ah, here we go. Bugbears. Okay, so I don't have to... Well, what about Bugbear age? Racial slurs, gender, body. Okay. Okay. All right. I found the age section. Yeah, no, I had to just scroll to find where the age section was. I just found it. Okay, so bugbears. Okay. 0 to 4 infant. 5 to 13. 5 to 13 child. 14 to 20 puberty. And then young adult, which is the section I'm in now, because I'm 24. Yeah, 24. So we need to keep track of that as well. 21 to 24, whatever. Young adult. Okay. So I was at page like 300 something. I think it was 313. Oh man, I called that. All right. Don't know why I was so excited about that. Okay. In order to figure out my stats, I now have to roll a d10 for all of the ages in which I was an infant and subtract 1 from each. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm just going to subtract 4 from 22. Because that should be the same thing. So that's 18 points. As a child, between 5 and 13. This thing isn't allowed in Iraq somehow. Probably for the best. Your viewer discretion sign is spelled wrong? Guys, that's been up on screen the entire fucking stream. Why this? I pointed out in the first 5 minutes. Wrong it's as well. Cool. I noticed, but I didn't comment. Thank you, everyone who either let me know or didn't. You are bastards. A child also is 1d10 minus 1. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, 13 dice, subtracting 13 from 66 gets us 53. I thought it was a bit. Nope, I'm dumb. At puberty, bugbears start to fall off in learning shit and roll d8s instead. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Wait, no. I did this wrong. I've subtracted 13 from this. I should add 5 to it because I fucked up. Because I've subtracted 13 from... Okay. $14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, that gives us a 39 with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as the modifier to delete. So that would be 32. Yeah. And 21 to 24 is young adulthood. In which case we are rolling D6s as an adult. Okay. "21, 22, 23, 24. Oh shit, I rolled like, okay, real talk. 6s. I have so many points that I can spend. Alright, as a young adult. Oh, I didn't keep track of where in puberty I started working. Oh, young adult goes past that point, but we just don't care because I haven't lived long enough beyond that point. I just stopped paying attention to the chart at 24. Okay. You know, I think there are two different ways we could handle this. We could either re-roll the stats for being a child, or we could just get the average, because that seems like something he would like. Um, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 9. Cool. 6.4. Trunticate. Six. Okay, so I started 12 of which are slave points, if that matters. No more rolls. Byron would absolutely nut over the fact that I used an average to be able to get that. Reroll from the top. Okay, let's scroll back to page 1. We'll have to redetermine our racism. Okay. Each time a character advances in an occupation level, 1d110 or 1d10 SP are required. This is not determined during character creation, but is affected by the performance of the character. Check advancement for more information. The DM can do whatever the fuck they want. Generally speaking, the rules for DM are do whatever the fuck you want. Ask for permission if you're not a DM, and be told off. I am not gonna mulligan after 8 hours. Skill check is necessary. Roll 3d10. What if I miscalculated something? Then that is part of the experience of what it is like to try and make this shit. Are there skills that I can't get as a kid? Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I get points for mining anyway. Do I get anything for doing good at mining? I mean, aside, I get level ups. Yeah, I get not being beaten points. These can be spent on nothing. That's apply it. Plus, less psychological damage. At what age can I start brawling? Because I thought it was like you can't get certain things. Because I'm just like... I would love to see you in the same room with this guy and have him guide you through character creation. I would love it as well. Agility, sub ability. For every 10, you get an extra round attack. Okay, cool. Brawler is not using a weapon. Weapon size, do not. Okay. Roll a D100, modify the results for the sub ability for agility and any invested SP, and consult the appropriate brawl table. I mean, like, it kind of seems like that. I mean, I kind of assume that that's how this works. That you can't gain certain skills at certain ages because you shouldn't be able to know how to do calculus when you are a fresh out of the womb baby. Plopped into the cesspits where your mom vomited. You already know how to do fucking trigonometry or some shit. Often, the minimum age of a skill variety varies with each character. For example, while it is definitely not the norm for a character to practice the sexual adeptness skill until puberty or young adulthood, female human infants are often abandoned or sold into slavery. Hey, why the fuck was that your example? Well, there is no e-dial to consult. A player should consult their e-dial to determine whether or not a skill is or is not available for their character. I don't give a shit. I am my own e-dial. I have decided that I am allowed to get all of the points directly into brawling so I can stop doing this. Every single day I was beating the fuck out of someone. Byron is weird half math, half weird sex thing. He's 100%, 10% weird shit. I'm not going off script. There's literally no reason that I cannot put points into this. Okay, so 18 plus, okay. If I just put all of, first off, can I? It also solves the problem of earlier where, as an infant, I was violence. 126 brawling. Plus 3 racial modifier. There's a wrestling skill. I don't care. The brawling. Okay. So in order to fight someone, roll 3d10 and apply the modifier. Is there a limit on how many? I get 1 attack for every SP. So that means I get plus, if I only had 1 more point, plus 12 attacks from brawling. I don't know how to do anything else. But I will beat the shit out of everyone. Since brawlers do not use a weapon, weapon size, delivery penalty do not affect initiative. See Chapter 10 combat. However, breath, see Chapter 2 body is still added to initiative. Check. First roll 100 D100. Of course it's a D100. Why would you think it would be any fucking thing else? One dice roller. 85. All right, so 85. Modify the result with the modifier for the sub ability of agility and any invested SP with the appropriate brawling table to determine which ability is attacked. Bugbear, brawling, attack, and damage. Knee to the braced face. It is impossible for me to not roll knee to the braced face. Am I understanding how this system works? If you put too many points into it, you could never hit them in the face? Or you can never hit them in the dick? Okay, no, wait. Oh, no, that's just a check. Okay, so I have... Because the check is going to be like 6 or so. Oh, I have way too many points in this. Skills. Okay, do I have any... Like, to get points into brawling, do I need to know how to do anything else first? Let's fucking go, I don't. There is no prerequisite to punching. Yeah, the fan is right there to keep me warm or cool because it's 84 in the office right now. Oh, hold up. I can get some because I only get benefits for every like can you parry butthole? Yeah, I mean, I guess. Ambidextry. This skill is applied to brawling or weapons. Okay, so wait. I can, if I drop 5 points, well, 5 SP must be, okay, hold on. I'm gonna drop 5 points out of brawling. 6. There we go. More wins? Does that make it better or worse? I think that kind of calms it down some. Okay, so what if I put myself here? Or actually, no, let's put me at 117. This or Sevtech? Sevtech. And then we can put the remaining points. So is that 126? 126 minus 117, 9. Okay. 9 points into ambidextry. This gives us a TH80. How do skill checks work? Does that mean I need to roll an 80 out of 100? Okay. Skills. Whenever a skill check is necessary, you roll 3d10. Which you need to compare it to this stat. Did you know there's a... Every time someone casts a spell in this game, there's a chance that it kills everything in the game, not just... Why would you do that? Why would you write that rule? After making me spend 9 or 10 hours or whatever the fuck it is at this point. I've not seen all of the spells yet, no. I mean, I don't have the ability to cast them, so I didn't bother. It can happen during character creation, fun fact. Great. A 6 always fails or is a fumble on 3d10. What happens if I roll a 5, which is possible with 3d10? So wait, in order to be able to roll an 80... Okay, so in order to actually get 50% more attacks... In order to get 50% more attacks... I have to roll a TH80. I get plus 12 for just putting all my points into it. No, I'm still looking. I haven't gotten to spells. So I'd add 9, and then I'd roll 3d6. Or 3d10, excuse me. So I got a 14. You add 9. You cannot get ambidextry up to a point where it fucking matters to get TH80? TH80 is what you want. Okay, on average, you're going to roll... What is the average of a D10? $16.5 for 3d10. Okay. So in order to actually roll that... Okay. Let's call it 16. No, let's be generous. Let's call it a 17. In order for your ambidextrous skill to ever fucking pay off... Yeah, you'd want to do 30 minus 80. So you need to have 50 points of ambidextry to have a microscopic chance of adding extra attacks. You need to have 50 points in it. That's half of my points. Hold up. Think about this for a second. Okay, so by putting all of my points that I got from being 24 years old, right, into a single ability, I was able to get 12 attacks. I could take out half of my points in order to have a 1 in, I don't know what the fuck the odds are on that, chance to get, like, it's not 1 in 30, it would be... How many different results are there for... But it's realistic, you can't attack that fast. Yeah, but I could just put all my points into brawling and ignore ambidextry entirely. Fuck this. No, all my points are going into brawling because ambidextry does not matter. I get more attacks by putting more points into brawling than I would if I would have put half of them into ambidextry, because I would have a vague chance at every now and then getting 3 extra attacks. Not even. 2 extra attacks. I would have 5 attacks with a chance, an almost impossible, not even worth rolling chance to get 2 extra attacks. Or I could put the same number of points into brawling itself and just get way more. Outside of brawling and range attacks, you physically cannot calculate the attack of a weapon because he didn't put in rules for fulcrums, which is necessary for reasons. Well, it's a good thing that I chose brawling as my attack. Okay, so the brawling check. The base TH is the foe's current armor against brawling. Everyone in Fatal either brawls or has a bow. There is no in between. Armor bonus varies against different attack types. Sure. CA is pretty low. Okay. It results of a modifying. Okay. Okay, so you don't roll on that table. Roll 3d10 and apply the modifier for the sub ability of agility. -6. Fuck. All right. So roll 3d10 -6. So 6. It's a fairly average looking roll. If the result of the modified roll exceeds the current armor of the... Okay. All right, hold up. We're at page 328. Don't even forget. I'm going back up to race. Page 9. Okay. Let's assume I'm fighting a Anakim. Base current armor, which I assume has something to do with their ability to not get punched. -6 from 11, so effectively it's 17. So I need to roll a 17 in order to punch him. How does... Wait, when does my 126 points in brawling come into effect? First off, roll a D100 modifying the result of with the modifier for the sub ability of agility, -6. So wait, 126, 129 -6. So 23. Okay, so 23. To consult the appropriate balling table. I mean, I can't roll less than knee to the face. Knee to brace face cannot not happen. Which is good because it's the best damage. It's 3d8. Oh, right. Current armor is based on individual body parts, so we don't even know what that is. We got 126 in brawling. That's so much. Yeah, I just didn't give a shit and put all my points into it. Because it's one of the only abilities that'll actually matter. You think I'm going to use cartography? Get the fuck out of here. Brawling is one of the 2 abilities that works according to the guy who worked on the 2nd edition of this. Because he didn't bother. Oh, Tilda has been in and out of the room for a few times. I expect you spend half of your points on urination. Okay, let's look up urination as a skill. Oh, I want to see what he thinks of painting. Okay. It's what you would think. It's just like stick figure on up to, you know, it's worth hundreds of times what it, or thousands of times. Sexual adeptness. Again, because of streaming this on Twitch, I can't go into extensive depth on what this is, but it's 3 pages? 3 pages for this skill set. Again, using sex in this game is completely up to you. Sex is not required to this game. How horrid is it? Okay, so here are the subheadings. Cunnilingus, ejaculation and orgasm control, which has about 2 paragraphs to itself. Fellatio, positions, debauchery dependency penalty. Check. There's a bell graph that explains tightness. Pleasure pain index, which is the up and down, whereas the left and right is the base tightness. Do you have to do a polynomial to be able to have sex? What? Yes, okay, cool. Yeah, no, yeah. BT minus 80 squared equals negative 4y plus 120, where BT is base tightness and you're trying to solve for y. Oh no, there's more. Ejaculation has its own thing. Oh, does it have range? Many factors affect ejaculation, including physical fitness, age, scrotum fullness, SF. And points invested in ejaculation control. Hello? Thank you, Mom. I have food. It smells really good. Oh, and it is. Holy shit. Thank you! I'll try and... We got chicken, some veggies. It's good. So doing a quick read over. It looks like scrotum fullness is a percentile, because of course it is. and it goes up over time depending on the number of days. Depending on how much you drain is dependent on how old you are as well. The number of ejaculatory contractions is 4 plus 1d6. Why did you do this? Yeah, there's ways of calculating how much jizz you have. I'm not going to put any points in this. Okay. I want to reiterate one fact though before we move on. Sexual adeptness is 1, 2, 3 pages, which involve also some sort of solving of a polynomial to be able to figure out how the base tightness to pleasure pain index. Okay? Like, there's a lot of stats here, right? Sheath making, the next skill directly after sexual adeptness, right? I'm going to read you the whole thing. Yeah, you need to solve for Y. So for sheath making, a sheath is a holder for a weapon such as a sword, and is usually worn on the waist or on the back. Whenever a sheath is to be constructed, a sheath making skill must be made. Roll 3d10, applying a modifier for the common sense sub ability. Higher results correspond to a sheath of higher quality. That's it. That's all you need to know about how to do sheath making. What does that even mean? You do a skill check, which is 3d10 plus your modifier, and you get to make a sheath, and the higher you roll, the better it is. Sexual adeptness is 3 pages, involving you have to solve, like, a thing. Like, you have to do a fucking polynomial for that shit. The sexual adeptness page starts at 373 for anyone who wants to solve for tightness. I'm gonna keep scrolling. Oh, hold up. Urination. Might need to put points into this. Whenever a character is capable of urinating, it requires the skill to urinate accurately or to maximize the distance of the stream of urine. Generally, this skill is for males, though under certain circumstances, females can exercise their urinating skill. This is best left to the discretion of the E-dial. Whenever a character attempts to urinate on a target, urination action requires accuracy or distance, a urination check is made. There's a graph. There's a table. E-dial? The E-dial is the DM. Yeah, you don't need points to piss. You can just roll 3d10 and take the average.
It's the end of.
3d10. And take the average of your health and hand-eye coordination. 102 and hand-eye coordination. Oh, there it is. 108. So the average, because of course it's the average of 102 plus 108 divided by 2, 105. Easy. Average of the the modifiers. 3 and there wasn't one for health. So 3. Okay, so 3 and 0 divided by 2. I would assume that I'd probably round down. So I have a 1 in urination. Two factors determine the most variation in urination: time elapsed since last urination and the weight of the drink considered as percent of body weight. Okay. Consult the first table to determine a urination modifier. Time / percentage of body weight. Does anyone want to take a guess on how the fuck I'm supposed to do this? Percentage of body weight. Okay, let's say that the percentage of my body weight is over 5%. And it's been 2 days since the last time I pissed. That gives me a plus 33, plus 1. So if you wait 2 days and you make 5% of your body weight piss, then you are almost guaranteed to be able to piss on a, how tall am I? I'm 87 inches tall in this game. What is height? Oh, my height. Okay. That's this game has challenge fishing. That's why you're asking about my height. It's relevant. Okay, so I'm 87 inches tall. Assuming maximum pissage. So this would be 0.3 times 87 times 1d10. Roll hot. 2. Okay. Times 2. 52. Inches? $52 inches for a duration of 46 seconds. What the fuck is this game? have heard of Trench Crusade, and I probably need to look into it more because it looks pretty good. There's no damage value to piss. $46 seconds at maximum capacity. Wait, hold up. Oh, this is the problem. Putting points in... Okay. Black Flame, can I ask you a question? Does putting points into stats achieve anything at all? Because I'm trying to figure out where the fuck I add my stats. Let's say I put all of my points into urination. At what point is it added to the check? Urination check. Roll 3d10 and apply the average modifier from health and hand-eye coordination sub-abilities. If aiming at a target, also add the TH. Then the TH also represents the CA. There's no skill points. It doesn't say that though, Black Flame. I mean, it should. Why did they make me roll and decide skills if they don't apply to any? Maybe I missed it. The generator works? Oh, I have no idea. I'm doing it manually. So I'm just like good at fighting. I'm just scrolling back up to the top of skills. Maybe there's like a bit talking about how to do it. I mean, you would assume that you would add your skills to it, but Karajin doesn't do skills. Thanks, Byron. Okay. I mean, sure, but so the character So the character creator he made, you can't actually add the stats? The stats came out, but not any skills like brawling or anything. I mean, sure, but like, how do I make a piss check? Like, putting points into it does nothing. Putting points into any skill does nothing. Skill check. Whenever a skill check is necessary, the player rolls 3d10, modifies the result by the number in the total modifier. And then announce the adjuster result. The E-dial will... You could distribute skill points, but they don't do anything. Enter the total sum for, okay. So that's the total modifier. So despite the fact that when you talk about urination, there is no total modifier listed, it just says do these things, which I guess what the intent is that you would add the skill check to it. I want to piss like a fire hydrant every single time. I accidentally scrolled too far. I mean, this is why formatting is important. Hiding rules on us. The Fatal Games website had a GIF zooming into a woman's asshole. Why? Why am I doing this? To prove that this game isn't actually a game and it's not worth talking about anymore. These are the ramblings of someone who has read Aristotle and nothing else and wanted to make an edgy game. That is what this game is. There's no game to this. Smell, soap making, spitting. Spitting? Swim, surgery, tailoring, tanning, touch, toxicology, transcribing, tumble, urination. Okay. So if I'm adding my modifier, okay, let's work backwards. And I want a 100% success rate against a just the basic whatever guy. I think his armor value is 12. The guy on the front cover. I want to piss on him. I must now subtract 3. So I need at least 9. So if I put 9 points into this, if I put 9 points into urination, as long as I have to piss to some degree, no. If I put 10 points into it, okay, I put 10 points into urination. To ensure that I could always piss when I need to. I will always be able to piss on my target. And the longer I hold it, the more of a stream it is. Now, in order to get to a flood every time, that's the real trick. Okay. If I want the TH value to be 29, and he's got an armor rating of 12, which I think was right, so I need at least 41 points. All right. So I need to put 41 points into urination in order to be able to piss a flood of water or piss every single time I want to for 1 or 10 D10 seconds. Sure. We subtract out 3. So I only need 38. So minus another 10 because I've already put 10 points into it. So we subtract 28 from... Okay, so we bring brawling down to 88. I'm sure he'd love that. Add 3 to it for the racial modifier. And 41 minus 3. Or, you know, it'd be 38. 88 plus 3 equals 91. Which means that I have 9 attacks from brawling, and I can always piss a flood of piss successfully enough to hit anyone who is unarmored by rolling anything other than a natural 6 or below. I have min-max pissing and violence. If I put any time into, like, if I spend any amount of time, like, if I have, like, if I wait 2 hours, I get a +1. Okay, well, anyway. That was pissing. There are other skills that exist. Equipment. I have no money, so I can't buy anything. But skills do have integrity points. I'm going to assume that I'm at least given clothes, because this game doesn't explain that to you really much at all. I don't really have a place to put this plate, so I'm just going to put it on the floor over here. So if I drink any amount of... I don't have to drink any liquid. I mean, I'm sure there are other important skills, but we're not going to run into a situation where I have to use any of them, because I'll never actually get to play this game. So min-maxing pissing. Basic clothes. Nope. Don't see a price for basic clothes. However, dildo. 3 silver pieces. Good to know. It weighs 4 pounds. That, off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to tell you how much a dildo weighs, but I feel like 4 pounds is a lot. That seems unwieldy. You have all the other things they would expect. Condom is a thing. Garter. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of other weird sex stuff you could do. Trousers, can't buy them. Undershirt, underwear, can't buy them. Yeah, I can't buy any of this shit. Are you going to be gaming after this? No. No, you can't play this game. Because again, I'm kind of like hand-waving the end of the stats thing because I realize it won't matter, but like, imagine I actually spent some time reading over all the stats, deciding what I wanted to put it into, and then realizing that I was just going to die anyway. Oh, hey, slave trading. Adult male, I'm worth 400 silver pieces. A dildo is made of stone and represents a manhood in shape and size. Okay, well, there you go. It's made out of stone, that's the problem. We still haven't figured out what our health per body part are. But this gives us a basic chance of being able to piss at everything. I mean, it's actually pretty easy to get through the section where I'm like getting equipment because I have 1 silver piece to my name, so I can't afford anything. Armor. Cost. Every time your armor is hit, it reduces the integrity points of it, causing it to fall off or become useless. Alright, well, what's the best armor in the game? A bronze round shield has 30 integrity points. Okay. Uh, 452. Muscle mail is the best? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and check brawling real quick to see how much damage I need to do to get through that shield. So first off, roll a d10 and modify the result for the sub ability of the agility. I mean, it's always gonna be, I get 88. 91, actually. Okay, so 91. Modified by agility. I believe my agility is shit. There it is, -6. Plus the 3. Muscle mail with that sick plus 20 against... Okay. So this is our goblin. If we're going to fight this goblin, who knows how much health they have, I will knee them in the face. No, I need to roll a D100, modifying it with... Goblins are in one of the oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Okay, so D... Alright, 33 plus my modifier of 85. That's it's more than 110, which is 3d8 damage to the face. So if they're wearing that armor on their face, then I do 3d8 damage. 15 damage. Goblin life points are 4. Cool. So... dead. I walk up to the goblin. We have no idea how movement works in combat because he didn't bother to do that. But I did walk up to it, grab him by the face, and obliterate his face using my knee, dealing 15 damage. Through the best armor in the game. 1 hit. I can now roll to see if I can piss on him. Hold on. We haven't gotten to combat yet. I'm just sort of assuming how the system works. It's been 9 hours. Hold on. I gotta figure out what my piss check is. Let me piss. Alright. There we go. Alright, now I will need to take my urination skill of 38 add it to my hand-eye coordination. 3 plus nothing. So 3 plus 38 is 41. Okay. So I get a 41. And then I will need to roll 3d10. 23. 23 plus 81. Or 41, excuse me. 64. It's been less than half an hour, and I have 0 amount of piss in my body. Which means that my effective roll, I have 0 piss in my body. It's been 0 seconds since the last time I pissed. However, with a TH of 29, well, of course we have to indulge in our piss kink. Plus the goblin's armor, let's say it's 10, 12, fuck it. I get a 23, which is a major stream. So not the full-on pissing. However, I do get to do 0.2 plus 87 plus 1d10 10. All right, cool, good. So I can piss at a distance of 97 inches or 8 feet. And then I will piss for the following 66 seconds. 21 seconds. And I'm done. Good. Amazing. Good. And that was a pretty bad... That was a pretty bad roll, too. And what was the range on it again? 8 feet? Great. That wasn't even maximum. Okay, maximum piss duration. You're right. Let's check. Maximum pissing that you can do in this game is 10d10 seconds. So 10 times 10. Easy. 100 seconds. Cool. Also known as minute and change. So if you rolled hot on all your dice, which is actually fairly easy for me, excluding the duration thing, you could piss for a total of this amount of time. And while we're figuring that out, I'm going to try and figure out what my maximum piss distance is. 0.3 times 87. And let's say I get the maximum 10 there, rolling 10s all over the place. 261 divided by 12. 21 feet. Um. Feet to meters. So I can piss for a maximum of 1 minute 40 seconds with the range of 21 feet or 6.4 meters. Wonderful. I'm glad I maxed into that stat. Even your pissing in this game is average? Someone could probably figure out the PSI of that. How big is this game? Oh, we're just in character creation. I took a brief moment to beat the fuck out of a goblin and then piss on his corpse. Because that's the only fun to be had here. He had the best armor in the game. I kneed him in the face, obliterated it, and then... He's not even at mass combat and warfare? Fuck off. Alright. There's carrying capacity, but I mean, like, what does it matter? I don't only have anything. Combat with just a handful of foes. Rounds are based on time, as are actions. Many actions occur in a round. While it may take multiple rounds, the following list is the duration of those actions. Attacks with the body take 1.5 seconds. Yeah, but that doesn't. No, that's not how it works. I have 9 attacks from brawling, plus my base number of attacks of like 2. So I have 11 attacks. I can do 11 attacks very fast. Or 2 on average. Okay. I see. I get 11 attacks, but the average person gets about 2 attacks. Welcome to the broken combat system. Yeah. So it takes 1 second to unsheath your sword. I would spend more time urinating than fighting. Because once you get to a certain level of brawling, you just cannot. 1 week to cast a 10th level. Yeah, you're right. 1 week to cast a 10th level spell. Okay, surprise. You can attack in ambush. Bonus is D10. Oh, if I surprise them, then I get an extra 3D10. Okay. Initiative. At the beginning of each round, the initiative roll is made for each attack. Oh, right! Because you don't get to do all of your attacks at once. You just have to do individually one thing. Like, you get initiative on each of your swings, right? High initiative roll is desirable, allowing the combatant to react to before those with the lower one. Consulted reaction speed abilities to be... Okay, so my modifier for reaction speed is 17. Okay. So plus 17. May opt for each player. The E-dial may opt for each player to roll separately or one roll for each group of combatants. If group rolls are used, then use the individual modifiers are not included. Okay, so initiative. Get ready for this math. 1d100. Because are you fucking surprised at this point? It's a D100 base system. 41. plus or minus reaction speed. Okay, so 41 plus, what did I say my reaction speed was again? Fuck, I lost track of it. 17. Okay, so 41 plus 17. Plus your breadth. 43 inches? What? What? Minus DP. What is DP? Delivery penalty. Well, there is no delivery penalty for fists, so delivery penalty is the thing that you can't even calculate for weapons. Okay. So, good. So delivery penalty applies negatively. This is the first RPG. You could tell it's a bad RPG when they made like hand-to-hand combat, like fist fighting, better than weapons. Because I've never seen a game, an RPG, like a TTRPG, actually make fist fighting good. And I'm like a dedicated monk player, so I will force it every fucking time. I'm sure you can homebrew some impreg if you wanted it. LP modifiers from strength, health, drive are applied to the base LP. Results of the LP is okay. Well, I mean, yeah, missing your head kills you. That's the other thing is like you have individual stat points for each part of your body. So like you have your hand, your lower arm, your upper arm, your foot, your lower leg, your upper leg. And then the same thing for your body and your head. Each of these have a percentage of your health put into it by way of body part points. If, for instance, you break someone's upper arm, their lower arm and hands become useless. Split area HP isn't that outlandish. It is when you give someone 1 HP as a default for their head. Base AC, so a troll has a base AC of 14. True Blue Review, thank you for the 31 months of support. Multiple brawling attacks. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna beat their thing. Well, okay, so how do I check and see how much charging? You can either jog, run, or sprint, which is based on your movement speed, which is based on your speed, which is that 60 something that we had earlier that we just did not specify what that was in feet, inches, years. Any reason we're streaming a lot for today? To make up and also to finish this. Well, I'm gonna 100% do a majority of their LP. Damage and armor. Okay. Well, how... If you charge someone and you do a full-on run... Okay, so different types of armor have different types of immunities. So you take a percentage of the damage rather than all of it. Which still would have killed the goblin. Natural healing, you get a percentage of your healing based on how old you are. So if you take a baby by the ankle and yeet them really hard, they will heal 30% of their health every day. All characters need to breathe unless gifted magically. The longer the character does not breathe, the more likely is death. Many events could affect breathing, such as drowning, asphyxiation, or simply being trapped in a sealed place and breathing up the air. Once unable to breathe, the character will lose 1 LP of subdual damage every round. Additionally, each round, the character will lose 1d4 strength sub-ability points until they are helpless, unconscious, or able to breathe again. Falling damage. My punching damage is equivalent to falling for 4 seconds at a rate of 34 seconds or 34 meters a second. I think. Home advantage +5 to initiative and +2 to attack. Oh god, fuck you. An unmodified attack skill check roll. Okay, so if you roll a 25 or higher on 3 d10s, then you have a chance of doing graphic gore. I don't think I achieved that with my dice roll earlier, but for example, I rolled a 14, so I need to roll a 25 or higher in order to do graphic gore, which is pretty hard to pull off. Which is a super long crit. Oh my god, it is very... Well, considering... Okay, let's assume that attack earlier was a critical. And I'm not hacking, I am pounding the head. So what do I need to do? I need to roll a d10. Consider the body part that was struck successfully. 18. On the gore table. Stabbing, fumbles. Pounding head. The skull is cracked open from the back. The pounding weapon enters the brain through the obstacle eye. The foe dies instantly. Cool. You can overextend. There's so many pages dedicated to fucking nothing. Magic. Alright. Again, no one will actually get to use magic, so it doesn't matter. Chaos magic used by chance. For each character in the chant, roll a d100 and consult the table. Why would you even need this? Is this how to do a fucking weird-ass chant? The game expects you to chant every spell. IRL? M as in mother. Oh, okay, so you can just... If at least 90% of the chant is voiced correctly, so why even make it so that way I have a skill in this? Just let me just try and say some random ass shit. Well, what do we even get for casting a spell? Let's read over some spells. I think we found out. Okay, so let's talk about my original intention on what I wanted this character to be able to achieve. The character must go 5 miles from home, so I am in my village where I am a slave. I am not allowed to leave, so that's already a fail. And I will now attempt to go 5 miles from home. Is there a walking section? I would assume it's like in like maybe like hiking or something. Well, let's just go to the table of contents. There he is, the man himself. The madness that we've been reading for the last little bit here. All right, rabies is on page 66. For fuck's sake. The chant for business spell. Jesus fuck. What? Well, thank God you can't do most of this shit. How do I go somewhere? Walking. Walk on water. Just regular walking. Travel. To keep bugs out of the house, page 687. Travel. I want to go somewhere. Well, I would say that we've officially finally made our character. I have no idea how to go anywhere. So I guess I say just go there. Like I don't have to roll for it or anything. So I go there. We saw what it would be like to attack someone. We deleted their face, this goblin's face. And then I went to town, and because I'm a bugbear, I was immediately attacked by humans. Travel by carriage is... Alright, well, while black carriage is 25 to 30 miles per day. Okay. Chat, give me a letter. P. All right, P. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 20. Okay, it's protection of every different thing. Give me a number, chat. It's like a lowish number. We're heterosexual. It was literally impossible for us to not be heterosexual. 4. All right, 4. 1, 2, 3. Perpetual burn. In order to cast this spell, you need level 5, 40 magic points. It's a discipline earth, range touch, area special, duration permanent. Description: casting the spells creates a magical fire that burns for eternity. The flame cannot be extinguished. The size of the fire depends on the level of the caster. See below. Well, you have to be at least level 5 in order. Okay, so a person can go. An army on the march can do 20 miles a day. So, I mean, well, I'm curious if you think that my sprint speed is 62. Some things. So maybe it's somewhere in there? Like, maybe like half of sprinting is walking or some insane shit? I mean, that seems about right. So 31. Well, I mean, there's no like units, so I don't know what that would be. Perpetual hologram, perpetual orgasm, perpetual slumber, pestilential host, pestilential penis. Ah, okay. If you cast it on a penis, it looks totally normal, but if you have sex, then it will give the baby birth defects. There is a counter spell which makes your vagina do that as well. If you do both, you have a 50-50 chance of the baby just dying. Like, the baby will die half the time. If you both cast Pestilent downstairs mixed it. This game sucks ass. I think, okay, walking is base time plus physical fitness in minutes. This is your sprint skill. You need to roll every time you can fail. Base time plus physical fitness. Well, when getting more physical fitness increase my time to walk? I have +3. That means it takes me 3 minutes longer to walk somewhere than other people. Equals fitness. Okay. Physical fitness in minutes. This is in the sprint skill. Okay, hold up. 108. Let me go back to sprint skill. Okay. Walk. Walk is 25% of movement. Roll 2 D100 unless if they're naked. Apply the... well, I mean, I am naked, so... Walk. Base time equals physical fitness. So... 3? The modifier? Oh, just 108 minutes? But wait, So the higher your physical fitness, the longer it takes you to walk places? If a walk check is failed, the character must stop. It's literally taking all of chat to actually read these rules that to tell you something. Yeah, it's... Unless if I'm misunderstanding this, it gets more difficult to walk the better your physical fitness score. I cannot be understanding this right. Roll a D100 unless the character is naked. Apply the modifier from the encumbrance to the feat in sprinted. Okay, so that's okay. So that is the 62. Okay, so 62. Okay, so 62. So 18 plus 62. Is the number of feet. Oh, okay. Okay, that's the number of feet you do in sprinting. So you go faster. Okay, so 62 plus I rolled a 18. I mean that's 80, right? And then I'm doing 25% of that, so times 0.25. So I'm doing 20 feet per round. Each round is 1 second. Wait. What? SP invested in the skill do not increase the character speed, but only increase the skill check rolls. How long is a round? Let's go to the combat section. Combat, okay. Three seconds, okay. So I can travel 20 feet in 3 seconds. Off the top of my head, that does seem very fast. I can move at 6. All right, so if we divide this by 3, then we get 6 feet per second. All right. So then if we just multiply that by 60, in an hour, I can travel 400 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,000. Yeah, 6 feet per second when walking. Or roughly 400 miles an hour, is that right? $6.6. Let's just call it 6. 6 times 60 is the number of feet. No, this is feet, not miles per hour. Okay, so I do 360 feet per hour. Thank God for that. Okay, so all right. Not quite that fast. Okay. Okay, no. 5,280 times 5 miles divided by 6 divided by 60 would take me 73 hours. I have to have done math wrong. 73 minutes. No. Minutes, yeah. Okay. So I'm traveling at about 1.2 miles an hour. I think. No. I fucked up. Okay. I was trying to figure out how 5 times 5,280. So that's how many feet I'm trying to achieve to be able to walk 5 miles from home. Then we're going to divide. Right, yeah, we'd want a separate calculator. Okay, so 6 times 60 times 60 is that many feet per hour? Oh. Wait. So about 4 miles an hour. Okay. That's like walking speed. 3 miles an hour. So I'm slightly faster than a normal human, but every time I try and walk somewhere, I do need to take a walk check. So hold up. Yeah, I was just kind of like looking at what does a human do in real life. We got our bell curves. Fun fact for viewers at home, if you're walking up a slope while walking, you need to do trigonometry to determine your speed. Fuck off. I don't want to hear these words. I don't even know if you're lying or not. Do I have to do a walk check every 3 seconds? Okay, so if I'm walking at 4 miles an hour, let's just assume I'm only trying to, well, no, let's do this right. So that means that it will take me an hour, period of time per check is base time. What is, so you'll check every 106 minutes. So every hour and, no wait. So every hour and 46 minutes, we'll have to take a check. Luckily, we are faster than that, so we can get 5 miles from home before having to take a check. But if I had to take a check, I would have to worry about that. Okay, so I walk for about an hour and a half in order to get to town, get attacked by a goblin, obliterate his head with my knee, piss on the corpse using no urine because I'm able to do that by just putting enough points into urination. Go to town because a majority of the towns in this overworld are either human or elf, and my racial disposition against them is mostly racist. Towards the humans, I'll just say slurs at them. But towards the elves, I will kill them on sight. I think it's very easy to do math underflows or something, because like Gear was talking about how you could have a negative asshole width. Negative anal circumference for life. Upon seeing an elf, I will have to attack them. So I won't be able to shop at the store because, again, I also don't have money. Negative anal circumference was at one point possible. I think if you're young enough, you can have a negative anal circumference in this game. I get to the human settlement and I become very angry. And, well, it's not just angry. It's not just like anger. It's like 5. Okay, so I've got a 4 in humans and a 5 in elves. So 4 is dislike. Negative attitudes exist between these races, usually not openly hostile towards each other, but opt to avoid members of this race, but perceived insults may incite violence. And then I hate elves, to which I can use the slurs stick and twig. Hatred between the races, insults usually occur frequently and violence is common if not declared openly on site. Generally, these races hate each other. So I show up to town and immediately start attacking anyone who is an elf and probably a human or two if I get called out. I can then use my pissing ability to piss perfectly, because I made sure my stats were high enough that I would be able to piss on the creator's favorite race without fail every single time, assuming I don't roll the equivalent of a natural 1. On a good day, if I roll hot, I could piss for almost 2 minutes and piss at a range of, I forget what we figured out, like several feet. I want to say it was like 8 meters or something fucking insane like that. This game is a mess. 8 feet or 6 meters. No, those are 2 separate things. Because 6 meters is like way more than 8 feet. I would listen. Vernfrin, Vifiner, 21-foot 21-foot max piss range. Isn't pissing tied to health? How is pissing for 2 minutes healthy? No, I spec'd into pissing and violence. I don't know as if there's any spell. I mean, I can't learn spells. I'm too stupid to learn things. What an absolute dog dick game. No one is going to play this game. We've finally figured out how to play this game to some degree. It took me about 10 hours to do. 9.5 hours, realistically. It's done. Closing remarks? Vidfear knows 3 things: digging holes, punching people, and pissing 20 feet. All right, now get 4 to 8 of your friends, and one of them has to be the Edir, and they need to make the world in which you inhabit, and everyone else needs to make characters. And if you fail at any point and you lose and you die, then you're fucking dead. I forgot we're straight. Yeah, no, you can't not be straight. Black Flame Studios will you can hit me up about Fatal 2 once you're done developing it. I'm not going to try and... I barely was able to convince Mike to play Warhammer, and that game fucking makes sense. The deepest part of this... Okay, despite not saying you have to do sex stuff, This game entirely orbits around it. Black Flame Studios, thank you for the help figuring this out. Done developing? It's playable at the moment, if I remember right. You're very welcome. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to have a guffaw with you at some point. I'm so fucking glad that the people who took up the mantle for this game, I would love to speak to Lilith. Like, I want to know who she is and what her deal is. Was it ever a decision for you and Lilith to just, like, make your own game that's good instead of shit? I make my own games periodically. Have you considered doing that as, like, the thing you do instead of... She only made Fatal 2. Why, though? I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna see if there's any art real quick, and then we're gonna go there. Page 881 to 882 is worth it. All right, 881. This is a D1000 chart? Okay, so this is random effects that you could get for casting a spell or something? Random magical effects, okay. A D2000 chart. Okay, so just roll a D2000, man. And then on page, what did you say, 881? Every time a spell is cast, the caster's eyes bug out in constipation. Holds out the right hand to their chest and attempts to bite their ear. Jumps for joy, flips off the target, flicks their nutsack 3 times, pukes bile, vomits, fuck me and my goat ass. I like it in the butt. I like to masturbate in front of my grandma. What the fuck are these? I got 2 words for you. Suck it. Every time a spell is cast. Thank you so much for coming by. This was an absolute treat. And by treat, I mean just like lunacy. He linked it and said, hey, go harass them. Well, thank you, Manly. Let me see if I can find... Okay. RevFart for art. See if there is any. None yet. But, I mean, you got my stats right here. Shout outs to Manly Salmon. I'm gonna go ahead and go now. Thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed 10 hours of me trying to understand Fate and using most of it to just piss. Where's the button for ads? I should probably run one. There we go.